everybody, Blaine Austin here at Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to Sew Fest. This is our 4th annual Sew Fest. Can you believe it, Kyle? So everybody say hi. Kyle's in here with me this morning.
Sorry, you say this is number 4?
I think this is number 4.
Oh my goodness.
And this is, guys, we're so excited about Sew Fest. Hey, and I'm so happy you're here. If you're brand new to our channel, this is the first time you've ever seen anything with Sewing Machines Plus, put a number 1 in the chat right now. Now, if you're one of the SMP Nation, you've been around for a while, put a number 5 in the chat for us right now. We want to see how many 5s and 1s we get, Kyle.
All right.
So first thing I got to tell y'all about is my co-host, Jane Klaus. Now, I need everybody out there to put your prayer caps on and say a prayer for Jane. She is really under the weather. She's not going to be here today. Hopefully, she's going to make it the rest of the week, but she found out that she's got COVID. She had a 103 temperature last night, and she was wanting to try to make it today. And I said, Jane, do not worry about it. I will handle it today. So y'all got me all day today, but hopefully Jane will be in here tomorrow and she can help me co-host. But maybe she'll make it before the end of the week. We'll see how she's feeling. But we're gonna continue anyway, and we're gonna make this work. So guys, got to tell you a little bit about Sew Fest. If all the ones that put number 1s in there, if you want to know about what we do here. So Sew Fest is basically a celebration of National Sewing Month. And it's National Sewing Month for September. And we are celebrating with some great specials on almost every product you have on the show. Will have some sort of special on it. And so some of those we can tell you about. Some of them we can't tell you what the special is. And the reason for that is all the manufacturers have what they call a MAP pricing program, which is a minimum advertised price. So we can only advertise that certain price, and we can't tell you what the price is over the air. We can't go below that price. So I can tell you what the normal price is, and I'm going to tell you it's a call-in special. When I tell you that, you get on the phone and you give us a call, and when you talk to the salespeople, they're going to be able to tell you what the pricing is and all the things we got going. Naturally, we got some special financing for this event as well. So if you can't need a little help paying on that and paying it off, we got some financing for you as well. So got all that planned. Now, guys, Sew Fest is pretty awesome this year. This is the biggest one we've ever had. We have 42 different presenters this week, and that is a ton. And some of those, Kyle, are actually doing a couple different, the same event. So they're doing a couple different machines, and they're going to be on here. So, but 42 different presenters.
This is the most we've ever had.
Yeah, it's the most presenters. And I forgot how many sessions there is, but there's a ton. And so I hope that y'all are ready for a big week. Now, we always say this week is going to go by so fast. It's going to blow your mind. We're going to be talking, and it's going to be Friday already. So make sure y'all take notes. We're going to flash the number up many times on the screen so you can call in if you want to see a product you want. You can call in. And then today, too, we've got 2 educational sessions. Today, we've got Carly Bell, and she's basically in the hoop bookmarker. That's what she's going to be doing. And then we got Emily Tomless, and she's doing simple bread bags for gifting. So those are the 2 educational sessions we have today. And you don't want to miss those as well. They're going to take you from the start to finish on those. And but we've got an exciting lineup of machines today we're going to show you with some great specials. So I hope that everybody will tune in. But you know what I want to do, Kyle? I want to talk a little bit about the contest before we get started.
There you go, yeah.
So y'all, we had a contest, and basically it was a garment sewing contest. You could submit a garment, and we had rules to follow. Now, that submissions have closed, but the voting is open right now. So you can go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. At the very top of the page, you see events and classes. Hit that tab. It'll take you to a landing page. You'll see the Sew Fest little block. Click on that. Takes you to the product page, and you can see up in the right-hand corner, there'll be a gallery. You can click that, and you can see all the things that were submitted. Now, Kyle, we had some rule breakers.
We did. Yes.
We had a few rule breakers. And what I mean by that, we had some people that submitted other things other than garment. We had a lot of quilts. So we were like, you know what? We had so many people submit quilts. Let's just have a mini contest for the quilts. So the vote getters for the quilt, the top vote getter for the quilt, we're going to basically give you a little prize. And it's going to be, again, when it's a people's choice, it is a popularity contest. If you can get all your friends to go vote for you, Why we do that is try to get people to share our page. It helps us put these shows on. So that's why we do it. But the real money is in the judge's choice.
Yeah.
So we're going to have 3 prizes we're giving away for judge's choice. Kyle, do we have that we can put on the screen? Here's the first place right there. So if you win the judge's choice in the garment sewing contest, first place, you're getting that Janome Continental M6. You're getting that Brother Print Moda. 2 great gifts. I mean, look at that, guys. It's over $5,000 worth of stuff. All right, second place and third. Yeah, second and third both on the judge's choice. You're getting that SE2000 from Brother, which is that sewing and embroidery machine. And then you're getting the Finesse Thread 16-pack. And again, this is valued over $3,000. So second, third place, judge's choice, get that. And then, you know what? We don't want to leave anybody out. The people's choice, we're going to give them something. So right here, it's Handy Quilter. It's that HQ Stitch 510 sewing machine. And we're going to give that away. And are we giving this away? And we're doing a $250 gift card for the mini quilt contest. So if you did a quilt, we're going to have a little mini quilt contest. You get a $250 gift card. And the other thing we're doing, Kyle, if they submitted their quilts for this contest, we're going to say, look, normally we don't allow you to enter 2 different contests, but we're going to still allow you to enter that quilt in March's Quilt Fest. Yeah, March 2025 Quilt Fest. You'll be able to enter that quilt. So trying to cover all aspects there. So, so anyway, got a great thing. But hey, guys, we're not leaving you out as well. We're going to have a Dream Studio giveaway for 1 lucky viewer out there worth $25,000. And I want you to look at all that stuff on the screen you see right now. You're getting that Juki HZL X3000. You're getting the Qnique 16 long arm quilting machine. You're getting the Moxie 18-inch sit-down quilting machine. You're getting the Airflow 3000 from Brother. You're getting the Brother Print Moda. And then last but not least, you're getting that Baby Lock Pathfinder embroidery machine. So this is going to really add to your studio. And one of you lucky viewers are going to win that. And how we're going to do it, every single day, we're at the end of the day, we're going to draw a finalist. So we'll end up drawing 5 finalists. And one of those finalists is going to get a Dream Package Studio, aren't they, Kyle?
That's right.
Now, are we also going to give away each finalist a gift?
We could do that too, yeah.
We're going to give every finalist, if you win, you're going to get a sewing machine at minimum.
Yeah.
And we'll farther down in the week, we'll kind of show you what sewing machine they're going to get. But it's going to be a great time, guys. I'm looking so forward to this. All right, so was there a lot of number 1s out there, Kyle?
There was a lot, yes.
All right, so you know what? Since you're new, how many?
About 40 new people.
40 new people out there watching today. So you know what we're going to do since you're brand new? We're going to go ahead and draw a prize just for you. So, Kyle, spin that wheel.
Oh.
Here we go, all the new people.
And this is for?
This is for a Brother P-Touch in label maker, and it's Tama Orendorf.
There you go.
Orendorf. So Tama, this is what you just won. This is valued at $129. It works in kind of in conjunction with your cell phone, and it's a printer that you can do labels. It's pretty awesome little thing. From Brother, it's a Brother P-Touch label maker, and you just won yourself one of those, Tama. But hey, we're not going to leave all the old timers out either. So all the SMP Nation put number 5s in. Go ahead and Kyle, let's go ahead and spin the wheel, and we're going to give another one of these away.
All right.
Here we go. Spin that wheel. Elevated Crafts. So Elevated Crafts, you just won yourself a Brother P-Touch label maker. So both of y'all, how are you going to claim that prize? We need you to go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information complete, hit submit, and once we receive your information, we'll get your P-Touch printers sent right out to you. You have 30 days to claim that prize. It's that simple, Kyle.
Nice.
All right, so we've talked about all the prizes we're giving away. We talked about the contest. One of the things I want y'all to do too, If you haven't liked our Facebook page, please go like our Facebook page and share the videos today to your page. Also, if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, subscribe to it. We are making a huge push to get our YouTube channel more, bigger. And so the more people subscribe, the more things that we can give away and more shows that we can do, Kyle. It's that simple. All right, so we've got I think we're ready to get going. I think we've got one announcement I do want to make before we get going. I know I promised y'all I had a trip. Everybody, the SMP Nation out, the regulars, y'all know that I had a trip to Charlotte, North Carolina. And I wanted to kind of share with you some news. We are actually becoming a Happy Embroidery Machine dealer. And so if y'all have ever heard of Happy Embroidery Machines, they are probably the #1 embroidery machine in the world. The best quality, unbelievable quality of those. They make the big multi-head machines. They make all the different sizes, but all their machines are pretty much like industrial. Excuse me.
It's going to be a 7 and a 12 needle.
So we're going to have a 7, 12, and a 15 needle. And one of the things we're going to have, Kyle, we've got a 15 needle that you can actually quilt with.
Oh.
That's pretty, it's incredible. The sewing field on it is 16 inches by 47 inches. Now think about that, 16 by 47. You can actually put a quilt on it and then quilt with it. And it's the only one like this around. We're probably going to be the only dealer in the world that has this. So all you quilters out there, you can be able to buy this as cheap as you can buy a long arm that takes up 12 feet of room with robotics. So now you'll have something that's very compact, and it'll be just like having robotics, Kyle. Yeah, so that's our announcement. I promised y'all I'd let you know about my trip, and that's what happened. But hey, I'm ready to get going. Are y'all ready? I'm ready to kick this day off with SewFest. Now, our first presenter today, we love having her on the show, and y'all all probably know her, but Sarah Vetzer. She's a brother ambassador and educator. She also creates content for various social media outlets in order to create online brand awareness and presence. Sarah also specializes in incorporating sustainable sewing and quilting by recycling materials. Now, Sarah has been on our show many times. She is so talented. I don't care what it is, she can do it. And we're so excited to have her today because she's going to talk all about one of my favorite machines today. So y'all welcome Sarah Vetzer to the show.
Hello. Hi, Blaine.
Hey, how are you?
Good. I'm so honored to be kicking off SewFest.
I think this is not the very first time you've kicked off one of our shows.
It is or it isn't?
I think, hadn't you done it kicked off before?
I think so. Well, I'm on East Coast time, so the time
I know, so it works out. But who better to kick it off? What better product to kick it off than the Brother? We're NQ 1700 today, yeah. And this is one of my machines that I just think it's a really great machine because of the weight and all the capabilities it has. And I know you make it look extremely easy, but I'm gonna let you take it away, Sarah. When you get finished, I'm gonna come back and tell everybody how they can get theirs.
Awesome. Thanks, Blaine. Yeah, so I am here to show you guys the NQ 1700E. This is her right here. One of the first machines that I've been working with for Brother with embroidery. And she is an embroidery only model. So it is really, really great for someone who's looking to get started on their embroidery journey. And I highly recommend starting your embroidery journey. You'll get hooked on it so quickly. It is so much fun. This is a great machine to get you started because it has a lot of built-in features that will help you know what kind of frame to use, all the information you need to know about your designs. It comes loaded with 258 preset designs. So out of the box, you turn it on. There are 258 designs for you to start embroidering with, start creating with. And there are 13 built-in fonts. There are 140 frame combinations. So you can, and tons of editing features built in. And we're going to take a look at all of that today. But I just want to let you guys know from the jump how much you can create with this machine out of the box. No software needed, no computer. You can do it all right on the screen here. And that is like a little 5 inches, just under 5 inches. But it's a beautiful color LCD touchscreen, 5 inches. So it's a perfect size for editing. And it has a really large stitch area. So 6 by 10 maximum embroidery area. I love showing this frame. I love showing it up against the machine because it's like the same size as the machine. So you're getting this compact machine, very easy to tuck away on a shelf, to bring it with you on vacation, to bring it to class. I like to bring mine to events sometimes. It weighs about 20 pounds without the embroidery unit attached, so it's easy to move around. And you can really pack a punch with the 6 by 10 embroidery area. It's so amazing. So great for beginners. Also, if you're already an expert embroiderer and you're hooked on it like I am, and you need an extra machine so that you could be sewing and embroidering at the same time, or embroidering multiple things at the same time. I know I have 2 or 3 machines going sometimes all at once. Then this is a great addition because you are getting a huge embroidery area in a compact machine. You're getting a lot of high-end features as well. I'm going to touch on those as we go through. So 6 by 10 maximum embroidery area. This frame is included with the machine. You also get a beautiful 5 by 7 frame. Great for lots of different projects. Wide variety there. Very versatile size. And then I want to also show you guys this 5 by 7 flat magnetic frame. I have a little demo hooped up here that we'll look at later. But we call it the flat magnetic frame because look how flat that is. It basically disappears when you turn it on its side. And it has these 6 really strong magnets. So if I just hold my project with one hand, you can see it's not moving at all in the frame. But at the same time, the magnets are very easy to put on and off. So you don't have to struggle with that, but you'll have a really strong hold on anything that you're hooping. I used one of the Brother Magnetic frames for an event last night, and I was hooping up jeans and leather pants, and those magnets were holding. They are great. So I have really put them to the test, as I do with everything. Blaine knows I test everything, every product I get, I try out everything I can with it. So I'm speaking from experience when I tell you guys about all these products. So this is the 5 by 7 flat magnetic frame. This is an optional accessory for this machine. I also like to show you guys how easy it is to put it in and out. So attaching to the machine, you're just going to slide it into the arm. And you can see I'm using one hand. I don't have to lift my presser foot to kind of shimmy it under there. It is so flat that it goes right underneath without any effort. So great frame. Lock it in and you're ready to go. All right, so let's take a look at the machine screen. So here's our screen. And this is what opens up when you turn the machine on. And this is how you access all of those lovely embroidery designs. Again, it's 258 that are built in. And you'll notice there's a little wireless symbol down here. So the wireless symbol means a bunch of different things. One, you can transfer any other designs that you might have purchased on third-party websites or anything that you've digitized yourself. You can transfer that wirelessly to the machine. So if 258 designs is not enough for you, you can do as many as you want. You can do your own designs. And you know what? I do my own designs all the time too. So I'm with you with that. And with wireless, you can transfer it with the click of a button. You can also get update notifications. So when your machine software needs an update, it will put a little exclamation point on there. Not sure if you could see it on screen right now. It's really tiny. But that is letting you know that you need to go to the Brother Solutions Center and download the latest update for your machine. So we could start clicking around in here. So as you select a category, there are more subcategories to look at. And you could just keep going in. You could take a look at all the thumbnails here. These are previewing the design for you. You can select one. Once you select a design, it is going to show you a bunch of new information. So it's giving you the dimensions right at the top. So right away, you have a clear idea of how big that design is. And then it's also showing you a preview of all the different frame sizes, and it's going to gray out any of the frames that you can't use for this design. So let me choose a bigger one here. You see how it grayed out those smaller frames? Because this is a 5x5 design, so it won't fit in some of those smaller frames. You might notice too that this design is actually completely grayed out. And when I select it, it says it extends outside of the embroidery frame. So this is actually one of the higher end features that I want to touch on. In my machine settings, I have the 5x7 frame selected, right? I just loaded the 5x7 magnetic frame onto the machine. So I have it selected and I have embroidery frame identification view turned on. So this feature, it recognizes what size frame you're using. Well, you tell it what size frame you're using, so that when you are browsing your designs, it's going to gray out any of the designs that will not fit in the 5x7 frame. How cool is that? So right off the bat, if you know you want to create something that will be around 5x7 inches, you can tell your machine, I'm using the 5x7 frame, and then you can browse and only see the designs that will fit in your 5x7 frame. I love that feature. And it's really easy to turn on and off. So I could go right back into my settings, turn it off, or I could change my frame size. Let's say I want to do something super small. There's my 1.5 by 2 inch. And we're going to be pretty limited to the designs that we use with those. So let's try. Or 6x, so anything will fit in 6x10. Let's say 5x7, we're going to turn that on. And it's graying out all the designs that won't fit in 5x7 frame. Love that feature. So these are just some of our categories here. We have big buttonholes built in. We have buttonhole decorations. This crown category, these are our newest designs that are built in here. I'm going to go turn that identification view off so we can look at all these beautiful designs in here. A lot of them will fit in the 6x10 frame, so they're nice and big. The machine stitches at 850 stitches per minute. So these big, beautiful designs, this will take you about an hour to stitch out. And I actually have this zebra one stitched out here. I love this sample because you can see it took up the entire back of my jacket. So just with that 6x10 frame, with this built-in design, I did not have to purchase this. I didn't have to do any editing. And with 850 stitches per minute, I had it done in an hour. Pretty cool, right? Now we'll take a look at some of the text editing features. I'd like to show a couple of samples of text editing here because you can do so many cool things. You can vary the different fonts. You can split the letters up and move them up and down. You can curve the text. You can do multicolored letters. This was all done right on my machine screen. This is another one of our built-in designs. If you guys watch the S&P live streams a lot, you've definitely seen me show this sample before. We love the no prop llamas. So these llamas are built into the machine again, and I added the text on the bottom. So I used built-in designs and built-in text and editing tools to create my own project layout here and make my little llama towel. Those frames are beautiful. You can, this frame right here, so built-in font, and this one I actually took off of iBroidery.com. So that's Brothers Embroidery website. There's over 5,000 embroidery designs for you to choose from, including Disney, Marvel, Star Wars. You can purchase them. You can transfer them to your machine wirelessly. This was one of the free designs of the month. So I used it to create a nice little towel monogram. Right, so I mentioned Disney. This machine does not have Disney built in, but you can purchase Disney and you can transfer it to your machine. So you purchase on iBroidery. and you're able to stitch out some really sweet little Disney designs. So this is great for someone who might not be stitching Disney all the time, but every once in a while you want to make a gift for someone or something for your grandkids or your friends, and you can just pick exactly what design you want on iEmbroidery, transfer it to your machine, and stitch it out. This is another built-in, and this is actually a towel that I use in my house. And this, I just love this butterfly design. Look how detailed that is. That is a built-in design. And then I added the text underneath. Wash your hands. Everyone wash your hands. Stay healthy this winter. Okay. So let's take a look again at some of the editing features. So you saw a bunch of my samples where I added text. So let's find my llamas here. Here they are. I can set those down, and now we're in the embroidery editing screen. And so here's where we get to see a lot of the tools that are included. So I can move, I'm going to move them up. I can resize them. You can resize proportionally up or down, or you can resize just the width or the length. You can also rotate by 90 degrees, 10 degrees, or as little as 1 degree at a time. You could get really precise placement with that. You can mirror your design. You can change the colors. So you have your color palettes here, and you can use the arrows on the screen to cycle through different pinks and purples, or the arrows on the face of your machine down here to go to a new color palette. So if you wanted blues and greens, you could see more blues and greens. And you just use the plus and minus thread key to jump through the different color blocks that are in this design. And in that way, you can change all the colors if you like, or you can keep them as they are. Right? So you see how intuitive this is? If you're a beginner, it's really easy. Move, size, rotate, you know exactly what the tools are. And it's showing you what frame you need to use, what size it is. You can create a layout and then save it to your machine's memory. If you wanted to go ahead and add text from here, you just press add. It brings you back to the opening screen. Now we can take a look at our fonts in here. I have 13 different fonts. I'm going to use this one today. It opens up a keyboard for me. And I can start typing. Okay, and I have my dash in here with my numbers. And this is a really helpful tool too. So as it's typing, it is calculating how big the design is going to be. And it's telling me now that it's not going to fit across the 5 inches of my 5x7 frame, but we can rotate it by 90 degrees and then we'll have 7 inches of length to play with so we can keep typing. So I rotated it now. And it's still too big. So I can jump down in size. I can make that medium. Finish typing. I can preview it right here. So you see it's dropping it down right on top of my llama design that we already added in. Once I press set, now I can use my tools to move it down. And I can change my color. I like to match one of the colors that's in the llama design already. I think there's a nice cornflower blue in there. Let's see. Right? And then we can preview it nice and big. And there's my layout. So you saw that took me about 2 minutes to lay that out. And then you'd be ready to stitch. Once you go to the next page, this is where we have some really great layout tools. So I want to show you how, and again, I did an embroidery event yesterday. People were bringing me their pants and they had kind of like a grosgrain ribbon on the side of their pants. So I want to show you this real example of how I use these placement tools to get the placement of the embroidery perfect. So imagine this is a pair of pants with your ribbon on the side. And let's say I want to put my initials on the side in that ribbon right in the center. So I marked the center here. I'm going to load my hoop in. And let's go back to our fonts. I'm going to pick this font here. Just going to do my initials, SV. Set it. I'm on my editing page. I'm going to rotate 90 degrees to the left. And once I'm done editing, I'm going to move on to the second editing screen, which is really for placement. So this tool right here is the trace tool. And first of all, I could initiate a trace, and it's going to move the frame to show me all 9 points of my embroidery design. So let me show you that first. Okay, so that previewed the entire design for us so we can get a visual of how big it's going to be and where it's going to stitch down. If I wanted to get a little bit more precise, which I'm a bit of a perfectionist, so I definitely want to get more precise, I'm going to select the center position, and the machine is going to hold that position for me. And then I'm going to use my move arrows to move the design around. And I'm going to look at my presser foot and my needle until I see that it's lined up in the center of that center line that I marked on my fabric. I need to shift it to the left a little bit. And then I'm going to drop the needle. I can raise the presser foot. And you guys can see it's dead on that line. It is right on it. So I'm perfectly centered. I can lift my needle up. Now I'm going to go back to that positioning tool, and I'm going to choose the top middle, and I'm going to make sure that my needle drop position is right on my line at that point of the design. And then I'm going to do the bottom point as well. So we're going to do bottom, middle, and top to make sure that it's lined up straight going in this direction, right along my line. And then it'll be perfectly centered on my ribbon, my hypothetical ribbon. So I'm dropping the needle at the top. Perfect. I'm going back to the middle. I'm just going to triple check that. Perfect. And I'm going to do the bottom position as well. Perfect. Love it. So we are right on. And that is how you use this positioning tool to position your designs. And that's really all you need, right? If you can mark your positioning on your fabric, then you can use this trace tool and the positioning tools built into the machine to line up your design perfectly every time. So if you're lining up your design, I did along the waistband, on a pocket of a shirt, on the cuff of a shirt, it's perfect every time, okay? And again, this is me speaking from experience. I just did an event last night. It was a private shopping event. I brought one of my machines with me, and people purchased pants and shirts and t-shirts and tops and everything. They brought it over to me and I embroidered it for them. I use these positioning tools to make sure that the design came out straight every time. And the design that I was stitching had a straight line in it. So if it was crooked, you would definitely notice. So these tools are incredible to use, all right? Now, I want to show you one other high-end feature, and then I'm going to show you how easy it is to thread the machine. But first, I want to show you the color sort feature. So let's say I wanted to add, let me add one more element to this layout. I'm going to go back to add. I'll just do text again, just to quickly show you. And I'm going to say, type out my name. I'm going to make it small, set it in there. So this next feature is, and by the way, you don't have to use the move tool. You can just drag and drop. I like to drag and drop and then get more precise with moving. Love it. And while I'm here, I might as well show you that you can also zoom in. You can zoom up to 300%. So let's zoom in a little bit, and you get this little grid that comes up as you're zooming in. So I can make sure that my text is centered. And I see it's a little bit off center. See, this is good for the perfectionists. Where are my perfectionists out there? We have a nice little grid, and we have really precise movement and rotation to get our designs perfect every time. Okay. Now, I didn't even show you guys the font editing tools, so I mentioned them when I showed you some of my samples, but let's take a look at those really quickly. So the font editing tools, it's a whole sub-menu of editing functions. If I wanted to go ahead and make this multicolor, I can activate multicolor. I can go into my thread palette, and now each of these letters is separated out to be its own color block so that you can change all of those colors. So I'm going to change the first initials. So I'll do the S in pink, and then I'll do the V as well in pink. Okay. Okay, font editing. So that was multicolor. Now you can also do array. Array is how you curve your text or put it on a diagonal. Super fun. Also, if you're not super happy with this font, you can go right in and you can select a different one. And I love this, that you could so quickly change it. It's a great way to preview all of the options that you have in here and find one that you like. And you don't have to go back and retype everything. So it's perfect. Then you can change your spacing as well. I like to space out my letters when they get really small. You can split your letters. You can resize one of them. So I can make the S really big. Like that. Just imagine all the things you can do. And again, no computer. It's right on your machine screen. You could just sit here and have a grand old time. And when you have a layout that you like, you can save it to your machine's memory. You could save it to a USB, or you can transfer it back to your computer. Okay, so color sort. So now that I created this whole layout here, I have two different colors now. I have black and I have pink in my design. So if I went through to my final embroidery screen, it's going to stitch out my black letters at the top, then my S in pink, then the ARA in black, and then the V in pink. So I'll have to change my thread 3 times, 4 times, let's say, right? If I go back and I initiate color sort, which is this button right here, it shows 2 blue threads grouped together. It's going to group together all my light colors. So you see how my pink disappeared? It's still there, but what the machine did is it grouped together my pinks at the end. So I'll only need to change the thread once now. I'll put in the black, it will stitch out all the black elements in my layout, and then I will change to pink and it'll do the pink instead of me having to switch back and forth, Right? So cool. It saves you so much time. You get faster stitch outs. I love that feature, and that is a high-end feature for this machine to have. Okay, so let me show you threading really quickly. So I have my thread in here, and the thread path is actually printed right on the machine. So you don't have to remember the thread path at all. You just have to follow along. I'm going to do it really quick. I've done this many times before, so don't get scared. I do it so fast sometimes people are like, whoa. It's because I've done it 100 times. Okay. So the really cool feature that I wanted to show you here is I have it threaded. There is a trimmer on the side. So I trimmed it. It goes to the perfect length now. And I have a lever on the side. This is the automatic needle threading or advanced needle threading. So I'm pushing the lever down and it threaded that needle for me. Let's take a look at that up close. So I have my thread. It's through the thread path. I trim it on the side. I pull down the lever and it threads the needle for me, just like that. Okay, it really doesn't get better than that, you guys. I'm so spoiled with all these machines threading the needles for me. I never have to sit there and try and thread the needle. So you can see all the features. I didn't even get to all of them, right? But all of the features that are built into this machine, it's incredible. It's so much fun to embroider with. You have that big 6x10 frame embroidery area, and it's great for beginners, really intuitive. It is great for people who are advanced. You get those extra features like the needle threading, the color sorting, all the editing built in, the wireless transfer. It's super great all around. So let me pass it back to Blaine so he can tell you guys how you can get one of these today.
Great job, Sarah. As usual, loved the demo.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I know we'll see you back here Thursday morning. Again,
Yeah.
You're going to be first thing Thursday morning. So we'll see you then. Okay.
See you soon.
All righty. So everybody, that's Sarah Vetzer from Brother. That was the NQ 1700. Now this machine, I tell you, she did a great job with this, but Kyle's going to put that overlay up there for us right now, and we're going to show it to you. Now, again, this is an embroidery only machine. You see the normal price there, $19.99. We do have some special financing for you. However, call for more information. Okay, call for more information. Hint, hint, wink, wink. But anyway, I want to tell you a little bit about this machine. It has 258 built-in embroidery designs. It has 140 frame pattern combinations, 13 embroidery lettering fonts. It's wireless. It has wireless capability. Large work area. It has that 6x10 hoop area on it. The color display is almost 5 inches. It's 4.85 inches, that LCD screen. I'm telling you, this thing, guys, is a workhorse for what you're getting. Only 27 pounds. And you can go to iEmbroidery. You can have the ability to download 5,000 embroidery designs. You have to purchase them, but that just expands your capability of this machine. The dimensions on it, it's 27 inches long, it's 16 inches wide, and it's about 11 inches high. And again, the accessory pack on this is just really extensive. If y'all want to look at this, more information on it, go to smplive.tv. On the thumbnail at the very top, Kyle's got that picture right there. You can click on it on the NQ 1700 and go read all about it. But this thing is just loaded up with designs, and I tell you, for the machine, you're getting so much technology. And I tell you, Sarah did a really good job of talking about the needle threader. Guys, I don't think we realize the technology that's involved in the needle threader. I mean, this thing, think about a mechanical way that it's actually putting thread through the eyelet of the needle. I think that's just incredible. And we kind of take it for granted, but how much precision this thing has to be able to do that. So it's pretty incredible. And I'm so happy Sarah highlighted that. But guys, hey, thank you for Sarah on that. Again, if you want to place your order for the NQ 1700, call us right now at 800-401-8151. Nationally, we're going to ship this absolutely free nationwide right to your doorstep. And we have some special financing available. So make sure you give us a call, 800-401-8151. All right, so before we get to our next guest coming on, I want to give a big shout out to some of the SMP Nation watching out there. Hey, we have Aaron Potts up in northeastern Ohio watching. Diane Gerling in Florida. We have Tammy Thacker down over in Kentucky. We have Tammy, it's Orendorf in New Mexico. She won the giveaway too. She won the giveaway, yep, in New Mexico. We have Shirley Kaplan in Georgia watching. Jill Sweet in Wisconsin. We have Linda Christensen in Georgia. We have Judy Yates in California watching. Diane Burrows over in North Carolina. And then Wendy Cash, she's in Granite Falls, Washington. We have Zandra Stork in Helsingborg, right?
Sweden.
Helsingborg, Sweden, watching. And then we had another one that's out of the country. We have Diane Reed is actually watching Ontario, Canada. So thank y'all for watching and thanks for joining in.
Now.
We're international.
We do ship anywhere. So
we do ship it. We do ship
Yeah.
to Sweden.
Yeah.
We also ship to Canada.
Yeah.
Now, some products we can't ship to Canada,
Yes.
Kyle.
There's a few exclusions.
Few exclusions on that.
that are out of our hands.
But most of the stuff on our website we can ship to Canada and Sweden. So and England, Australia, all those places. So all right, guys, we have got another exciting demonstration coming up. We're super excited about that. We have Shauna Westergaard, and she is with Handy Quilter. Now, Shauna, she's a mother of 4 with her tech husband, and she's a Colorado transplant that loves living in the mountains, and she loves Mountain Dew. Now, Kyle, I don't know if that means like morning dew or actually the drink Mountain Dew. We're going to have to ask her. You think it's the drink?
I do, yeah.
All right. Well, she grew up in a family of quilters and remembers playing under the quilting machines when her aunts would stitch on bridal quilts. And she considers herself to be an accidental quilter because she inherited a quilting machine. And lo and behold, her first year, she did 60 projects. So think about that. She's hooked. But now she's an educator for Handy Quilter. We're super excited to have her on board today. She's going to talk all about that Moxie 18. So let's welcome Shauna Westergaard. Hey, Shauna.
Hi, how are you?
I am fantastic. Okay, you got to clarify. Do you love the morning dew in the mountains, or do you like drinking Mountain Dew in the mountains?
It's actually Mountain Dew, the drink.
So we have that in common. See, my favorite drink, everybody knows in the S&P Nation, is Mountain Dew. So
yes, it is. It's the best drink. It really is.
Oh, it is. And it came out in 1964.
Oh, wow.
A lot of people don't know that.
No, people don't. I feel like it's a kind of a newer drink. That's interesting.
Yeah. We've had that trivia on our show before.
I love it.
Well, I know you've got a lot to cover in a little bit of time, so we're going to talk all about that Moxie XL 18 today. So we're going to let you take it off, and then Shauna, as soon as you come back, we'll tell everybody how they can get the package we have set up for them today.
Perfect. Thank you, Blaine. Today we're going to do a fun little project, back to school. So this is just it's a mini quilt. You can use it as a placemat, table topper, lots of different options for something like this. This is, it also works really good for orphan blocks. That's the other thing I wanted to mention, because when you're quilting, when you're trying out new patterns, things like that, you can get an orphan block, or if you're trying something and you're not sure you like that colorway and then you switch, you just have all these orphan blocks, right? This is a great way to use up orphan blocks. It's a great way to test out using your new machine. And it's a great way to practice free motion quilting, which is what we're going to do today. So first, I'm going to tell you a little bit about our Moxie. This is the Moxie XL. It has 18 inches of throat space. And this is our kind of our newer line that we have here at Handy Quilter. The Moxie is our kind of entry-level machine. But I love this one because it has the 18 inches of throat space. And anytime anyone asks me about, I want to get a long arm, what kind should I get? What size should I get? All of the things, I always say go with the most throat space that you can fit, because I've never met a long arm quilter that said, oh, I wish I had less throat space. That's not a thing. So the Moxie XL is a great way to go. It's really affordable. I know Blaine's going to come back on later and tell you about pricing and everything. The other thing with the Moxie, it does come with Pro Stitcher as an add-on if you want, and we will be going over Pro Stitcher tomorrow. I'm coming back on same time to talk about Pro Stitcher Lite. The Moxie uses Pro Stitcher Lite because instead of Pro Stitcher Premium, they are basically the same software. The Lite just goes with the Moxie because the Moxie is a lighter machine. It's a different carriage that this machine sits on. So that's something important to know. You can do rulers with this machine. You can do free motion. You can do micro quilting. You can do couching. Anything you can do with our other machines, you can also do with the Moxie, which is why I love this machine. I'm going to go ahead and show you a couple of different things. Oh, before we go, I wanted to show you this. This is a channel lock. This comes with the machine. This is something that helps for you to get straight line quilting and also for keeping your quilts really nice and square. So when you have a quilt on the frame, you actually can put it spreads just a little bit. I hope you can see that. It spreads just a little bit, and you can actually put it down on the wheels on the carriage, and it helps so that you get a nice straight line whenever you're quilting. The machine also comes with a couple of cones of thread, superior threads, and they give you a couple of different samples. I think you get So Fine, and you can get, I think, Fantastico, Magnifico. There's a couple of different threads that come with the machine so that you can test them out and try new things. Because whenever you're getting a new machine, you want to try all the fun stuff that you can do. And the thread is one way that you can start playing right away. I'm going to go ahead and jump over here, make sure we're ready to go. Here we go. Now, the things I'm doing, I should also tell you this. The things I'm doing, I have a little screen here. You can't see because this screen is actually the Pro Stitcher tablet. Down underneath it, I have this little white screen that is a touch screen, and I use that for the machine settings. So that's where I can change my stitches per inch. I can change my lighting settings. I can tell the needle up or needle down when I'm going to be stitching. Sometimes if you're doing free motion quilting, you actually want the needle to be down to help hold it in place so that you can kind of stop the machine, think about your thread path, and think where you want to stitch next. So I actually have the machine set up so that I can do basting also. So on the quilt here, you can kind of see I've stitched down two sides here on the quilt. I've stitched down these two sides with my basting stitch, and I'm going to show you how we stitch down the other two sides. And this is, I am using a variegated thread. It's an orange and yellow variegated thread from Superior Threads. And I've already played with the tension, so I know that I'm good to go. But before, you can kind of see over here on the left side, I've got this square of darker fabric. This is something that I always try to do to test my tension before I start my project, because if your tension is off and you've already started, you kind of have to either unstitch it or just live with the mess, right? We're not perfect quilters here, but we do like to have it look nice. So this is a way for you to test the tension first. And you just put a piece of scrap fabric down, make sure that your backing is big enough, put your scrap fabric down, and then you just stitch over here. And then it makes it easier that I can pull the side up and check underneath here to make sure that my tension is correct. It also helps, I don't know if anyone has ever used this terminology, but I feel underneath the quilt and I run my fingernail along the bottom where the thread path is that I just stitched. And if you feel it kind of go tick, 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 that means you need to adjust your tension, because sometimes it's really hard to climb underneath the machine and check the tension. So I've got my my stitches per inch set to 4, and we're going to go ahead and stitch down this side for a basting stitch. And I get to the bottom, and then I'm going to move over this way. And you can kind of hear the machine slows down as I slow down my movements. That's because this machine is comes with 2 settings. It's precision and cruise. We have 2 settings on this machine. There we go. And you can see my needle stopped in the down position. This is because I have my settings with the needle down, but that's very easy to change just by a touch of the button on the screen. You can also use the handlebars. They have buttons on them. We have the go button or the play button here on the handlebar. We also have a plus and a minus button on each handlebar, and that helps so that you can reduce speed or increase speed or stitch length. And I'm going to move this over. So this is what we're working on, remember? So you can kind of see I have circles here. I've done pebbling all around the entire school bus. And then on the school bus itself, I did stippling. And up here, I did some straight line quilting. And I just traced around some of the other elements. I traced around this quilt block here in the middle. And then on the wheels, I did a little bit of swirls. So this is why I brought this in as a sample, because when you have an orphan block or testing out a block, like I said, and you're just trying out something new and you have a small little project like this, you can try a whole bunch of different techniques so that you end up practicing and getting really good with free motion quilting or with rulers or whatever it is. We want small samples like this to get us going. And that's actually how I ended up getting 60 projects done on the first year that I had my machine. It's because I was doing small little projects like this to try out new techniques. So I'm going to, we're going to start with this doing pebbles. Pebbles are a really fun stitch. They're a really fun design. Sometimes they're intimidating. That's why we're going to talk about it. First, I'm bumping up my stitches per inch back up to 11 or 12. That's kind of my favorite. It's a personal preference where you want to stitch. Oh, I should also say, if anyone has any questions or comments, I do have someone watching the comments, and so you can chime in with questions if something's not quite clear, or and any sort of questions. I love to answer questions. It helps me to know that I'm giving you guys the information that you need. So, all right, when we're doing pebbles, you want to start and do a full circle and then another half of the circle. And that's how you move on into the next direction. So hopefully you can see this okay. I've got this really bright thread, so hopefully we can see. I start doing circles, and then I trace around another part of the circle before I switch to the next circle. And you can go all the way around to move to another area. Now, you can't see this really well on camera, but I'm right close so I can see it. I did not trace any of these perfectly. Please know that that's important. You should not be tracing them perfectly because number one, you're learning the technique. Number two, it gives it that hand quilted look. If you have perfect circles, you're going to know that it's a computerized design. So that's the difference. It's also helpful when you're doing these pebbles to come over to the side of the quilt. If you've quilted yourself into a corner, just come off the edge of the quilt and go up to the next spot and come back on. And that's kind of one of my favorite little techniques when I'm stitching. Some people get worried about stitching themselves into a corner, or you don't know how to travel around the quilt. The best way to do it is just number one, practice, but it's okay to stop and break your thread too. You can tie off and start again. So if I get to this point and I can't figure out where I need to go, there's a couple of things I talk about. You can backtrack, you can echo, or you can pivot. So backtracking would be going back down the stitch path I've already done. Echoing is going out a little bit further away from the design and echoing around it. And pivoting is you get to a point and instead of going one direction, you pivot and go another direction, right? But let's say I don't want to do any of that. I'm a little bit stuck here. We're going to tie off, which means we do a couple of stitches in one spot. And then I lift my needle, I pull the machine away. And this is actually pulling the machine away is how I get the bobbin thread long enough. So I pull the machine away, I pick up this thread here on the top, I bring my machine back to where I stopped stitching, and I push my needle down and needle up, and it brings up my bobbin thread. I'm using white thread on the bottom. You can kind of see it here. So this is how I tie off, and this is how, if I get stuck in a spot, I can just tie off and start all over again. I can snip the thread right here. You can also do something called burying your threads. A lot of people who are doing art quilts or putting quilts in for, at quilt competitions, you should probably bury your thread. But that's also a personal preference. It's not something that's necessary. Okay, getting situated here. All right, so I've done some of the stitching here, right? So because I quilted myself into a corner, I can come back and start over here and start stitching this way, or I could jump up here to the top. It just depends on where I want to work next. And I actually want to do a little bit on the school bus. So when I plan on doing stitch paths, I like to think about where I'm going to stop and where I'm going to start. And on the sample that I made, I started down in here, this bottom corner here on the right. So we'll start there. And it's going to be fun because you can kind of work your way around the block and end up back in the same spot you were before. All right, I'm going to do a few stitches to tie off. And then I like to move out of the way just enough so that I can snip my thread so that I don't have it in the way as I'm quilting. And it's also helpful to have little garbage cans around, unless you like to vacuum, then you can just throw it on the floor. Okay, I'm going to outline the shape of the bus. And I am doing this free motion. I'm doing it just hand guided, right? Which means my lines might wobble a little bit. It means I will not be perfect at stitching in the ditch. And that's okay. I'm doing it this way so that I can have a feel of that free motion quilting and not the computerized perfect, right? So I'm going to stitch around the windows. And I'm kind of following the seams of the piecing, but I don't have to do it that way. This is the fun thing about free motion, is you can just do the designs wherever you want to. Straight line quilting is kind of a really popular thing right now. I have a lot of customers that I quilt for them, and several of them ask for straight line quilting because it's a very modern feel, when I do straight line quilting for customers, I actually use my Pro Stitcher to help keep my lines nice and straight. And so that's one way to consider Pro Stitcher, because it can help help you get all of your machine stitching done. But everything that you do with Pro Stitcher, maybe not everything, but a lot of things you do with Pro Stitcher, you can actually do with rulers, or you can use pantographs. Pantographs are a design that you put on the back of the machine, and you actually stand at the back of the machine instead of the front. I'm currently standing at the front of the machine while I'm doing this quilting, but you can actually quilt from the back of the machine as well, and you can trace out the design, and it actually will stitch for you while you're following the design on the paper. That one's kind of a really fun technique to do also. So I'm just taking little bits, stitching straight lines in between these little windows on the school bus. And it's not perfect. I'm spacing them out slightly differently on purpose, again, because we're going for a free motion look here. And when you're doing free motion quilting, do not be afraid to go over something you've already stitched. Sometimes people get a little worried about stitching too much in an area, and we call it quilt it to death. And that's not something, if it's not your favorite look, then that's okay. But stitching over something you've already stitched is not a problem, because it adds just a little bit of emphasis in that area. Great, so I'm gonna finish this little section of the school bus, and then we're gonna keep stitching around the outline, and then we gotta do the fun part with the stippling. So I've already stitched here. This is what I'm talking about. I used this outline of the window to travel to get around to the other parts of the bus, right? So I've already stitched here. I'm going to continue stitching on that path to get to the next part of the school bus. And then I'm going to continue to outline it this way, come down here. I'm going to go around the wheel. And if you want to be on the yellow part of the fabric or the black part of the fabric, it's just a personal preference. Now, this is the fun part. When I get to a blank space like this, I like to sit and think, okay, how can I quilt it? What can I do? And when you do a swirl, I'm going to show on this again. This is just so fun. But we added a swirl right here. If I add the swirl here, because I'm using light fabric on a dark, light thread on a dark fabric, it shows up really well and adds a fun little dimension, a fun little design element, you could say. But then here on the blue star, I didn't stitch anything on it. And it kind of works out kind of cool, because I have all of this stitching around it that adds texture. And then I don't have stitching here, which makes this pop just a little bit. So just some of those fun things to consider as you're playing around with your free motion quilting. So I'm going to swirl around and then swirl back. Perfect. Now I'm trying to travel over this way to this wheel, so I can either come down and around this way, down around the bottom, or come up around the top. And this is why I'm saying it's okay to stitch where you have already stitched before. That's just how you travel with quilting, right? Come to this wheel and I'll stitch around it. You can also, if you're going to be a little bit more specific with your stitching, you can use rulers. And I've got one right here I can show you. This is one of my favorite rulers that you can use. This is called the HQ Skinny. It's the skinny ruler that Handy Quilter has. And you can see I have a little bit of this grippy tape on it to help when I am doing ruler work. But this is what you would do. You have to change out your foot, which, you know, there's a specific foot perfect for doing ruler work. But if I wanted to have straight lines that followed exactly as I'm stitching in the ditch, I would switch over and do ruler work, because rulers will give you that perfect straight line and make it look really nice and professional. And these machines are incredibly powerful. They are very professional level machines. Even though they're considered like an entry-level machine, they still are wonderful machines. Okay, I've worked back over here. Now I get to do the fun part of stipple. And a lot of people can be intimidated by stippling. The best way to practice stippling is actually to get some polka dot fabric and to practice going around all of the dots in the fabric. You can also take an air marker. That's what, like an air soluble or water soluble marker. And or chalk is a great one also. And you can just draw little dots all over, and then you have to kind of see, look, I'll put some dots here like this. So I'm just simulating some polka dot fabric. And then my job is, as I come to it, I'm trying to swing around the polka dots, and that will help you learn how to get a stipple stitch, a really nice stipple. So if I come up, I'm going to swing around this one, swing around this one, right? And it's something that is kind of personal to everyone. Some people like a bigger stipple stitch. Some people like it more close together. It also depends on the space where you're stippling. Because I'm doing it on a smaller quilt block, I am doing it a little closer together. And that's going to make the star in the center pop even more because it's a little bit denser stitching. When you do dense stitching on a project and leave something loose, it makes that loose area of the quilt pop, which is a great little tidbit to have if you're doing a lot of custom quilting. So I chose to come here to this point to stop, and I stopped right in the point of the star so that I can stitch around the outline of the star. Oh, we got a little thread there. And it's nice because it'll bring me right back to this same point so that I can come back and finish my stipple and then finish over here. And again, if you're worried about not getting the straight lines as you're quilting, you can do ruler work. You can also use the channel locks, and the machine does come with channel locks when you purchase it. I don't know if I said this in the beginning, but it also comes with a whole set of sewing. They look like corsage pins, but they're really long pins, and they're perfect for loading your quilts onto the frame. I know Handy Quilter has a lot of videos about how to load quilts using pins and everything. Sometimes I forget to talk while I'm stitching. It's just so fun to look at the machine run. Okay, another little trick I like to do, I always like to try and stop in the corner of the block. I feel like it's just easier to kind of hide your starts and stops with your thread path that way. And because I've stopped over here, I can swing back out and do some of my pebble stitching here. And then it blends right with the next, right where I was. And it's seamless. You can't tell where I started and where I stopped with my thread path. Okay, so I wanted to show one last little thing while I still get to play here. I'm going to show you guys how to do some binding on the long arm. A lot of people don't know, but you can do binding on the long arm. You can attach the binding to the front, and then after you've got it attached, the binding attached to the top of the quilt, you can actually take it off and go finish it on a regular machine or hand bind it. So I've got this cute yellow binding that we're going to play with, and we're also going to switch the foot on our machine. And I'm going to show you how to do that because sometimes it's a little intimidating, but this works out really well. Let me grab my tools here. Okay, so switching the foot out on the machine, we have, the word is screw, goodness, right here on this side. I just loosen it, lift it up here, and then it'll pop. Oh, I have to loosen it all the way, excuse me. Make sure it comes out, there we go. It really is making me do it all the way. I'm trying to be fast so I can show you guys. Okay. Do I have any comments or questions from anyone while we're switching these feet?
Lots of great tips. This is so relaxing. Demo is so fun.
Oh, great.
Lots of encouragement.
Okay, so lots of great tips. You know, this is so fun. This is so relaxing. I actually love, I love that comment because it can be so relaxing to sit and watch someone stitch, right? I agree with that one. So this foot that I just put on is our square foot, and it actually is a 1/4 inch from the needle to the edge of the foot. So I can go ahead and do my binding directly here on the frame. And what I like to do, I know sometimes people get worried about having like the seam of your binding at a corner. So I'll just lay out a little bit before I actually start stitching. Oh, drop it on the floor. Perfect. So I'll just lay it out a little bit and make sure. So I do have a seam right here, but it's not in the corner, so I'm okay with that. And once I have it kind of laid out where I want, then I can start stitching. This is a place where Using your channel locks would be helpful if you're worried about getting it put on straight. But that's why I love this foot, because this foot gives me an edge to follow as I'm stitching. So I'm going to hold my thread. Perfect. And I push the needle down button to pick up my bobbin thread, and I pull forward, pick up the bobbin thread, and then I hold it here so that I can have it out of the way as I start stitching. And I like to put my needle down so that I have it kind of holding it in place so that I can get situated how I need to before I start stitching. And you can stop the machine and reposition if you need to. When I'm quilting, I usually keep one hand on the handlebars so that I can easily start and stop as I need to. So I'm going to show you my trick. I've come to the corner. I can see the foot here is lined up with this edge of the quilt, right? So I know I'm in the corner. I'm going to slant down and out, and then I stitch up to move my machine out of the way so that I can see what I'm doing. So this is the part that that I'm not perfect at, but it always helps to do it on the machine because I can keep it flat. So you fold the binding at a 45-degree angle, right? And then fold it back this way so that I know where to stitch next. And I can use a pin, right? So I can fold it here. Thank you. I've got the binding folded this way so I have a 45-degree angle right here. And then I'm going to put the pin in place here to kind of hold it right where I want it. So I'll get a nice line, right? Then I'm going to come down here and stitch. Now I'm going to be incredibly careful coming over this. I'm going to come right up to the needle, or sorry, right up to the pin, and then I'm going to pull it out so that I don't stitch over it. And then I can keep going. Perfect. And then when you get everything all done, you've got your binding done and you can hand bind it. We're ready to go. Blaine, I'm going to hand it back to you. See if you have any questions or comments. I want to make sure we keep you on time because I know you've got a lot of great presenters this week.
Well, hey, Shawnee, you really made that look easy. I tell you what, that was incredible. And I'm impressed by how good you are at stippling.
Oh, thank you.
That just was awesome. And, you know, you made the little tips. I mean, normally you don't think about, you know, the stopping and starting points, but you made that really easy. And that's a great idea how you did that. So great job on that. And so I'm going to tell everybody how they can get one of these now.
Perfect.
All right, Shauna, thank you. All right, guys, this is the Moxie XL. Now, this is you get your choice on this one. You can get a 5-foot frame. You can get an 8-foot frame. You can get a 10-foot frame on this. Again, the base price on this with the 5-foot frame is $79.95. If you're interested in one of these, give us a call right now. It's free shipping nationwide. We have some financing available, and we can actually help you out and tell you the best one for it. Now, also what we have this very model in a refurbished model as well. Now, the refurb, it's coming with a brand new frame, and it comes with all the full warranty as well, and incredible price on that. And Kyle, do you have that price for me? $49. So it's $49.95 for a refurbished one, a Moxie XL. So if you want a new one with the various frames, you can get that. But the refurb only comes with an 8-foot loft frame. Yes. Okay. $49.95 is an incredible price if you want one of that. And we've got the little sister, which is the Moxie 16 refurb. 15. I'm sorry, 15 refurb.
8-foot frame.
8-foot frame. It comes with the 8-foot loft frame as well. It's the Moxie 15, and the price on that is $39.99. So again, incredible pricing on 2 of the refurbs. Now, these are very limited. We only have a few of the 15s. We only have a few of the refurb 18s. We have plenty of the brand new 18s. So either way, if you want a brand new, if you want a refurbished, we have you covered. If you want a refurbished 15, have an incredible price on that as well. So give us a call right now at 800-401-8151 if you want to inquire about any of these 3. Again, we're going to ship all 3 of them nationwide, absolutely free. And we do have some financing offer. Now, the financing is extremely limited on the refurbs because of the low price we have on that. So, but just give us a call and they can walk you through all the different packages. and all the options we have for each one of those. Again, that brand new 18XL, you can get any size frame, 5, 8, 10 with it, or the refurbs, you can only get the 8-foot Mox or loft frame with it. All right.
The refurbs, based off how well they've been selling currently, they will probably be gone by the end of the festival for sure.
Yeah, they've really been, since we got those in, they've just been selling so fast, the refurbished ones. So if you do really want to get one of those, you need to give us a call and get yours ordered, because they will be gone by the end of the week for sure. Right, Kyle?
Yep.
We usually, when we get stuff like that in, they sell extremely fast. All right, guys, we're going to continue on with the show. And next up, we have Baby Lock in the house. And we're going to talk all about Baby Lock's top of the line serger, which is the Triumph. And everybody loves the Triumph. And we have a great presenter coming up. We have Barb Lewis. Barb is a national educator for Baby Lock. And I tell you what, she's been there, I think 10 years, Kyle. She's been there teaching. And I really like Barb. She is so good. She's so experienced. She has, I mean, any aspect of sewing she's going to know. But I tell you what, you ask her, she says her baby is the Triumph. She loves the serging. And we're super excited to have her part of the show. So y'all, welcome to the show, Barb Lewis.
Hey, Blaine.
Hey, Barb, how are you?
I am doing so well. And when you said that I love serging, that is the honest truth. I love it.
Well, this seems like I just saw you yesterday.
Yeah, it does. And we were talking sergers, weren't we?
We sure were. So everybody let you know, I just was in St. Louis at the Baby Lock convention just, I guess, a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago. And Barb was there. We got to visit, and incredible convention. And as always, Barb, it's a pleasure you being on our show. So we're going to let you take it away. So I know you got a lot to cover. And then we're going to tell everybody how they can get their Triumph serger today.
I can't wait. I love the sergers with all my heart. They are just a most amazing machines. And I want to show it to you. Let's go right over to the machine right now, because so many people will ask me, why do I need a serger? Oh, I can tell you, there are so many reasons to have a serger. I quilt with it. I can even, I sew all my quilts together with it. And it is amazing because it goes so fast, so quick, and the stitch is beautiful, perfect every time you use it. So when you look at a serger, it's kind of intimidating. It's kind of a different machine. It's not like our sewing machines, right? It's an industrial machine, you say. So it looks a little scary. It's not. And I'm going to tell you all the reasons why it's not scary. So when you think of a serger, the number one horrible thing you think, oh, I don't want to thread this thing. Baby Lock's got that covered. This is our threading. There is no threading to this machine. I'm going to walk you through that because it is really amazing. The second thing that people don't like about sergers is the dials. How do I get all those dials in the right spot? Do you notice? No dials on the Triumph. It is the most amazing thing ever because you don't have dials. You don't have to thread it. So what else is there? There's nothing. All you do is put the fabric in and step on the gas. And that's what we're going to do today. But first, I want to show you a few things about it that I totally love. Remember, I told you that you don't have to thread it? Well, you don't. In fact, here's the scary thing for any sergers, right? I'm going to cut my thread right there. I've just cut my upper looper. There is no upper looper in there. And I am going to stitch off down here. I'm going to clear the path where my looper will go. And I'm going to put it in right here. Lock my pipes in place. If you can see right down there, I have pipes. It's going to suck and blow that air right through. I don't have to worry about it. And there I'm going to lock my pipes. There, you heard that click? That's locking my pipes in place. And all I have to do is put a little dab of thread down that hole, not even very much. I'm going to touch this motor and you're going to watch right over here. In fact, I'm going to take my foot off so you can see it really well. I've got black thread in here so you can see really it shoot out. So watch over here. I'm going to push this button, but you notice I'm not doing anything. Did you see that shoot out of there? There it is, right there. Boy, maybe that's a little too light. I want you to see that. I'm going to pull that back out. And I want you to watch right over there. And you heard that motor. That motor is blowing that thread right through, right over there. There it was. And my thread is threaded. And the needles also, I can push this down right there. And notice these yellow ports right there. They are going to suck my thread through. So I'm not threading my loopers, and you don't have to have your tweezers out and stand on your head and put it through. And your needles, it sucks the thread through the needles. So right there, you've eliminated the loopers, you have eliminated the needles, you don't have to do anything. And now we do not have any tension dials either, which I love. All I have to do is tell the machine what stitch I almost just verbalize it and say, give me a 4-thread overlock, and it will do it. But today we're going to do a 3-thread overlock. Now you saw how easy I popped this foot on and off right here. Very easy to do. You can also get a 29-foot and a attachment kit with it if you want to, but it comes with this foot that will really do everything you want it to do. And we are going to show you some things today that it will do. First of all, I want to show you there are 2 sets of feed dogs in there. And the reason I have 2 sets, it allows me to use my differential feed over here. Now you may say, differential feed, what on earth is that? Well, this was designed for people who do garment sewing, like knits. And you know how when you're doing a knit and it pushes the fabric through too fast, or it wrinkles it, or it ripples it, and you don't want it? Well, that's why you have this differential feed over here. Bump it up, it's going to gather it. Bump it down, it's going to stretch it. So no matter what you do, those feed dogs are going to be doing exactly what you want them to do. So let me pop this little guy back on. We've seen under the foot there. All right, so this is an 8-thread serger. You can see all of those little slots I have up there for the threads. That means it's going to do overlock stitches, which includes your rolled hem, your blanket stitch, your wave stitch. It will include all of those wonderful stitches that you really, really love. In fact, most people come in, all they want is an overlock stitch and a rolled hem. But I'm going to show you more that it will do. It is an amazing machine. I love this machine. But given the 8 threads up there, I've got 4 that will work with the cover and the chain. So there you have it. You've got a cover and a chain. You've got the overlock. So you've got 2 machines in one. And I think it's just amazing the things that you can do with it. And I love to be able to have my loopers threaded for me, because that was really the hardest part for me when I first got a serger, because I thought, oh, I can't thread this thing. And then getting those dials right was always a pain. But on this machine, you don't have to worry about any of them. And this little dial right over here, I'm going to move my door down again. This is how I select what stitch I want. That's that easy. So right up in here, there are some gears that come together, and it will give you the perfect tension for whatever thickness of your thread and the thickness of your fabric. You will get the perfect stitch right here with this stitch selector guide. And it does not place any stress on that fabric. It allows it to go right under and stitch and not be damaged. It's really, I love this machine. What can I say? And then people ask me, well, what about all those needles? How do you know what needle to use? Right here, you never forget. It tells you exactly what needle to have in your machine. But the nice thing about it, in that overlock stitch, you can actually use your sewing machine needles if you want to. When I get to the cover and the chain stitches, I always use the regular stitch or the regular needle that it suggests that I use down here. But when I do the overlock stitches, I can use a regular sewing needle. It's that easy to use. All right, what threads can I use? Of course, I love my regular serger thread. You can always use these in your needles, in your loopers. This is a great thread to use. But then look at this thread. And I'm going to show you some samples where I have used this. This is a 12 weight variegated thread, and I can put this in my looper and get the most decorative, beautiful stitches. So if I have a blanket stitch and I want to go around a child's blanket, wonderful. I can use that beautiful thread, and it just comes out so beautiful. And using all of the stitches right here, knowing I can do cover and chain and overlock, I've got 87 different stitch combinations. 87. Not only that, but look at this throat right here. I have a 5-inch throat. You don't see that on the serger. Sometimes you're just really squished in there and I'm trying to maneuver around that and it's really hard. But with this machine, you've got 5 inches. And someone says quilting. Yes, I can quilt with this. First of all, I can piece with it and I can piece way fast. Because if you're piecing along and you're going to do some chain piecing, you zip, 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 and it goes right through. You can get a perfect 1/4-inch stitch with this machine. And that's what we all want, right? But then you talk about quilting. If you go into the chain stitch on the cover and chain side of this machine, you can do a beautiful single stitch and it goes really fast. You can do curves. On a serger, you can do curves. Yes, you can, because I have a curve foot. That will come in the kit if you want to use it, and it is amazing. I love it. All right, I'm set up for a 3-thread overlock. I always like to test my stitch because remember, I just put some thread in or some new thread in there. I also have a blade right here, and this blade can either go up or down. I can choose what I want it to do. Okay, I'm going to shoot it through. That is a beautiful stitch. And all I did was touch my stitch selector saying I wanted to do a 3-thread overlock, and there I have it. Did you notice I was going pretty fast? Well, if you don't want to go fast, I have a speed control right up here. So it can go really slow, but it's really slow. Let me show you. So it's not going to go any faster than that. Maybe you have something delicate that you're stitching on and you don't want to go fast. But if you're like me, I have a serger so I can go fast, but just know that you can go slower if you want to. All right, let me show you some fun stitches that it will do. So there's my 3-thread overlock. I love that one. But you know that all I have to do, I've got it in a 3-thread overlock. I'm going to turn one dial and I'm going to turn my stitch selector, and I want you to see what I'm going to get. So all it takes is 2 little adjustments, and I now have a rolled hem. I'm going to show you that closer in just a minute, but I want to show you something else that it will do that I love to do. I've got me some pretty fabric right here, and look what I'm going to do. Do you love that? I had just gathered my fabric. Now, if I had a rolled hem on this side, I'd have a beautiful ruffle already. But not only am I going to gather on that side, let me gather on this other side. And the machine knows what it's doing. I don't have to even say a thing. Do you see how that easy that was? And now I have a ruched piece that I can put in my project. It is gathered on both sides. So either way works really well. Another thing I love about my Baby Lock serger is the fact that I get a beautiful stitch. This is a duck cloth. It's heavy, right? So look what I can do here. I've got a beautiful stitch on my duck cloth, and I can go straight from duck cloth to silk, and I do not even have to make any adjustments at all. But look at this. I'm going to fold this over once. So I've got 2 layers, 3 layers, 4 layers, 5 layers, 6. Shall I do it on 6? Maybe I'll do it on 7. Now I'm going to go 8. All right, I'm going to stitch again right there, and I'm going to show you that I can sew on 6 layers of duck cloth and it will not miss a beat as it's going through. Listen to this. And yes, it's still cutting my fabric off. I want you to see how beautiful that stitch is. It didn't even miss a beat. And I went through 8 layers of duck cloth. Is that amazing? I love this machine so much. And I have another improvement they made on this machine is that I have my foot lift in front. So often when you're using a serger, you're trying to go back in the back and lift that foot up. Oh, not on this machine. This is the Triumph, and it is a triumphant thing. And right here is my foot lift. And another thing that the Baby Lock has done is that it will not sew. I can push on the gas all I want. It will not sew with the foot up. How often have you finished a stitch and thought, oh, that is the ugliest stitch I've seen. And then you find out you left the foot up the whole time. The whole stitch, you had the foot up. On this one, you don't have to worry about it. When the foot's up, it will not sew. So that is a wonderful, wonderful thing in my book. I love that part of it. And it has wonderful LED lighting down here. It has, like most of our sergers, it has this wonderful tray on this side to store all those little handy things that you need in it right there. Another thing that I love about this serger is I have a knee lift right down here at the bottom. So if I have a project that I need to have all my hands on deck and I can't be moving around, I've got my knee lift, and that will lift my foot so I can make a corner or I can make a curve, and I won't have to worry about stopping and turning. I just have my knee lift right there. And it also, notice this right here, this is my knife cover. So this is covering my knife, so I'm not going to cut my fingers, but it also comes off. So when I go into, let me move it back a little bit so you can see better. When I go into my cover and chain, this is how easy it is to change my table. I do have to put my looper in down. There I go. I've got and look at all that space right there. If you're doing garment sewing, if you're doing active wear, whatever you're trying to do, this is a wonderful thing is you've got all this space. And I think that was one of the things I really disliked about the sergers is being squished into there. I'm not squished, not on this one. I have all this space right for me to use, and it's easy to use to change my knife cover back and forth to my sewing table. It is that easy. And then right down here, you have your width dial, you have your length dial. And a lot of times people will say, but I don't get it. Which is the width? Which is the length? Well, if you have a Triumph, if you're getting a Triumph, don't forget this one little tool I have. This is your width. There's your length. The large knob is the length knob. The little knob, which is the wee widow knob, is your width. So if you can remember wee widow knob, there it is. That's your width. There you got it. If you don't remember anything else today, remember about this wee widow knob, and that will tell you everything you need to know. So there you got your width, you got your length, and you got your knife, putting your knife down. It's all right there in front. So easy to use. And I want to show you one more thing that this machine comes with. It comes with this guide right here. So if you're ever wondering, well, I don't know how to thread it, right there, if you will notice that you have a color coordinating, telling you where the threads all go, what stitch you want to have. If you want that stitch right there, thread it like that, and there are your settings. You've got it. You've got that stitch. There's no question. And this thread guide comes with your machine. And see how big this is? You've got all the stitches right there on the front and on the back, telling you exactly if you want. Someone asked me a minute ago what a wave stitch is. I'm going to show you a project with the wave, but right there, there's a wave stitch. There's how you set it up, and there's how you thread it. Do you see that you won't even have to get that instruction book out at all? It is amazing. All right, so here is the 3-thread overlock that I did earlier. Here is the rolled hem, and you saw that I only touched 2 different dials. And here is that beautiful ruffle, the gather, the ruching. It is just, I love that part. All right, let me show you some things. Right here, I installed a zipper with the triple cover stitch in one step. I didn't have to have any special foot. I used the foot that's on there, but right there, I did a triple cover stitch, and that zipper is in. So if you're afraid of zippers, don't be afraid anymore. All right, so we talked about the wave stitch. This right here is a flat lock wave, and it's actually a patented stitch that only the baby lock can do, is a flat lock wave. So normally you do a wave stitch on the edge of your fabric. I have done it in the middle of my fabric, and it is flat. I have installed piping with my serger. Here is a project that is completely, there I've used that ruching piece. This is completely made with the Triumph. There I have my flat lock wave, and I have my piping, and I have installed a zipper. I love zippers. Here is a stitch that, I would love to sit and show you this one. But this is a serger crochet. So you can actually finish the edges of a towel, a blanket, a bib. One lady even made layers and layers of this to do a vest. It was beautiful. But all that is a 4-thread overlock, and it does this beautiful lacy trim. And it's called serger crochet. And you will learn that in your owner's classes. Then right here, I have used the cover stitch right here as a decorative stitch. So I put some of this heavy thread in my looper, and I have turned it over. I've got that beautiful cover stitch. This is right side up, and this is wrong side up, but I love it. And here is another project that I did. I have the wave stitch right here, that flat lock wave that I love. I've used my cover stitch over here as a decoration, and I have even put the ruching in. This ribbon right here was installed with my serger and a triple cover stitch. So all I have to do is angle it in. Let me show you. Oh, I wanted to show you this. Right here in the foot of the serger, I have slots. I have 3 slots right there. So on this one, to put this ribbon in, I just put my ribbon into that slot. It keeps it straight, and then it stitches down a triple cover stitch over the top of the ribbon. So it sews it down and keeps it straight. You don't have to do anything. Then right here, I have a little skirt that I made, and every one of these ruffles were put on with the serger. It was put together with the serger. So I stitched all of these together just like you would a quilt. So this is piecing right here. And then I gathered it with my ruffling foot, and it installed it on the edge of that fabric in one stitch. That is so easy and fun to do. I have another project here that I did. This is a pillow, and it's so big that it almost doesn't fit under the camera here. Once again, I have the rolled edge right here, and then I have installed the ruffle on my flat fabric with the ruffling foot, because this serger can do it, and I've done it in one step. Is that so fun? Let me see if we have any questions. I have a hard time seeing it over there. Yes, I see that you're saying, yes, this is the best serger. This is the best serger on the market. This is the Triumph serger. It does so many things. It is a sewing machine, kind of. It will do that chain stitch, but you can piece with it. And yes, you can do all these projects, all of your clothing, you've got it. Let me show you one more thing on this machine over here that I didn't mention that I do want to bring up. So if you're a garment sewer, let me see if I can alter the light here a little bit. You can see these lines right here on my knife cover table. If you're a garment sewer, then you know that how many times is a 5/8 of an inch. I talked about how you can get a beautiful 1/4 inch stitch. Well, you can get a beautiful 5/8 of an inch stitch, because these lines right here on my knife cover tell you, because right there, there's an L and there's an R. And the L means you are 5/8 of an inch away from the left needle. But what if you have your right needle in? That's right. Then right here, the R is you are 5/8 of an inch away from the right needle. So whether you're doing a 4-thread overlock, a 3-thread overlock, it won't even matter. You'll be able to do a 5/8 of an inch stitch no matter what. All right, someone asked about the blind hem. Yes, we have a blind hem foot. It comes in that 29-foot kit. And yes, you can do blind hems on this machine. There are so many different stitches that you can do. And if you have the inspiration guide, which I would definitely suggest that you get, it walks you through every single stitch on the machine and what you can do with it, pictures of projects you can do with it. It is an amazing thing. Let me see if there's any questions that I can answer. I can see that you all want a baby lock, and I love that. If any of you want to follow me on my Facebook group, it is called Barb's Sewing Buddies, and we talk a lot about these sergers that, yes, you can go to Blaine and buy, but I can show you how to use it. He also has classes. Besides, when you buy this machine, you will automatically get a 60-day love of knowledge. That means for 60 days, you can go onto the Baby Lock site and watch, I think there's over 1,200 videos right now, not all on this machine, but on any Baby Lock machine. But there are so many things that it will show you on this machine, plus projects. There's also free projects on the Baby Lock site. If you want to go in and just make something, just go in and search it and you can do it. And I'm just reading your comments. Alexandria said it might be easier to ask what you cannot do with this serger. That's a great question because this serger is amazing. Thank you, Karen. She says she wants classes with me. I would love to teach you some classes. I do have a website called SewingMachinesPlus.com, and my Facebook group is Barb's Sewing Buddies. So please join me. I would love to have you join me. And I'm not seeing any other questions. Blaine, do you have any questions there for me?
Hey, Barb. No, that was a great job. I know you just touched the surface of this thing because it does so many things, but fantastic job on that. I'm going to tell them how they can get it. Thank you so much for being on SewFest.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. So this was the Baby Lock Triumph. Now, this is the top of the line serger. Again, Barb made that thing just look awesome. $49.99 is the price on that. Now, here's the great thing about that. When you buy this machine with the $49.99, not only are you going to get the machine, but we are also going to throw in a free bonus. It's that you're going to get that Triumph Inspirational Guide, which has a value of $135.99. You're going to get with it. Also, you're going to get an SMP gift card worth $500, basically $499 that you're going to get with it. So you're getting the inspirational guide, the gift card when you make the purchase. We have financing available on this, and also we're going to ship it free nationwide. And guys, this thing is just loaded up. It has that Revolution Air needle threading, has the Revolution Air looper threading, largest throat space. It has 5-inch throat space on this. Automatic thread delivery system on it. Pure lighting, has 6 LED lights on this thing. Variable speed control, the knee lift, convenient presser foot lever, looper drive system, has those tubular loopers, differential feed, has the advanced knife driving and one-way clutch system, fabric support system, automatic rolled hem, chain cover tension disc, vertical needle penetration. And that's one thing you saw her to do was so awesome is she went through the 6 layers of that cloth. Now that's what the penetrating power on this. These needles are completely vertical, where a lot of sergers are on angles. This one's vertical, so you get a ton of punching power on that, and Barb demonstrated that extremely well. It has that cover stitch chaining off, 876 thread stitch capability, thread delivery unit for the wave stitch, and it is absolutely loaded up. And so again, guys, we're very happy to offer this. $49.99. Give us a call. We have a call-in special on it. Plus, you're getting that SMP gift card for $4.99, plus the inspirational guide worth $135. A ton of value in this. We have financing available, and we're going to ship it nationwide free for you. So give us a call, 800-401-8151 to get yours today. And guys, this is the best of the best. If you want the best serger on the market, this is it, the Baby Lock Triumph. All right, guys, we're going to continue on. We are on a roll. This thing is going by so fast already. Hey, we've got Grace in the house next. And we have Melinda Romero is coming in. She's a personal account executive at Grace, and she provides world-class customer service. She graduated from Salt Lake Community College, and she currently lives in West Valley City, Utah. And we also have Jana Matthews with her. Now, Jana is the assistant manager at Grace, and she had joined as an account executive, and then she got promoted. And we love working with both of these ladies, and they've been on our show many times. So y'all, welcome to the show, Melinda and Jana.
Hi, Blaine.
Hi, Blaine. Thanks so much for having us. We're super excited to be here. You know, Jana, this is one of my favorite events.
I know, right?
It's so much fun.
Well, we really enjoy having y'all. We love our partnership with Grace, and we always have a great show when y'all are here. And we're super excited today, so we're going to let y'all get going. And then when y'all get finished up, I'll tell everybody how they can get theirs today.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Blaine. All right, Jana, we have a lot to talk about today and not very much time. But I want to say hi to everybody in the comments. Thanks so much again for having us. The quilting community is so fabulous. I can't think of any other industry that is so warm and welcoming and helpful to everybody else. It's amazing.
It is. And I'm so excited. Today we're going to be talking about something we usually wait until the end of SewFest to talk about. And I was like, let's put it at the beginning because it's so much fun. We want you to be thinking about it all week long, not just like, oh, it's the end of the week and then I've forgotten about it. But if you don't know what it is,
right?
It's automation. Yeah.
Yes. And a great thing, Jan and I kind of bounced back ideas day by day. What are we going to do? And as Jana said, we usually show automation on the last day, but we kind of wanted to start and kick the week off with it and really just emphasize with our machines and frames, anything from the Little Rebel all the way up to the 21X, whether it's the Cutie Breeze or the Evolution Elite, our automation is compatible from the very smallest to the biggest. So we wanted to start there.
Right, because it doesn't matter if you have a small space or if you have a large space, if you have a small budget or a big budget, it's all modulated. So if you've got a small area and you only can fit that Little Rebel and Cutie, but you're ready for that automation, that's compatible. If you got the big 12-foot area with the 21, we've got that. So we're going to talk about 3 different tiers today so that you can get them all set in your head. What's the difference? Why would I want one tier or the other? But just know we're going to talk about upgrade. Now, upgrade is a paid thing. So write that down. Upgrade is paid and update is not paid. So if you had QCT5 from before, beginnings or pro, and you're updating to QCT6,
it's free.
It's free. You don't have to pay for anything. So don't be afraid like, oh, I'm saving up for that update. Nope, do it now. You don't have to wait. You can contact SMP to help you with that update. You can contact our tech team to help you with that update if you're having any issues. Now, but if you have QCT5 beginnings, and you're ready for QCT6 Pro, that's an upgrade, and there is a cost for that, and we'll talk about that later. But just so that when we talk about update and upgrade, you've got those all set, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And I think the best part, Jana's done a great job kind of emphasizing there's upgrade options available. But just remember, even if you start with Pro, you have everything that 6 Plus has. If you start with 6 Plus, you have everything Edge to Edge has. So you're not, going to replace, kind of one software version with something completely different. You'll still always have what you had on that previous version.
Yeah, so that you'll know that section. But we're going to go through a couple of steps. Now we're going to disappear and we're going to look at the screen so you can watch our steps as we're going back and forth.
Look at that magic.
Dun, dun, dun. So the first thing we want to talk about is whatever screen you have, you can always come to the bottom right-hand corner and click on that try other product tiers. It's kind of a demo version, but this is going to help us see all the differences really quickly between each of the 3 tiers.
Yes.
And then that gold card feature that we're going to talk about a little bit at the end.
Yes. So again, as you can see, 6 Pro has everything 6 Plus has. 6 Plus has everything Pro has. So again, you're not going to miss out on anything regardless as to which tier you start with. So I love the edge-to-edge feature. It's the newest line with our automation software, and really it's designed to take you step by step by step, learning automation, how to use it. You know, if you didn't think something was intuitive, don't worry, because there's instructions, again, step by step, showing you how to, where to, why to, if you need all of that. With Edge to Edge, the library has 100 edge-to-edge designs, which you can choose from.
And that's the whole quilt, the same design.
Yes.
So that's what edge to edge means, from one edge to the
So
other edge,
this
the other
edge
edge, the other edge,
to
edge
this
to edge.
Yes, edge to edge. All right, so if we go into that edge to edge software, and again, we're short, not short on time at the moment, but again, we're going to go through kind of these tiers or these steps pretty quickly. So we get to a welcome screen, we can go ahead and click next. It's telling us to set our safe zone.
And that's true whether you're using edge to edge, plus or pro. Your safe area is just slightly off of where your design is going to be. And so this is so that you're setting it easily, knowing where your machine and frame are going to quilt. And then okay, and you can set the safe edge anywhere. You can set it just one block. You can set it for your whole zone that you're quilting. It doesn't have to be just that whole section.
Right, and I've went ahead and set our safe area from this corner down to this corner, and then clicked on the next and select a design. So again, this library gives you about 100 different designs.
And they do add some in occasionally. So
Yes.
it started with 100, and I don't know how many they have right now, because as we do the updates, again, free for that, occasionally they'll throw in another design in there.
Yes, yes. So we'll again click on a simple design. We'll go ahead and click that next button. And now we're setting the height design. So the height is, again, it's just going to be the height, just like it says, of the design. You can decide how tall, how short you want that design to be. When we go ahead and click next, now it's pulling up 2 rows of our quilt. But remember, edge to edge, it's only going to stitch out 1 row at a time. Here we can adjust the row spacing. So again, it's going to be the distance between those 2 rows. I think you should be able to see, as I've pushed that plus button, the spacing increases just slightly.
Now, if you had a design that you wanted to overlap, you could also do negative spacing and make it go over the top of each other. This particular design, you can see, like, maybe you just wanted to touch a little bit or be closer. So whichever way that you're wanting it to go, that's that adjust row spacing right there. And you can see, I just want to show you on the screen, there's always a help button. So that if you're like, well, what's happening with this, you can touch the help button, it'll talk about it. And you'll see in that bottom right hand corner is the auto open off. We can turn it on, and so every time we go to the next level, it will automatically put the help tutorial in there. But if you're thinking, well, I'll just click on it when I want to, you can turn it off, and then it's not going to happen automatically.
Yes, yes. All right, so from here, we'll go ahead and click that next button. And here it's instructing us or asking us, where in your quilt are you? Are you at the top of the quilt, the middle of the quilt, the bottom of the quilt? In this instance, we're more in the center of the quilt than not. So we'll select center, go ahead and click next. And now we're going to set the quilt top edges. Is everybody with us so far?
Yeah, you can
still?
see that pink edge on the side. That's part of the safe area, but it's part of the section that's not going to be quilting, even though you can see those gray lines. Once we set these nodes, they're going to only quilt in that section. And the reason we're selecting that middle section is because we've already quilted some at the top, and our quilt's kind of rolled up a little bit, so we're setting it for the middle so that we're only going to get those sections in there instead of trying to do the top and we've already done part of the top. Now, we had some questions come through. People have asked, can this really be put in a small space? Yes. We had mentioned the Cutie Breeze tabletop frame. That one you can put automation on, believe it or not. You can also put it on the Q-Zone hoop frame, the Evolution hoop frame, as well as the Queen and the Evolution Elite frames, which are the larger ones. So whatever space you have, the automation can fit, but it has to work with the Little Rebel or any of the Unique machines.
Yes.
So if you have a different kind of domestic machine or something else, it's not compatible with that. It has to be with a Unique machine.
Yes. And just to emphasize, if and when you add automation to your quilting setup, adding on automation isn't changing the size footprint of your quilt setup. So again, if you think, oh, I don't have the room for it, trust me, you have the room for automation.
Yeah, if you've already got the frame and machine, it doesn't change. Good point.
Yes. All right, so I've went ahead and in a sense, placed my design. These nodes turned from kind of that reddish pinkish color to a green. So I've went ahead and set those. We'll click next, and it's just going to have us go back to our kind of start point areas. From edge to edge.
And we're going to mark those so that we know where we're starting and ending for the next line.
Yes, and really kind of for that tip, the little round stickers, I always find them at the dollar store. I put them on everything.
Like Staples or office stores where
Amazon.
It goes around like the binders to keep your papers from ripping. Those are great, but I just use a marking tool and just put a little dot. That's easier for me. Just as the needle goes down and marks it, then I mark it right there.
Yes, and that's a great tip as well. Sometimes though, if I walk away from my project or I go to bed for the night and I come back the next day, it's like, where's my mark? I can't find my mark. Where did it go? So for me, the stickers are helpful, but quilting in general, do what's best and easiest for you. All right, so again, we've went ahead and placed those nodules. We'll click next. And here we can see the machine itself is going to engage. And it's went ahead, we'll go to step 1. So we're going to move the machine back to kind of where our start point was. And this
you could wait. You can just hit, stitch that thread and it will move. But it's faster for you to move the carriage at this point than to wait for the machine to tighten the belts and move it all over. It just helps you get faster a little bit.
All right. So you go ahead and click the button, excuse me, to do that first start stitch. And here's
That
where the
measure
machine is engaging. Pull up your bobbin thread. And it tells you that's step 2. We'll click next. And now we can go ahead and start to sew.
Now we did for the wonder of television kind of thing. We've already stitched out, not this particular design, but a design so that you can see what it looks like so that we can quickly show you all the different things. So we're gonna go to our GoPro camera and we're gonna back up to see the stitching that we did already. So you can see this is an edge-to-edge design, those lovely hearts that we stitched. It's the same design all the way through as we go along. So that's what the edge-to-edge is. Now, those markings that we did, when we're ready for the next line, it will help us line up again and go from there. So any questions so far about that? I think we've answered those.
Okay, I saw one. Can you add your own quilt files into it?
Not yet. It doesn't have an easy import or export function in this basic pattern. What it does have is if you have them on the tablet and then you go in and open them up, you can do it that way. But it's not a just click the import button and it comes through. On the Plus and Pro, it has that option, but it's kind of a workaround on the edge to edge.
And then just to emphasize, if you're starting with edge to edge, Any designs that you're importing in, they also have to be an edge-to-edge
Good
design.
point. Yes, yes. So that means a continuous sewing line, so as it's going, it doesn't have to stop and then redo something else. Okay,
Yes.
so we're gonna go now, because we've stitched it, and then the rest of it was just going to the next line. So we do have some videos are showing up on our YouTube page, so you can follow along with Edge to Edge, but we wanna show you Plus and Pro, because we don't want to miss out on all of those as well.
Yes, so we'll go ahead and exit out of our design, go to home, and now click back on that See Other Products button, and we'll go right into Edge to Edge. So this is really kind of the stepping stone of where you're going to visually see the differences between the different options, Edge to Edge, 6 Plus, and 6 Pro.
I like, this is a great basic, even though the Edge to Edge is great and basic, but the Plus just gives you that option of select and sew. So you can do edge to edge in certain sections, but then if you're ready to do just one placement, that's what we're going to show you here with the Plus.
Yes, so we'll go right into our select and sew. And here, again, you'll notice we have block designs, continuous lines, and triangle designs. In this library, there's what, like a 200?
200, so, but you don't miss out. So if Melinda goes back to those patterns on the folder, you'll see that it still has that edge to edge folder that she can access. And then boom, we've got still all the patterns that we had previously in our edge to edge design. You can still use those in Plus, but if we're selecting just a specific block and that has those extra 200, we can go there and place that.
Yes, yes. You know what, Jana? I just saw these bear track pattern. I haven't seen that one before.
Well, there you go, adding new ones all the time.
Yes.
Or even like, if you're looking at it, you may not realize how many patterns there are. So with the Plus, you get a couple of different options of placing your pattern. Right now we're set up as a 4-point. So you can see those gray nodes in the corners. If we're moving it around, you'll be able to place those nodes as I touch them and they'll turn green. And it'll set it up exactly where our block is. So this is a great one if maybe your block
off.
isn't perfectly straight. As you can see with ours, it's a little wonky there as we get it all set. So that allows you to place it differently. You can also place it as a block. That's only 2 nodes that you have to place. Now, because I'm selecting different options, it's going to let the green nodes become gray again, because obviously if I'm changing the type, I want to replace it. So
Right.
it gives us that option.
Basically, you're just resetting what you previously did. So again, when we select those nodes, they turn from that gray to green. Again, it's just showing you where you're placing that pattern within the block.
Now, we have some options with the Plus and Pro that are a little bit different than with the edge to edge. Right now we're stretched, which means the design is stretched into the placement that we've done. You can also do fixed or fit, and that means that whatever size the pattern is will fit to what it is there. And then we have options to rotate. So say you're wanting more of that, or if you're wanting to flip it, you have all those options there, and then we can go to quilt it. Now we did the same thing as before. We quilted a placement so we can see what that looks like, because we wanted to take the time. So you can see here we have this kind of geometric
kind of an
design.
Aztec-y kind of.
Yeah, so as it's coming through, we've had this all quilted. So this was quilted just specifically in this section, if you're just wanting that pattern placement, right?
Yes.
So then next, we want to talk about Pro. So we're going to go here again and see the different options. And you can see with the drop down what is available on each of these sections. Now, we did have someone ask, can you upgrade? And if you remember from the beginning, upgrade means pay from one to the other. And yes, you can go from edge to edge to Plus. You can go from edge to edge all the way to Pro. You can go from Plus to Pro. So you have all those options available. It's just the price difference between the two. So you're not penalized by getting the basic package and then upgrading to the Pro design package later. You can see that the things different in that Pro section are all things that you would use for designing. Pattern CAD, quilt CAD. It also has a record function, which I love. Melinda, we were talking about this the other day, and you can take a pattern or a drawing of someone, maybe your kid or something, put it in the record section, take that needle out, and then follow along their drawing, and then you have that image already into the printing.
Yes, so I love that. And who was it? Was it Julie she kind of pitched that?
With lasers, yeah. We were talking about the lasers, yeah.
And it's like, why didn't I ever think of that? I don't have kids, I have dogs, but I have tons of nieces and nephews, and over the years, you get all the pictures and the colorings, and it's like, that would just be amazing, to take their little works of art, put them on a quilt, and gift it back to them.
Well, and even you're talking about your pets, get your paw print, get that on there and get that traced and do that way. Another question we've had is there just one price for the software and the difference of that? Actually, the software is the thing that's the difference between the 3 different tiers. So when you buy the first package, whichever package you're buying, you're getting all the belts, all the cords,
the motor plate.
The tablet does not come with it. That's a separate purchase. You can get those a variety of places. On SMP's site, as well as ours, it shows the specs. But it's easy to get those Windows-based tablets. They don't work with an iPad, just Windows-based. But that comes with it. And then the software is the different things that you get with the upgrade when you're going from Plus to Pro or Basic to Pro. So let's go back to Pro and see what that screen looks like differently than the Plus. Already you can see it's got the gold access. Now if you purchase the gold access, you can only do that when you have the Pro version. So you've got to make sure that you're paying for the Pro version before you go to Gold. And Gold is additional features, additional options. You're going to be able to, you can see on there borders and corners, virtual long arm, Panto advanced stacker, Fabricom, all these great things. And additional patterns as well. Yes. And those have a monthly pattern that comes out with your subscription.
Yes. And it's important to emphasize Gold Card. It's an annual subscription. From time to time, you may come across an excellent deal with Gold Card, so you can kind of stack those subscriptions. We can activate those for you, and they're just going to run consecutively, which is awesome.
Now, we've been really fast with this, and we've talked quickly.
Yes.
And we've only given you snapshots. But I wanted to show really quick, people have asked, well, how quick is this? How long does it take me to learn? With each software, you get a thumb drive, and you can put that on 3 different devices. So if you've got this here on your tablet and you're thinking, oh, you know what, I needed a question about my user manuals. Right here's all these wonderful PDFs that give you great instructions on how to do stuff. Well, I can open up this PDF, but now how do I work off the PDF and try and work it in my tablet? So by putting it on another computer, that's why you get 3 different options. You can put it on your laptop and look at the PDF while you're running it on your tablet, or have it on 2 tablets, whichever way. That way you're not trying to read this point and go, okay, select the block point. Okay, here we go. And
then you have to click
and
back
then you
to
get out
back.
Of it, and you go back and you go in, and then you're like, okay, select and sew. And now, wait, where that
was
thing?
I?
Yeah, exactly. So it gives you that option. That's why we have the 3 different ones. So lots of fantastic training can happen just by reading those PDFs. And the user manual is great, setting it up. We've had to do it. We just get handed the manual and say, okay, set it up. It's not well, let me show you how to set up. It's like, we're setting it up and making sure those instructions are all correct so that when you are setting it up, you can have just as great of an experience as we do.
Yes, yes. You know, there's so much you can do with automation. I'll be the first to say, you know, there's nothing, I enjoy and love free motion quilting, but I have had, again, as a newer quilter, a couple projects where I just wanted that beautiful, you know, perfect stitch finish that I knew I wouldn't be able to do free motion. You know, so having an option like automation, you know, really just, you know, takes your quilting to the next level.
It's true. And you can automate it and free motion. So you don't have to just do automation. You can loosen the belts that tighten up as the motor plate is moving it back and forth if you really want to do a free motion section, right? I've seen where people have just done specific quilt blocks, they've done places, and then they've meandered around it, or micro-stippling, or pebbling, or different things like that. So don't feel like, well, if I got automation, I can only do automation, or and if I don't have automation, you know, that's not that option. So make sure it's a range of everything that you can do when you have all those tools.
Yes, it's amazing. And kind of with all of our products, you know, we're designing and coming out with new products made by quilters for quilters. We want everybody to have an enjoyable experience with quilting, and you know, you can't beat it. I will say hands down, our products are the best.
I love them. We know you'll love them. Now, we have special pricing, and one of the reasons we wanted to get this out there is so that at the beginning of the week is so that as you're looking at all the machines and frames that possibly you'd like to upgrade to, that this is an option too. So we want to see a lot of people have this opportunity. And so I know we've got special pricing with Blaine. He said he was going to come back on later to talk about it. So I think we're ready to talk about it.
I think so.
I'm ready for it. There he is.
Hey, great job, ladies. And we've got some really exciting things. And I know we're going to see more Grace this week and with a lot of great products. But I'm going to tell them how they can get the QCT6. And we'll see y'all a little later.
All right. Thanks,
Bye,
Blaine. Bye, everybody.
All right. So QCT6, guys, this is robotics. And again, if you've been looking for some robotics for your machine, look no farther. This is the standard edition we're showing right now at $26.99. Now, that does not include your tablet. So if you've already got a tablet at home, that's a window-based tablet, this is going to get you into robotics extremely inexpensive. $26.99. We do have call-in specials for all three, so you need to give us a call. So the $26.99 is the standard. We also have the Plus version and the Pro version. And Jenna and Melinda talked about all three of those versions. You do need a tablet with each one of them. We do sell the tablet, or if you've already got one, you're set up. It just has to be a window-based. So you can get a complete system with us right now to put on your machine. And again, there's a list of compatibility machines. They can tell you what machines it'll actually fit on and what frames. And so give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. If you've been thinking about robotics, think no longer. Give us a call right now. Free shipping right to your doorstep. And again, we can give you some help to set this thing up on your machine and walk you through. It's extremely easy to set machines up. We do have videos and different things that you available to you to help you. So give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. We sell more robotics than any other dealer in the nation, and we are very experienced with robotics for your quilting machine. So give us a call. All right, we are going to keep moving on. And again, this day is flying by already. And hey, we have Janome in the house, and we have Miriam Coffey going to come in. Now, Miriam, as a young child, she loved textiles and anything she could to create with them. She attended Maryland College of Art and studied textile arts. During that time, she taught herself how to sew and has never looked back. Miriam has been involved in fabrics in many different avenues, from fashion design, managing a modern quilt store. She also was co-owner of a long arm business, and then she got hired on at Janome as a national educator. And we just recently had her out here in person. She helped us run the Janome booth at QuiltCon in San Diego, and we're super excited to have her part of the show. So y'all welcome Miriam Coffey.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Miriam, how are you?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
Doing fantastic. And I know today we're talking about an awesome machine. We're going to be talking about this M6. And
Yeah.
I know this is one of your favorite machines. So I'm going to let you take it away. And then we're going to tell everybody our specials when you get finished.
Sounds great. Alrighty, everyone. So today we are going to be talking about the Janome Continental M6. And the M6 is a sewing only machine with this really beautiful lavender color right here in the front. So I know I was sort of covering a little bit of it, but it's got this really pretty lavender kind of pearlized plate right here in the front. And I just love color, as you can see from my studio. I've got a lot of color going on. So I love when machines have color on them. So I think you guys are going to just love this machine. So let's just jump right in. So first of all, you're going to get a lot of accessories with this machine. Just like a lot of Janome machines, we're always giving you a bunch of accessories. And this is no exception. You get 40 different accessories, including your 1/4 inch foot, several free motion feet, as well as different stitch plates. So you're going to get a lot of different goodies with this machine. And these are some of the goodies that you're going to get. These are all of the different accessories. This is your automatic buttonholer. So you've got a lot of different accessories. And I know I'm not the only one who loves a good accessory. So you've got all of those accessories that you're going to be able to play with, as well as 400 built-in decorative stitches. Now, with the ability to be able to edit those, you're going to have endless possibilities of being able to adjust those stitches and getting as many decorative stitches as you want. There's also a 9mm machine. So that means your maximum stitch width is going to be 9 millimeters. And your maximum stitch length is going to be 5 millimeters. So that means my zigzag can be 9 millimeters wide and 5 millimeters long. There's also 5 different alphabets that are built into your machine. So you get different fonts to be able to make different quilt labels or the back of a tag for a garment. You name it, you've got all kinds of different fonts that you can work with. As well as the maximum stitch speed is 1,300 stitches per minute, which is really nice and fast. But do not worry if you're not a speed demon, there is a speed bar controller. So right here, you can control your speed on how fast and how slow you're going to be sewing. So you don't have to worry about going too fast and speeding out of control on this machine. You've got that speed bar control. So you're going to be exactly where you're happy to be in that, wherever that is on that speed control. There's also a 7-inch LED touchscreen, fully colored. So it allows you to select any stitches that you want very easily with just a touch of a button. So it makes it really nice and easy. There's also 9 white LED lights in 4 different locations. There are 2 underneath the throat space and then 2 sets by the needle as well. So you're going to have lots of bright lights. As you can see, there's a lot of light coming from the center, so you don't have to worry about it's shadow-free sewing. So you've got great lights on this machine as well. There is also a 17.81 all-metal seamless flatbed, which is this whole space right here. You've got a full 17.81 inches, and this is all metal on the outside as well as metal on the inside, so you know it's going to be a really durable machine. And that's one of the things that, one of the 2 biggest things about this particular machine is that its durability and its size. So it is a really durable machine. If you basically, it will sew through whatever you need it to sew through, bags, several layers, lots of layers of denim, leather, you name it, it can sew over it because it's got that really strong metal base. So it's really going to be able to sew whatever you need, as well as it's got that large space. There is a 13.7 inches from the right of the needle. So that's from here to here is 13.7 inches. So that gives you a huge amount of space to work with for when you are quilting, you're making bags, you're making garments, you've got all of the space to be working with, all of that, those big things. Like I was, like Blaine had mentioned, I did Comic-Con with SMP a couple months ago, and I made this really big tulle skirt, and it was dozens of yards of tulle. It was huge, and I made it on this machine, and it allowed me to push all of that fabric within that throat space, and it gave me so much room to work with, and it made the whole project so much easier. So it's not just big quilts that you can do. You can make big garments on this machine as well, and it saved me so much heartache and stress by having a bigger throat space to work with. And it's the same size as the M7 was and the M8 is. It's the same body of the machine, just different features. So if you're familiar with the M7 or familiar with the M8, this is going to be the exact same body. You're just going to get a few different things with it. So your features may be just a little bit different, but it's going to be that same durability as the M7 and the M8, just with, you know, some different features. Now let's continue on with some of those features that you're going to get with this machine. So we've went over the throat space because, you know, we're going to get tons of room with it. It is also 38.4 pounds. So it is on the heavier side because it is all metal, but don't worry if it's too heavy for you. It is easy to carry with handles on the sides. So there are also handles right on here, and on the other side there are indentations for you to be able to lift up the machine, so it makes it a lot easier to carry, instead of having to carry it through on the top handle. By just lifting it on either side makes it a whole lot easier to carry around and move when necessary. There is also an independent bobbin winding motor. So you can sew and wind a bobbin at the same time, which can be a really nice feature to have. So you don't have to worry about, you can just save time and energy, and who doesn't want to multitask a little bit? You know, you can get tons more stuff done that way. So you can be winding your bobbins while you're sewing. There's also a dual thread stand with telescoping thread stand on the back, as well as the capacity to hold king cones. So it is right back here. So this is your king cones that it can hold. This is a really big thread, spool of thread right here, and it fits perfectly right here on the back. And you can fit 2 king cones right next to each other. So one to wind your bobbins, one's to thread your machine, or if you are using a twin needle, that would also work as well. So this thread stand is telescoping, so it does come up and down for storage and travel, which can be beneficial. You don't want that to break off. So being able to pull that down and getting it out of the way can be really beneficial. There's also a one-touch stitch plate converter, which is really easy to do. I'm going to show it to you when we get close up. But basically all you have to do is press a button, select this navy button. I think there's a bit of a reflection there, but you just press that up, remove the stitch plate, and there you go. It is that easy. Just insert it and it will shut it for you. And it closes it with magnets. So it's going to be nice and secure, very easy to do, just one touch, and you are switching stitch plates. You can clean your machine easier that way. You don't have to worry about dealing with a screwdriver, dealing with screws. It's just a one touch, very simple, very easy. And who doesn't love a simple, easy feature on their machine? Because I know I do not clean my machine as often as I should, but I clean it a lot more often because I have that one touch stitch plate converter. There's also the sewing applications on this machine, which we will go over when we zoom in, because we're going to zoom in at the end so you can get a closer look. But basically what sewing applications is it is a feature on your machine that allows you to have kind of your manual built into your machine, because you do get a printed manual with this. So you do get a really nice manual like this. So this is your manual that comes with it. But it is your sewing applications is sort of like your manual. It has, let's say for an example, your blind hem stitch. Now we're all maybe familiar with the blind hem, but we maybe don't do it that often. So we're not sure what stitch plate we're not sure what foot to use, what stitch to use, what settings to have them on. This machine is going to tell you all of that information. So once you select sewing applications, select blind hem, it's going to show you what foot to use. It's going to ask you if you want to do woven or stretch. You select that and it will select the proper stitch and all of the settings for it. So you don't have to remember any of that. It's all done for you, which who doesn't like a little bit of ease in life, you know, when things are done for you and you don't have to remember anything. I'm a big fan of that. So I know you guys are going to just love that feature of sewing applications. Next, we have the Superior Needle Threader, which is a really great needle threader. I love it, and it works just fantastically as long as you use the right needles. So as long as you're using the Janome needles or Oregon needles, it's going to work just great. Now, you run into trouble when you use the wrong needle or if you do it in the wrong order. So as long as you do it in the right order, you are good to go. There is also the automatic presser foot lifter, which is right over here. You just lower and raise your foot that way. Once it is lowered, you do have the ability to raise it manually and lower it manually if you would like. It is one of those features that you do have the option of both ways. If it is something that you're interested in lifting it manually or automatically, you have that option. There's also auto pivot, which is one of my favorite features to have on a machine. And basically what that does, when you select it, it is right up here. When you select it, it's going to turn yellow. And what that does is when you're sewing along and you stop with your needle in the down position, it's going to lift your foot up and it allows you to pivot your fabric back and forth or in any direction that you want it to go. And all you have to do is start sewing again, and it will automatically lower the foot for you. This is fantastic for chain piecing, curved piecing, applique, quilting, you name it. You can use auto pivot with it. It's a fantastic feature to have. I use it all the time. It's just so great for, you know, chain piecing to get that fabric right up next to the other one. So it makes it really easy. It saves thread and time. And that auto pivot is just a really great feature to add to your repertoire to your sewing machine. So next, after auto pivot, we have variable zigzag. And variable zigzag is a feature that is a Janome exclusive, which is a really great feature if you are an art quilter or someone who likes to add texture to your projects, like landscapes or even faux embroidery. Variable zigzag is fantastic for that. And basically what it is it's the ability to change the width of your zigzag as you're sewing. So I could be sewing along using my knee lift, pushing pressure on my knee lift, and my zigzag will get wider or narrower depending on how much pressure I put on that zigzag or on that knee lift. So it's a really great way of adding that texture, like I mentioned, into your projects, and just really your creativity is the only thing stopping you from using it. And it's one of those things that, like, once you get the use of it and once you play with it a little bit, you're going to think of so many more options to use it with. It's a great feature to have and really underused, in my opinion. It's super fun to use. I love playing around with it, and I think you will too. Next, we have a top-loading bobbin. So it is a top-loading bobbin, which is right over here, and it also has a plastic cover on it, so it's easy to see your thread on top, so you know when you're running low on bobbin. But not only does it have a clear top, so it shows you how much bobbin is left, it does also have a bobbin sensor. So it's going to tell you when you're low on bobbin and you don't have a sufficient enough bobbin to sew the rest of your project. So that is a great feature to have, and I know I use that all the time, and it has saved me from running out in the middle of my project. I can just stop it a little bit sooner, and you can also adjust how much thread is left on that bobbin sensor as well. So that's a great option to have there as well. There's also ruler work that's available on this machine, which is super popular right now. Everybody loves to play with ruler work, and being able to have a special ruler work foot and settings on this machine is also a great feature to have. We also get a soft cover with this machine. It is a canvas material, and it's soft, but it has just a it's sort of basically just a dust cover. It's not a hard plastic cover, it's canvas, so it is softer and will just go over your machine to protect it from dust and whatever else, mostly just dust. But so yeah, it's just a super easy dust cover. As well as next, we have one of my favorite features, which is resume mode and favorite stitch. Now, resume mode is exactly what it sounds like. It's going to ask you to resume to your last stitch. For an example, I'm sewing and I'm going to do an applique. So I have a blanket stitch selected. So I'm in my applique settings and I've had to go to the proper settings and select it. And I turn off my machine for the day. I come back the next day, a month later, however long, and it's going to ask me, do I want to resume my last stitch? And if I select yes, then it will take me to exactly where I just was. So it's going to take me to that applique blanket stitch that I was just at. It's going to have all of the same settings that I was at without having to save those. It's all done exactly the way it was before or after I stopped sewing. It's all right there for me without having to save that into my machine. It's all going to be just right there, and it just comes straight back. Super easy. It saves a bunch of time, and I just love that feature. Next, we have favorite stitch. Now, favorite stitch is, again, just what it sounds like. It is saving your favorite stitch to your machine. And you can do this with any of your stitches. So you have the ability to change any stitch to and customize it to your favorite settings. For an example, your 1/4 inch stitch. Everybody sews your 1/4 inch a little different. That's why if you've ever switched blocks with somebody, it's not always the exact same as if you had sewn it. So getting your perfect 1/4 inch is really important. And this machine is going to help you with that by getting wherever you are in that range. So let's say for me personally, I push pretty heavy to the right when I sew. So I set my 1/4 inch at 9.0, and I like my stitch length to be a little bit longer than the default, which maybe set it at 2.2. I'd save that into my machine. And then the next time I go to that same stitch, it's going to have those exact same settings that I had programmed it in. But I do also have the ability to go back to its default if I wanted to. So you're never losing the original stitch settings. They're still going to be there under your default, but you have the ability to have those settings that are customized to the way you like to sew, which is a great feature to have. We also have Stitch Composer that you're going to get with this machine, which is a really fun feature to have. And it's a whole program that allows you to create your own stitches from scratch. And there are lots of videos on YouTube and on Facebook that show you how to use Stitch Composer. But basically all it is there you plot out different points on the program, and it allows you to save that, bring it onto your USB stick, save it onto the machine, and then stitch that out. So let's say I wanted to make a mushroom decorative stitch. I could plot out my mushroom shape and stitch that, save that, stitch it out, and now I have a mushroom stitch on my machine that I didn't have before. And so really with that program, you have endless decorative stitches. And it's really easy to program to use. So you don't, if you're not super computer savvy, don't worry about it. There are some great instructions out there for you. So you're not all on your own. There's plenty of support out there for you with this program. Next, we also have our auto feed dog drop. So when you're in free motion quilting or ruler work, the machine's going to automatically drop your feed dogs for you. So it makes it a whole lot easier to not have to worry about dropping your feed dogs, because, one less thing to have to worry about. Who's not a fan of that? Now, you also are going to get a really cool trolley with this promotion that we're doing on right now. And Blaine will explain more of that in a second. But there's a really cool trolley. Unfortunately, I don't have it here with me. It didn't come in time to show you guys, but there is a trolley that we're adding with the promotion. So now that we've kind of gone over our main list of things that we're going to get on this machine, we're going to zoom in a little bit and take a closer look at the screen itself. So bear with me. I'm going to move my camera so you can get a little closer to the machine. All right, so now that we are zoomed in here, let's go ahead and take a closer look at the screen. So the screen is going to show you our foot that they suggest you to use, your stitch width and length right over here. So that's your width, that's your length. And then these are all of your utility stitches. And then anytime you see a 1 - another number, that's going to show you that you have more than one page that you can scroll through. So this happens to have 41 pages of decorative stitches. And you can look at your decorative stitches in 3 major different ways. So I can just scroll through them here like that. So I can scroll around that way. I can also select my decorative stitch icon, which was that sort of scroll icon. And it's going to show me all of these decorative stitches to work with. So let's say, for an example, let's go to heirloom. It's going to select all of my heirloom stitches, and I could select a different stitch, make any adjustments that I would want to, and then switch and just turn my pages that way. Or the last way I can do it is select that icon right here that has that sort of looks like a piece of paper. Select the paper icon and turn my pages this way, and it will show me that I'm on page 7 of 11, because these are all of my decorative stitches that are built into this machine. So let's go ahead and X out of that. So that's all of my decorative stitches. We also have our alphabets. So again, those are the different fonts that come with this machine. And X out of that. This is our tapering function, which allows us to adjust the starting and ending angles. You can do some really cool stuff with this, like different starburst or fireworks, sort of decorative stitching shapes, and do some really fun decorative elements with this tapering function. And last over here, we have our sewing applications. And now our sewing applications, like I mentioned before, sort of like our manual built into our machine, where we have our sewing category here. We have our quilting category here, so everything that's related to quilting. And then lastly, we have our optional feet. So the optional feet is different accessories that are not standard, like the ruffler or the pin tuck. It's going to select and show you what foot that you want to use. And then if you're doing the wide or the narrow, the fact that you want your, you would want a twin needle selected for that. So it has all different features there as well. In your quilting category, you'd go to your ruler work. This is when it automatically drops your feed dogs for you. It would ask you if you wanted light or medium, and that's referring to your thickness of your batting. So you can select whichever is more appropriate, and that adjusts the height of your foot automatically for you, which is really nice. Same thing within free motion. When you select the proper foot, let's do this one. This will automatically adjust your foot pressure. It will sense how much the thickness of the batting that you're working with, which is really nice. You don't have to worry about manually adjusting that, but you do have the ability to override that adjustment, which makes that feature really nice because, you know, there are a lot of companies out there that have auto this, auto that, but not being able to adjust that auto can be a problem. So having the ability to override the default settings for all of these features is a really great feature to have. Just the ability to be able to override it. So that's my sewing applications. And again, we've got the sewing up here. That was the blind hem that I had mentioned before. It's going to ask me if I want my woven or stretch. So if I did stretch, it would change the stitch that is appropriate, as well as any settings, and then show me the proper foot that they want me to use, which would be, for this example, the G foot. So let's just go back to our utility stitches, which is our regular sort of home screen. We do also have some settings on the side that allow you to customize your machine more. So it allows you to, this is where you can go to your favorite stitch and resume mode, change it from inches to millimeters, do all that sort of setting work. And then any adjustments that you've made, you want to make sure that you hit the OK button and not just the X, because if you hit the X, it's not going to save any of those changes that you've made. So now that we've done kind of an overview of the machine and the screen, we also have on the side here our presser foot lifter, our scissors, which are my favorite feature. I call that my deal breaker. I don't like to sew on a machine that doesn't have scissors on it. So that's going to cut your top and bobbin thread. And that's on a lot of our machines. It's not special to this machine specifically, but it's just a fantastic feature to have. And then you've got your needle up, needle down, locking stitch, reverse, your start stop button, and then again your speed control, which like we'd mentioned before, because it does go all the way up to that 1300 stitches per minute, which again is really nice and fast for all of those speed demons out there. But again, you've got that control. It may be within that speed bar. So now let's go ahead and zoom back out for a second. And we're a little crooked here. Sorry about that. And I think that's about it for everything that I have here. Blaine, I can go ahead and toss it back to you and have you take over and talk about all of the promotion.
Miriam, thank you so much. Great job. I love this machine, and it's just such a good-looking machine, too. I love that big center screen in the middle. It just seems perfect.
It really is. I'm so glad that I know I'm not the only one that just loves this machine. I've had this machine for a little over a year, and I've just really loved and enjoyed playing with it and pushing it to its boundaries and finding all of the fun things that it can do.
Well, thank you so much, Miriam. I know everybody's going to love this, and we got a great special on it, too, so let me tell them how to do it. And thank you for being on so fast.
Bye, guys.
All right, everyone, this is the Janome M6 sewing and quilting machine. Now, we've got a great special going right now. You're going to get that free trolley with this, a travel trolley that you can put the machine in and carry, roll it around. It's going to be perfect to transport this machine. But I mean, this is such a good looking machine. I love the screen in the middle. Again, guys, the price on that is $39.99. We have financing available, and naturally, we're going to ship this free nationwide. Now, Kyle just informed me this thing is a hot machine right now. We're selling it out. We have 2 machines left, and that's it. 2 left right now. As soon as Miriam's session started, it started going off the shelves. Everybody, all you Janome fans, I know y'all love the Janomes and you love this one. This thing is absolutely loaded up with features. Again, it has that great LCD screen, 7-inch. It has 400 built-in stitches. And, if y'all want to see a little bit more of all the different things it has in here, it's absolutely loaded with things. But we'll go to smplive.tv. You'll see right at the top on that thumb strip that Kyle's got on there, you'll see the M6. Click on it. It'll take you to the product page. You can read all about it. And again, just give us a call at 800-401-8151. We have sales reps standing by. They can take your call and they can tell you all about this and all the different things and options we have with the financing. But again, give us a call, 800-401-8151 for that Janome M6. All right, everyone, we're going to keep moving on. And next up, we have our first educational session of the day. And we kicking it off we have Carly Bell in the house. Now, Carly has been on our show many, many times. And Carly, she's a working mom by day. She's a craftaholic by night. And she lives down in the New Orleans area. And she's been working with us for a long time. And we've kind of got to know her daughter. She has Abigail and Elise. And they've been on, I know they kind of make appearances occasionally, unplanned. So it's a lot of fun. But, Carly says back when in 2012, she was pregnant with Abigail, she got obsessed with trying to do machine embroidery. And as she was going through this whole process, she had many trials and tribulations and all the mistakes she made. She thought, there's got to be a way to make it easier. So she developed carlybell.com. She's developed classes to make that beginner process a lot easier for people. And we're super excited that we actually sell her class on our website. And so Carly will tell us a little bit more about that. But y'all welcome Carly Bell to the show.
Hi, Blaine. How are you doing?
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing great. Very excited to be here today.
Well, we're excited to have you. If you could tell us a little bit about the class that we sell on our website, that for all those people that don't know out there about it, and tell us a little bit about it and the price and all that.
Okay, so the beginner course is called From Start to Stitch, and it is everything that I wish someone would have sat down and held my hand and taught me before I got my embroidery machine and as I was going through that whole process of learning how to use it. So it includes, I think, over 57 in-depth video lessons that take you step by step through all the parts of your machine, how to use it, the tools you need, how the stabilizer works, how to hoop things, how to applique, a little touch on embroidery software. So it's kind of an all-in-one package of everything you need. And it is a course that you can take whenever is convenient for you. You just log into the course portal and click on whatever lesson you are next and that you're learning next, and watch that video and look at the different examples and everything that I have in there for you. And you have lifetime access to the course when you purchase it. So if you want to start now and then something comes up and you can't get back into it until later or after the holidays, you can access it whenever you would like. So I put my heart and soul into it. I hope everyone enjoys it. I know we have a lot of students that have taken it and told me that it has helped them so much. So From Start to Stitch, it is on SewingMachinesPlus.com for $147. Includes everything in the course, all the video lessons, email access to me for questions, and we have a private Facebook group for students where I do live Q&As in there whenever someone has questions, and they can post things they make or whatever the case may be. So that is From Start to Stitch. And I'm not sure if you want me to go ahead and get started. So today's class.
Well, that was great, Carly. Thank you for telling them about that. And I know you've got a class scheduled, so we're going to let you take off and do that. And I'll see you when you get done here.
Okay, thank you, Blaine. So welcome, everyone. I hope you are enjoying SewFest so far. So today's educational session, I am going to be showing you what's called an In the Hoop embroidery project. So I cheat a little bit with embroidery because I am learning how to sew and I am getting into sewing projects. But before I really could sew a straight line, I figured out how to make things strictly in my embroidery machine. So this is a bookmark. This is what we will be making today. And let me go ahead and put the info up on the screen. Hopefully you can see it. Let's see, there we go. So this is what we're going to be making today. It's totally done in the hoop on the embroidery machine, and you will get a finished bookmark when you're done. I do have this design available for free on my website, and you could see it up here, carlybell.com/SMP. That's all of the fun projects that I've done with Sewing Machines Plus over the years. You'll see the bookmark on there. You can click it and get the download for free, and then you can follow along in today's class and make it with me. This class is recorded on YouTube, so if you can't do it right now, don't worry. You can go back and rewatch this later. It will be on my website as well, a direct link to it, so it won't be hard to find. So In the Hoop bookmark is what we're going to be making today. So let's go over the supplies that you are going to need. And I'll leave this website up there for y'all so y'all can write this down or save it on your phone for later. So here's a closer look at the bookmark, and here's some other examples that I've done. So with the design, it's just going to come with the basic bookmark design. And I'm going to show you how you can personalize it if you would like to with your embroidery machine. So here are some examples for you. So all you need is the fabric that you want for your bookmark. It is completely enclosed on the back, so you can have a fabric on the front and a fabric on the back. You can mix it up and do different fabrics if you want to, or you can do the same. This project can also be done with something called faux leather embroidery vinyl. That is something like this I just made. So this is a shiny holographic faux leather. This is one that's not as shiny, but this is another project that I did in my membership group. And this is what it looks like. So you have raw edges. They don't need to be finished, but this is a little bit of a stiffer material, and that can be used for the bookmarks as well, or you can use your regular woven cotton quilting fabric as well. I love these applique snips. They're like tweezers, but scissors. These are my favorite things. We're going to use these today to trim. I have just my fabric scissors to cut out my fabric, and you're going to need your embroidery thread color of choice. And normally I use a 90 weight white bobbin thread on my embroidery machine. However, for the last step of this project, you are going to want a bobbin wound with your top embroidery thread so that when you turn your bookmark over, it looks nice and clean and the same color, and you don't have a different bobbin color on that finished stitch. So you are going to want to wind a bobbin with that just for the last step. And then you can put whatever you would like through your little hole for the bookmark. I went ahead and ordered these off of Amazon. They're little tassels. I thought they would be fun. You can also use, if you have your own little threads of choice, you can make something yourself to go on the end of these. You can add a keychain, like a key ring through it, anything you'd like, you can add through the little hole at the top. Now, speaking of the hole at the top, I've made this to where you don't need any special tool. We're actually going to cut this tiny little hole out with the scissors. But if you do have something like a hole punch, you can wait and punch out that hole after. I just find you don't get as clean of a look. You see how you could still see the fabric in there as you do when I cut the hole before. You see how much cleaner it is? And the reason why it's so clean is the stabilizer we're using. I'm using Sew and Wash from Stay Perfect. This is a woven wash away stabilizer. This is great for in the hoop projects like this or freestanding lace projects. This is literally going to dissolve away with water when we're done. And that's how we're going to get such a clean look on the edges. So Sew and Wash, wash away stabilizer. And then I'm using my 5x7 hoop. So just grab the hoop that fits your machine. That is a 5x7 in size. That's what this bookmark is going to fit in. Unfortunately, it won't fit into a 4x4 hoop. So you're going to need at least a 5x7 or larger in order to make this project. All right, so let me move this stuff out of the way. Step number 1 is going to be to hoop your stabilizer. And this is one of my favorite things about in the hoop projects is that I don't have to worry about if I'm going to hoop something in the right spot. I don't have to worry about placement. All we're doing is hooping stabilizer, and that's it. So what I do with these sheets, I have the sheets that fit the 12-inch by 16-inch. These are pre-cut sheets. They come in different sizes. So this one is for a larger hoop, but it's perfect because I like to fold it in half and actually use 2 layers. So if you have a different size pre-cut sheet, or if you have the roll, go ahead and cut yourself 2 layers of the wash away stabilizer. And you're going to put that, you're going to separate your outer hoop from your inner hoop. And you are going to put those 2 pieces of stabilizer in between and then press that in, and then use the little tool on the bottom to tighten up your hoop so that it's all nice and tight, and it kind of sounds like a drum when you're hitting it. All right, so now we are ready to go as far as stitching the project. I have my fabric here. It just so happens that these, what are these called? Jelly roll pieces of fabric that I usually use for binding is the perfect size for these bookmarks. So I just have to cut a piece at the end. So I have this piece of fabric. This is what I'm going to use today for my bookmarks. I'm going to leave that here. And I want to jump over on my computer to my embroidery software program, and I'm going to quickly show you how you can add a name to your bookmark, or any wording, anything you want. It can be an embroidery design of books. It can be a picture of a cup of tea, a cup of coffee, initials, whatever you would like, you can add to the front of your bookmark. So to do that, I'm going to jump over to my Embrilliance program. My computer is going to look funny for a second. Okay, so you should be seeing my Embrilliance program right now. And I have the bookmark opened up into it. So when you download the file, what does it look like? Here. When you download the file, you're going to get a folder, and this is what it's going to look like when you open it. And it has the color chart, a picture of the final thing, and then these are all the different formats depending on what kind of embroidery machine you have. I have a Brother embroidery machine, so I'm opening up the PES format. And I have it set up to where it automatically opens in Embrilliance Essentials. That is the embroidery software that I'm using today. I also have a course on how to use this program coming very soon to Sewing Machines Plus. So be on the lookout for that if you are interested in learning more about how to use embroidery software. But the software is very simple in that it has a lettering tool to where I can add any kind of wording that I want. So if I want to have my name, oops, I can't type well today. Okay, so I have Carly, and then the program comes with 11 fonts, but there are fonts that I purchase online and that I can install into the program. And it's wonderful that I can scroll through all the fonts that I own and pick one that I like for this project. Let's see, this is the one I did Elise's name. Is called Oink Owl, and it's from Creative Appliques. And Dawn from Creative Appliques, I think, is going to be presenting later. She is an associate with Durkee Easy Frame, so y'all are going to love her. She has an awesome website with all kinds of embroidery designs and fonts. And this is one of my favorite fonts by her. It's called Twinkle Star. I'm just going to put my name there. I'm going to click it and drag it over. And now I've personalized my bookmark. However, because this is an in the hoop project, you are going to want it, you don't want to have it being the last step that it stitches out. So if you are personalizing your bookmark like me, you are going to want to click the lettering design, and you want it to stitch after step 2. So I can click it and hold it down and drag it. And you see this little blue line that's happening? I want that blue line to be in between steps 2 and 3. And I'm going to drop it. And now it's going to have my steps look a little different. Now it's not just one design, it's broken up, but the order is the same. This is our position stitch. This is our tack down. Then we will stitch the name. This is a stitch to attach the back. This is a stitch to prepare if you want to pre-cut the little hole that the eyelet's in. And then the last step is that finish satin stitch all around the edge. So now that I have prepared my design, I'm going to send it to my machine. And I have a Brother Stellaire XJ2, which is an amazing machine. And it has wireless capability. So I can go to Utility, Wi-Fi to Brother or Baby Lock. And I can name my design, bookmark Carly, and hit OK. And then it will say file sent to machine. And my machine just beeped, made a noise saying it accepted the file, and it has it. So now we are going to head over to my embroidery machine so that you can see the design is now on there. We're going to take our hoop with our wash away stabilizer, and we're going to start the process of actually stitching out the bookmark. Okay, I'm going to take this website down. Let me know if y'all need me to put it up again, but it's just carlybell.com/SMP, and that is to get the free download of the bookmark. All right, so here's the machine I'm going to be using today. This is the Brother Stellaire 2 or XJ2. This is a sewing and embroidery combo machine. So I know lots of y'all, when you purchase a machine, and you may only be interested in purchasing it for sewing or quilting, but there may be an option to have an embroidery unit with the machine. This is a wonderful thing because you bought it for sewing, that's fine, you're doing your sewing projects, but down the road you have the option to put the embroidery unit on and do embroidery projects. So that's the beautiful thing about this machine, it does both. So I can sew, quilt, and embroider on it. So I'm going to open this big, beautiful screen. Let me go to the home screen so I could show you what it looks like. So I have sewing, embroidery, I have Disney, and I have my design center. And I think there's going to be a special demo on this machine for you during SewFest so you can see all of the wonderful features that it has. But today we're going to focus on embroidery. I'm going to click my Wi-Fi button because I sent my design wirelessly. I see bookmark Carly. Click it, hit set, and embroider. And it's ready to go. So I have my white 90 weight bobbin in place. I have my needle already threaded. It has a beautiful automatic needle threader on this machine. Slide my hoop in, push the little arm down, lower my presser foot, and go. So step number 1 is going to show you where to place your fabric. It's called the placement stitch. We are going to treat this project like an applique. So even though it's in the hoop, we're going to treat it like an applique. So that is the placement stitch. And I'll show you it more up close in a second. So here it is, and you can see it shows me right where to put my fabric. So actually, let's go back over to the craft table so you can see this better. And we can go over this step. All right, so here's the placement stitch. It's hard to see here, isn't it? But it's a peach colored thread, and I can see it very clearly on my end. Sorry, it's not super visible on the camera. And here's my fabric, and I'm going to cut. You want it to be bigger than the placement stitch, because what we're going to do is we're going to put this, and we are going to trim the excess fabric away just like an applique. And because this is a front and back project, I need another piece of fabric that's the exact same size. So I'm going to go ahead and cut another piece of fabric while I'm here. You can iron this fabric ahead of time. You can also iron Pellon SF101 on either side of the fabric if you want it to be a little more stiff, or if you're worried you'll see through the busy fabric patterns on either side. So there's some options for you if you want to prepare your fabric with any of that. But for today's class, I'm just going to place this on here. I'm going to make sure my placement stitch is fully covered up, and I'm going to take it back to the machine. Oops, wrong button. There we go. All right, back to the machine and lower the presser foot and go. This is going to now tack down the fabric. You can tape your fabric in place if you're worried about it moving. Sometimes I'll use a stiletto or a pencil or whatever the case may be, just to make sure that my fabric is staying nice and smooth without putting my fingers under the needle. And now we have the tack down stitch. If you are not personalizing your bookmark or adding anything to it, you could trim it, but I am personalizing it. So I'm going to go ahead and stitch my name is the next step. I'm going to lower the presser foot and go. I'm going to keep using this coral thread. I probably should have picked something a little more contrasting because I have that coral color in my fabric, but to save time, I'm trying to just keep going through. So it's going to stitch my name. And then the next step is the one where we're going to add the fabric to the back. So you want to get your back piece of fabric ready. And you are going to need some sort of paper tape. Or you can use pins if you like, but you really have to make sure that the pins are not going to be in the embroidery field at all, and that you will not hit those pins with your needle on accident. Okay. So I'm looking at the comments now while that's stitching to see if we have any questions or comments. Let's see. Yes, someone said yes, definitely use a stiletto. Fingers get hurt quickly. Yes, I know. I have a little. I didn't have it in front of me, but I have this stiletto that I love. It's from Clover. I don't know if you can see it, but it has a nice like silicone edge, and I like this because I can push the buttons on my screen with it as well. And then it has this pointer kind here. So usually this is what I use, but I didn't have it next to me, so I use my applique scissors that have the little rubber end on it. But this is a great thing to use to not put your fingers by the machine when you're using it, but use something else. Okay. All right, just checking the comments, seeing that y'all have. Okay, so someone said, do we need any batting? You can add batting if you'd like to. I started to add more to this bookmark, but I stopped myself because I knew I just needed to have something simple for today's class. But if you are more intuitive with your machine or with embroidery software, you could add a quilting design to this bookmark, whether it be lines or echo quilting or sibling, whatever you'd like. In that case, yes, add a layer of batting underneath your fabric. If you would like your bookmark to be stiffer, you can add a piece of, you can do flexi foam, you can do batting, you can even put a piece of cutaway stabilizer that you would trim just like your fabric, just to give it some stiffness in between. So you have lots of options on different ways that you can customize this bookmark or make it to your liking. So keep that in mind as well. Let's see, trying to hurry up here because I know I am short on time, but it is almost done stitching my name, and then we're going to add the back piece and the stitching all around the edge. And I have a bookmark already stitched out so that you can see what the next steps are going to be after we add the backing and everything. So with my name added to it, this project on my machine says it takes about 13 minutes. And that is because the satin stitching can take a little longer to stitch out. But if you are making these as a gift for friends, coworkers, family, kids, grandkids, you can stitch several of these at one time. And I'm pretty sure I could fit 2 of them and one 5x7 hoop. Or if you have a larger hoop, you may be able to stitch even more. And then you can color sort your bookmark so that you lay down all your fabric and do your placement and tack down stitches at the same time. So this definitely can turn into a fun project where you can also make multiples and save time by doing more than one in one hooping. All right, so here is the last letter of my name. And then we're going to take the hoop off and add the back. Okay, where did she say the foot? Barbara. The bookmarks can be found at, I don't know if I can add it here. Let me go here. There we go. So you see carlybell.com/SMP. That is where you can get the free download for this bookmark, okay? All right, let's go back to the machine. And Bernadette, yes, this is a Stellaire XJ2. XJ2. All right, just finished my name. So I probably should have used a different color fabric, but it's still pretty. And the next step, we are going to actually be doing something on the back of the hoop. So let's go back to the craft table quickly. And here's my fabric. This is the front of my hoop. I'm going to turn it over and I'm going to place this fabric right on top. So now we're hiding the back of the embroidery on my name, or if anything else you decide to stitch onto your bookmark, you can do that. And then I have some Kimberbell paper embroidery tape that you very carefully are going to put on the back of your fabric. You don't want to press too hard because you don't want to pop the hoop out. You don't want to cause it to become unhooped. So what I do is I turn it over and then I rub where that tape was. And that is going to add our back of the embroidery. So now let's go back to the machine and it's going to tack that down. We're going to stitch the circle and then we're going to trim everything. All right, so that's just going around the same rectangle as the beginning, but now our back fabric is in place. And I'm going to go, the next step is the little circle that I personally like to cut out. So I'm going to stitch that as well. And then we're going to trim everything. So this is where these handy applique snips are going to come in handy for trimming. All right, so take it off the machine and back to the table so you can see what I'm doing. All right, so here is our bookmark and our back is now attached. And I'm going to use my applique scissors to trim this as close to the stitch line as possible on the front and the back. Oops. And you're trying not to snip those stitches that you just did, but it's not a big deal if you do hit them because we're going to go over everything with that thick satin stitch and it will cover and secure everything in place. But just trim all of that off, front and back. You can save that tape if you are about to make another one. Now on the back, you can see I have that white bobbin thread, so a little bit harder to see the stitch line on the back. But we are about to change that because we're going to change the bobbin to match our top thread. Okay, so we do have a tiny little circle here. And these are for my friends that are more comfortable with trimming. I am going to hold my hand under my hoop and like press over this spot. And I'm going to poke this hole with my scissors and I'm going to cut it. just on the inside of that stitching. And that's what's going to give me my nice clean hole when it's done. And that stabilizer that's on the inside is going to wash away. Now you can cut straight through all the way to the back if you want, or you can flip it over and do it on this side as well. But again, you want to make sure you're not causing anything to come unhoop. So I'm trying to be careful as I'm holding my hoop and not putting any too much pressure on it, on the stabilizer. Okay, so I'm cutting all that. Get all these threads out the way. All right, so now we have trimmed everything and it's ready for, so very quickly, I'm going to show you how that last step works. First, you want to remove your bobbin thread, your normal bobbin thread, and you want to add the bobbin that you wound that has the same color as the top. So I'm going to pull that and done. Then we're going to load the hoop. All right, now before you start stitching, a little trick to help with preventing getting a big knot on the back where you start stitching. I'm going to make sure my top thread's going through my presser foot. Okay, I'm going to lower my needle, bring it back up, and I'm going to pull up that bobbin thread. And now I'm going to lower and start. And this is the final satin stitch. It's going to go all the way around, and it's going to go around my circle. And I'll trim this when it's done. Okay, now just like TV magic, ta-da, we have a bookmark already done with the satin stitch all the way around the edge and the circle. So I've taken this out. You could see like the impression where the hoop was. So when you're done sewing or stitching, you are going to take your stabilizer out of the hoop just like this. And this is what it's going to look like. And see, because I brought my bobbin thread up, I just have this very nice clean tail here, and I don't have a big old nesty knot, which sometimes happen with embroidery on the back. Now this is a wash away stabilizer. It is terrible if you wanted to, but I just use my scissors and I trim close to that satin stitch, but not right next to it. And you have some options. Because I'm not next to my sink, I have a little bowl of water, but you can go run to your sink and just soak this in your sink. You could let it go through. You can dip just the edges and this will dissolve away. I like to rub on it and then I'll kind of pull it and you'll see it kind of pull away like that. Or you could just dunk the whole thing in the water if you want. And that's going to get all of the stabilizer in between the fabric out, on the sides and everything. So that is how you get your clean, finished bookmark when you're done with very nice edges. The hole is going to come out totally clean because the stitches went right through that stabilizer and it's going to look nice and clean. And then you can take your tassel and just loop it through. And so then you have bookmark with the tassel. So let me stop this machine so I can hear Blaine. And let's go back. So sorry I ran a couple minutes over, but I hope you enjoyed this bookmark project. Remember, you can get the free download at carlybell.com/SMP. You'll also see links to all of the supplies I used today, info on the machine I used, and info on that class I was telling you about from start to stitch. So thanks so much for joining me today, guys. If you have any questions, feel free to hop on my Facebook page, send me a message, whatever you need, let me know.
Great job, Carly. You made that look so easy. And again, they can get that download of that bookmark with that link you left, right?
Yes. Yes. So it's a free download. You just type in your name and your email, and I have it set up to where it automatically emails you the zip file. You just unzip it, and then you'll see all the different formats. You just pick the one that goes with the brand machine that you have.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Carly. Thank you for coming on So Fast and being one of our educators. I know everybody really enjoyed that, and hopefully we'll see you again real soon, okay?
Thanks, Blaine. Y'all have a great rest of your week.
All right. Bye-bye. All right, everybody, that was Carly Bell. Again, if you want to check her out, it's carlybell.com. You can go check out all the things. And if you wanted to take that class she was talking about, you can just type in Carly Bell in the search bar on SewingMachinesPlus.com website. It'll take you to the product page. You can look at her class description and sign up for those classes. They are absolutely awesome. And if you're trying to get into embroidery, I would highly recommend it. And she's working on the next one, the advanced class coming up. We'll have that here first. So once you take the basic, you can take the advanced. So we'll have that soon. All right, we're going to continue on, and we have got a treat for you next up. We're going to talk all about the King Quilter 2. This is our very own machine. Actually, we have it made for us. Sewing Machines Plus is the only place you can get the King Quilter. We introduced this in September of 2018, and this thing has been awesome ever since. And we, who know better than to do this than Becky Thompson? I'm telling you what, y'all probably know Becky. She is Power Tool with Threads. She's out of San Antonio, Texas. And Becky has her YouTube channel, very successful YouTube channel there. And she is one of our King Quilter ambassadors. We love working with Becky. Now, she learned her passion for stitching from her mother, who was an amazing garment seamstress. So she's been around sewing machines throughout her life, throughout Becky's 20-year career in the U.S. Air Force and 17 years as a federal civilian. She's learned to become very comfortable with technology and loves to combine the knowledge and with our quilting machine and embroidery. And we're super excited to have her part of SewFest. So y'all, welcome to the show, Becky Thompson.
Hi, Blaine. Oh,
Hey,
my goodness.
Becky.
Oh, it's so good to see you again. It's been a while.
I know it has. I know you've been, excuse me, you've been super, super busy, and I know that you have a show that comes on every single day. You go live on your own Power Tools with Thread YouTube channel, and we're so happy you made time to come on SewFest. And I know that this next machine you're talking about, you absolutely love it. So we're going to get off here, let you get going, because I know you got a lot to cover, and we got some great specials I will share with everybody when you come back.
Thanks a lot, Blaine. I am so honored to be here. You guys, this is just so much fun. I see all of my Power Tools with Thread Nation in the chat. I can see all you guys. Hi, Nancy. Hello, everybody. Hi, Elizabeth. Y'all, every morning, Monday through Friday, 7 to 8 a.m. Central, join me in the Stitchuation Room, where we have a virtual stitching retreat. We hang out in there. We even have a virtual kitchen, and we bind, we piece, we long arm. I did that on Thursday. I did some long arming, and maybe we'll do a little scan and cut. You never know what's going to happen. So I want to get right to this. I've had my share of long arms, you guys, and this is the King Quilter 2 Elite from Sewing Machines Plus. It is proprietary to them, and I love this. This is my favorite long arm I have had so far. It has an 18-inch throat, and a handy quilter educator I know, she told me that Harriet, that when you have a throat space, you need to -6, and that's going to give you the size of pantograph, the maximum size of panto that you can stitch. So with an 18-inch throat, -6, that's 3 in the front and 3 in the back. So you can stitch a 12-inch panto with this particular machine. That's a lot of quilting that you can get done. So the machine comes with its own tablet. This is my friend Elaine right over here. Elaine, would you turn the machine off and then turn it back on? I want everybody to see the bright lights. Go ahead and turn it off and then turn it back on. And it is so bright up under here. You've got lights up under the handlebar right here. And then you also have lights. It comes with a light strip that goes the whole width or length of the throat. The width of the throat, is it the width or the length? I can't remember. Now this one has the Pro Stitcher Premium tablet on it. You don't have to have that. And what I wanted to show you guys today was, let's see. What I wanted to show you guys today, why don't you turn that back off one more time? And we're going to let it set about a few seconds, and then we'll do it one more time in just a little bit. Now, this machine is so great. It comes with a ruler base. You want to bring it right back over there where you're going to start? It comes with a ruler base, which is really nice. That's not an additional accessory that you have to purchase. And then also, it will come with a bunch of feet, including the glide foot. And that glide foot is something that normally is an additional purchase with other quilting machines, but it comes along with this one. So that's really, really nice. So go ahead and pop it back on. And now I want to introduce everybody to Elaine. This is Elaine. She was the long armor at my old local quilt store, and it closed several years ago. And Elaine knows how to do pantograph and also automation. But the reason I brought her over here today is because she's really good at doing pantographs. And a pantograph is on the table behind. It's a paper pattern that has the design on it that's going to do the quilting for you, because not everybody has got it in their budget at this time to use automation. And that's fine. You don't have to use the automation. That's what's really nice about this machine. So if the automation isn't something that's for you today, then this is a way that you can use this fantastic machine to get your quilting done. Now, I don't use the pantographs. Everybody who knows me knows that that's not my jam. So I'm okay with my limitations. I know what they are and I'm okay with them. So I reached out to Elaine to come and explain how to do a pantograph. You've got your fans, Elaine, saying hi. And Elaine's going to explain how to do a pantograph on the back of the machine. So I'm going to roll the camera just a little bit. And I want Elaine to explain what we're doing over here. So I'm going to come over this way. And now we've got a grid on top of the paper panto. What is that grid all about and what's it for, Elaine?
Your grid keeps you straight, literally. Of course, you have to put it on the table straight. You've got to make sure your table is square and that everything is squared up and right. But your grid keeps things straight for you. So they're 1-inch grid marks. Within the grid, they've got it gridded out into 1/4-inch sections even. But this is it's just simply a way to keep things straight.
And we love urban elements to get our grids, right?
Yes, they do come in varying widths. So you need to be sure you measure the size of the table you have, your stand back here in the back. Yeah. Like in this particular case, this table, you do not count this because this is permanently mounted.
Right.
So you've got to have your grid come inside it.
Right.
And we have this one approximately 2 inches, I would think, inside this cable line, which runs the automation.
So the sample that we're doing right now, we have got this adorable little llama print here. And once again, cords are the bane of my existence. And this is what we're doing. So it's a loopy design, and let's get in and take a look at it. I've got red thread so you guys can see. Now, Elaine, the first thing she did was she stitched half of the pattern first. You've got to do half, right?
You have to do your filler. You could come in and just start the pattern. This is the full pattern. But then at the top of your quilt, you would have these vacant spots. And the panto is actually set up with a piece of the pattern at the top of the panto. We can see the panto here.
Yeah.
It's coming to it. A piece of the top up here is part of the panto.
And that's faded out, right?
Yes, and it's faded out to help you know that this is not your main part of your design, this part and this part. They're just there. What's in dark is the end of your design.
Okay. And I'm seeing, your yellow painter's tape. What's
the
that
yellow
about?
tape is the end or where I wanted to stop stitching on my design.
Oh.
So I've got it. And now here's that line that we were talking about.
Yeah.
I have simply put painter's tape, comes up easy, and it's running right along that line. As I'm stitching, you're focused on your laser light. I don't know if you saw the laser light.
Yeah, now the laser light also comes with this machine. It's not an additional purchase. This machine is jam-packed with so many features. I love it.
Okay, so your laser light as you are doing the panto, like as in this circle here, I can see the laser light, but I can also, my peripheral vision, see that I'm coming up on the yellow strip, which means I'm close to the edge of my quilt.
That's great. Okay, so you've done the filler, which is the bottom half right here. Okay, so you've done the filler. Then you did one of the designs, and it's time to advance the quilt. So why don't we get into how to advance the quilt and show everybody what you're doing. Let me back up just a little bit so they can see. Now, first thing we got to do is remove the tension grips, right? So I'll do this side over here and you do that side over there. Teamwork, right, my friend?
Right.
Right. Okay. So you're going to, what do you do?
Okay, first off, anytime you have loose threads on your quilt, get rid of them, because invariably your needle will get hung up in it and then you have a rip out routine to go through.
Okay.
So I always get rid of all my threads.
Okay.
So I'm back on this end. You can't see it because of the quilt, of course. I have another piece of painter's tape down here, and it is where my quilt starts. I ran a basting line.
Hold on a second. I'm going to take camera off and kind of see if I can't get it up and over so we can see what you see. I hope I don't make you guys sick. Let me make sure I do this right. Whoop. It went green. What happened there?
I'm green now.
Yeah, we're green.
I don't want to be green.
You don't want to be green?
It makes me feel kind of green.
Kind of green?
Oh, well.
Oh, it's not green. It's green on there. It's not green on. Oh,
Yep,
it did go green. Yep. All right.
Let's
Hold
not
on
do
a
that.
second, you guys.
I can actually show you, pull up the strip and show you.
Well,
what
it's
it
not,
looks like.
I just want to make sure
Why
that why are we green? What happened?
Well, it's interesting to be green.
Well,
They're green people, you know.
well, and then there's Kermit the Frog is green. We've got some kind of color issue going on. Gamma rays. Yep, that's it, right? Gamma rays. Okay. So picking up the camera off the tripod probably wasn't such a great idea. Maybe we need a reboot. I'm not sure. All right. I'm going to go dark for just a second and then I will be right back. Let me see. I think. It always happens when you're live. It always happens when you're live all the time. Okay. So we're not going to mess with the camera anymore. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Okay.
And that one just went offline. And there, we're back.
Yeah, that's behind us. A couple of seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're going to do what with your needle?
Okay. I am going to put my needle at the highest point in my pattern.
Wait a minute. To me, from this side, this is the lowest point of the pattern.
Okay. But from where I'm standing, so it's your perspective, whichever side of the tape.
Okay.
The part of the pattern that has no quilting on the outside edge of it.
Okay.
How does that work?
Yeah.
So I'm going to just simply put my needle down close to or directly on. If you're lucky, you get directly on the line. It doesn't really matter.
It's pretty close.
Now you're going to wind the quilt towards you. You're going to be advancing it onto your rollers. And
okay.
Need things
so
like
this quilt also comes with the machine also comes with, I've got the 10-foot frame. They also have it in a 12-foot frame. And I'm just going to undo these little locks here and roll it, right?
Correct.
We're going to roll. All right.
And you continue advancing until right about there. We're there.
How do you know? How do you know?
We can look at it down here.
How do you know?
You can see better. Can you see this?
Let's see.
Yeah.
How do we know? We're running a little bit behind there on that. There.
Here was the pattern I was using to stitch by. On the fabric. This is all, everything in dark is stitched. I went to the highest spot, put my needle down. Then we advanced the fabric. We came past this dark end of this particular pattern. And right here is that real light spot. This is the same pattern repeated. And you stop right on the light line.
So go ahead and raise the needle and come over and let's see that. I'm going to bring the camera way down and see if they can't see what you're talking about. So
what I did
the needle
Yes,
was. Hold on a second. Let me see here. I want to make sure we can see it. Where's that laser light? Right here.
Right here.
Okay.
So here was my laser. Then we put the needle down all the way through the fabric. That way you know it's staying exactly where it needs to be. And then as we rolled the fabric up, the machine automatically retracted back towards me. I don't know that that's the
Okay,
right
stop
word.
right there. So point to the laser. It's right
Right
here.
here.
So there's the bottom edge of your stitching. You want to go back
I
to
want to go back to this light colored stitch.
to the light
It's the
colored
same
line.
thing as the top here.
Uh-huh.
This is identical pattern as to what we had on up above.
Oh, okay.
So it's always go to the, and if you want to look at it, this could be the top or it could be the bottom of the
Right.
pattern. It doesn't matter. You take it down until you're at that same identical spot on the next pattern.
On it. So essentially, this is where you finished on that row you just did.
Correct.
Okay, got you. That sounds easy enough. Okay.
Now,
So
gotta get my needle up to go back through,
yeah.
and we're going to reset our tension
Okay.
straps.
Okay. I'm doing what I'm told, y'all. Doing what I'm told. Let me back out a little bit.
I'll meet you at the other end.
Okay. Doing what I'm told.
Oh my goodness. Oh, tension straps.
Yep. Put this on. Okay.
And two.
And I'm going to bring you guys back up so you can see and watch her go here. And all right, so now we've advanced the quilt. That was really pretty simple.
It's not that difficult.
Yeah.
But always double check yourselves when you get to this point. I'm going to go right here and make sure.
What is right here? So
I'm
you're
going
going to the bottom.
previously stitched.
Okay, the bottom of the top of the previously stitched.
Yeah.
From your side.
Correct.
It's the bottom for me over here. And you're looking to make sure
That my needle is aligned to this faded out pattern that we have along the edge of the panto.
Sounds easy enough.
Now, I always based at this point.
Okay.
I do know some people who will do their pantograph.
Well, we're not going to
and
talk
then
about
back.
that. So let's.
But
So
to me, it's confusing.
Yeah.
If I do my basting here,
okay.
you got it?
Yeah. Go ahead.
But usually you would do this as a solo, so I'm not going to let Becky do it.
Don't let me do it.
And what am I lining up on? Will you remember those lines I told you about that are on the plastic?
Yeah.
That's all I'm lining up to.
So I want to show you guys the screen that she is talking about here. I'm going to do it from this side. So Elaine actually has a screen very much like this. And this screen that comes with this, that you don't have to use the automation. We've got stitches per inch at 11. I hope you can see that. I'll get you in just a little bit closer. Let me get you in. There we go. So we have stitches per inch at 11. You've got 4 stitch modes here. You have precision, which is good for pantographs on the back of the machine like Elaine is doing, and ruler work. You have manual, and that means that the machine is going to continue to stitch no matter what. It gets away from the stitch regulation. You have the I, which is idle or cruise mode, and you use that for automation patterns. And then you have the B for baste, and you have needle up down, which is really nice. So she's getting ready to baste down the side of the quilt. So she'd go to B for baste, and then she's going to use the go button to be. Now we're at 4 inches. So when you want to baste, let me get you in here and show you this, this setting right here. So you can baste, and I'm going to hit this plus sign. That'll baste every 4 inches. I'll tap that. Every 2 inches, every 1 inch, or every ½ inch. And that's the setting that Elaine likes, and that's the one I like too. So I'm going to back us out, and you guys can watch Elaine baste down the side. She is following a vertical line on the grid. So go ahead.
And the first thing I did was pull my bobbin up, and I've got it with the bobbin thread.
Yeah.
And I've got it secured up here with the other. And
Out
I've
of the
also
way.
got the tail end of the last row
Okay.
threads here too. So all I do is follow the line. And this machine is so lightweight, it is so easy to do this. And I am at the end of how much I can stitch on this run.
Okay. Now, a nice thing about this machine, with it being an 18-inch machine, is that you can, Elaine, how tall are you?
I'm right at 5'3".
She's 5'3". She can reach over the machine and be able to do the work she needs to do. It's not like she's got to run around to the other side of the machine, which if you've got a 21-inch throat or larger, sometimes that's kind of tough. So, okay.
Now we go back to our normal stitch length.
Okay. So on that, to do that, she would touch the P for precision, and she's at 11 stitches per inch.
Now, I'm going to just pull this up so I can show you, because it's obvious the camera doesn't want to be moved.
Okay.
On my piece of tape that just made a nice curlicue. Don't you wish your hair was that easy to make curlicues? I have put a arrow with the word start. So this just helps me to identify very quickly exactly where my starting spot is on the panto.
Okay.
And I'm going to lay this back down on my line that I just followed. It's actually at the cross section of a diagonal and a vertical line, and I'm literally ready to stitch.
Okay, let's see it. Go for it. Wait. Let me pull that out of your way. Okay.
That's one of those loose threads.
One of those loose threads. That's right. There you go. That is so pretty.
I am stopping here for a very good reason. I want to make sure that my two pantos are not hitting each other. That I have actually stayed. It's a half inch.
It looks great.
I've stayed on it.
Yeah.
Something else, I had not done this for a while. Came over, I think, yesterday, and my lines were not near this smooth. Practice does make perfect.
Yes. Practice.
Also, the fuller the panto, the more stitching it has in it, the less your mistakes show. So, but also you've got to assume the fuller the panto.
What do you mean the fuller the panto? The more dense?
The more dense it is, the longer it takes you to do it.
And the more bobbins you go through.
The more bobbin you go through, the more thread you go through.
Yeah.
So, but never, and one other thing, sorry, my voice is funky. When you stop the machine, I didn't do it this time. I should have stopped with needle down just in case.
Yeah.
Little Johnny came running in and hit the machine, then everything's lost. So should have done that. And I'm stopping where there's an intersection. Now this swirly pattern doesn't have very many intersections in it, but where two lines would cross, that's where I'm going to stop, because
if you need to stop.
If you need to stop.
Yeah.
But I do suggest you stop once, because I've done this. This I know. It's much easier to stitch, to rip out this portion that I've just stitched.
If it's off alignment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then the whole quilt. I've done that.
Oh yeah. Well,
yeah.
We all.
I've done that.
Not me. You're better at this than I am. Well, keep on going. Let's watch a little more quilting, shall we? I could just watch this all day. That is so pretty. The tension on the back feels fantastic.
Consistent speed. Talk about that.
Consistent speed, yeah. Notice she's not going too fast in some areas and slowing down in others. Well, there you can hear the motor pick up. You definitely want to keep a consistent speed. This is awesome. All right. Okay, well, Elaine?
I can't stop there.
You're going to have to.
I can stop there.
She's like, I can't stop there. I got to stop on a cross. Oh my goodness. This is so much fun, you guys. It is so much fun. I'm going to try and move my cords so I can talk to y'all. Oh, me and my cords, you guys. Me and my cords all the time. All right. Well, so I just wanted to give you guys a demonstration, or let Elaine give you a demonstration. Come on back over here by the machine, Elaine, so they can see you. No, step right here, right here. So that you guys can see that, you know, maybe automation isn't for you right now. You might get there, right? But you can still do fantastic long arm quilting with the King Quilter 2 Elite. And you've got full handlebars in the back, right? You've
Correct.
got the 2 handlebars in the back there.
With the buttons.
With the buttons on there. And then let me come around just a little bit on the side and see if I can't see. There's a screen back here. Once again, the cords. But there's a screen back here as well, and it's got a pretty good size on it. Okay, we're going to come around the side here. Let you see what Elaine's world looks like back here in the back. Yeah, so now you can see down the table. And put your hand on the screen so they can see that. Yeah, that's a pretty good size right
About
there.
the size of a 3x5.
About a 3x5 card. That's great. Yeah. And then point out where the laser is again.
The laser is right here.
Okay.
It is adjustable.
Yeah.
So that's something else, though. I just moved it. I shouldn't have.
That's all right. You,
well,
you stopped on a cross, you know where
Yes,
to go
exactly.
back
I
to.
can go back and trace myself. But
Yeah.
always do that because you never know when a child's going to appear or an animal
Right.
and disrupt you.
Yeah. Cat will jump up there in front of you or
Mhm.
something like that. So that's great. Elaine, I really appreciate you coming over. Thank you
My
so
pleasure.
much. This is really, really neat, you guys. A lot of fun to be able to do this. So I'm going to pull this back up. I'm trying to keep us on schedule, Blaine. So you guys, yeah, I've got the YouTube channel, Power Tools with Thread. We do all kinds of stitching and whatnot. And we, you know, scan and cut and regular machine embroidery. I do 10 needle work. I do single needle work with the Luminaire. And then, of course, long arming as well and straight stitching. And we just have a really good time there. So thank you all for your comments. I see them out there. But you can certainly do pantograph quilting on the back of the machine. This is a great, great deal for this machine. I know they have special pricing during SewFest. And if you can put, you know, you don't really have anybody over to your house, so you don't need that big dining room anymore. Put a long arm in there, right?
Well, it is.
Lane says that's where hers is. Maybe you have a formal living room that you can turn into a sewing studio and put your long arm in there. I took over a 2-car garage. That's what I did with mine. So yeah, we've got a lot of great quilting going on here. So do you want to just keep going and we'll watch you until Blaine comes back on? Let's get going. Go ahead. Find your
Well, hey, Becky, I'm back.
He's back. Okay, good.
Well, hey, great job, Elaine. Thank you, Becky. As always, fantastic demonstration. And we're going to tell them how they can get it. Thank y'all so much for coming on so fast. All right. So, guys, this is the King Quilter 2 Elite. And this is our very own brand we have made for us. And we introduced this in September of 2018. And we have not looked back. This thing has just been fantastic. Again, this is the Elite model. You see the SewFest pricing, the $62.99 on there. Now, with the Elite model, you're actually getting your choice of frame. You're getting a 10-foot or 12-foot frame, whichever you want. You get the front adjustable handlebars. You're getting those rear handlebars on it. You're also getting the LCD screen on the back, too, so you can actually do the pantograms from the behind the machine there. Again, this you can put several different robotics on there. You can put Pro Stitcher. You can put Butler on it. And we're getting ready to talk about the Butler robotics coming up next that fit right on this machine. But again, $62.99. We do have a basic version too, the standard version we call it. King Quilter, it doesn't come with the adjustable handlebars on front. It doesn't come with the rear handlebars. So we have whatever fits your budget and fit the need you have for quilting. Give us a call right now, 800-401-8151 to get your order and find out the show specials on this. We have a great special going on for SewFest. You don't want to miss it. If you've been in the market for a quilting machine, look no farther. Again, 800-401-8151. We do have special financing available, and we're going to ship this free nationwide right to your doorstep. All right, everybody, we're going to continue on, and we coming up next. Like I said, we've got Butler Robotics coming up, and we have Aubrey Hartman, and she's the area manager for Butler Robotics. And Aubrey has a long history of thread, fabric, and a sewing needle. She's been sewing ever since she was the age of 5, and she took a kids quilting class and has never looked back. She has a degree in theatrical costume design, and she enjoys making her own clothes, and especially Halloween costumes, Kyle.
Yeah.
So welcome to the show, Aubrey Hartman.
Hi, Blaine. Hi,
Hey,
SMP
Aubrey.
Nation.
Hey, I got to ask you, what's been your favorite Halloween costume that you've made for yourself?
I went as Marie Antoinette one year. So the wig and the big dress and the corset top fully beaded and everything. I think that was my favorite.
That's awesome. Well, I know we're going to talk all about robotics now, and we're super excited because we just had the King Quilter on, and they talked about pantographs, but now we can talk about some robotics. If they want to throw robotic on that King Quilter, this is going to be a great demonstration. So we're going to let you get going, Aubrey, and I'll see you back here in just a few minutes.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Blaine. Hi, SMP Nation. It is so great to be back with you guys for another SMP event. I just love doing these and introducing you guys to the Butler Robotics System. So if you are not familiar with me doing these shows and the Butler Robotics System, I have got our professional system right here. This is the top of the line that we offer for Sewing Machines Plus, and it is a universal system. But if this is going to be too much for you, don't worry, because we actually have 3 different models for you to choose from. So Sewing Machines Plus has the basic Butler system, they have the deluxe Butler system, and they have the professional Butler system, which you see here on my King Quilter sewing machine. The basic system comes with an 8-inch display and 160 patterns preloaded to get you started. If you decide you want the deluxe system, that comes with a 10-inch display and 260 patterns preloaded and a whole bunch of more features to play with and to work with your designs. And if you're like me and you like to be spoiled by all of your sewing goodies, you can go to the professional model here. It is a very large 12-inch display. It comes with 500 preloaded patterns and every feature that we've got available. So you can choose which one will suit you best. Like I said, I like to be spoiled, so I've got the top of the line here to demo for you today. And with it being a universal system, it doesn't matter what long arm machine that you've got at home or what you're purchasing this week on SewFest, you can put your Butler Robotics System on. So if you've got questions about that, give Blaine's team a call and they can get you suited with one of our systems. Now this week I'm going to be working on a quilt. As you guys who have seen me before, we always work on quilts together. I've got a fun little Halloween theme one here. So you'll see orange and black and white and pumpkins and kitty cats and bats. And we're going to get this quilted this week so that way you can see the Butler in action and see what some of the features do. I'm going to start with one of the squares we've got here on the quilt, and I'm going to show you just how easy it is to set up a square, add a pattern, and get it stitched out. So here on my display screen, I'm going to try and get that centered for you guys. I've got a big orange box, and that big orange box represents the whole safe space that I've got to quilt within. That's my batting, my backing, and my quilt top. But I'm gonna do a layout box, which is just gonna be this little square here. I've got a pinwheel block that's got bats on an orange background and then my purple background fabric. So to do that, I'm in the layout feature here on the left-hand side of my display, and I want to add a new box, a new layout box. So I'm going to use the plus sign that's here on the right-hand side of my display. I'm going to touch that plus sign, and what's great about the Butler Robotics is it always tells you what to do next. So it's giving me instructions down here on the bottom of my display, and it says set the first point in your pattern box. So I'm going to take my whole machine Slide it on down to where my fabric is and where my box is. And I'm going to start in the upper left-hand corner here. I'm at the very top corner of my little pattern box that I want to do around this block on my quilt. And I'm going to hit the plus sign that's on the bottom right-hand corner of my display. My directions have changed again, and it says set the next point in the pattern box. I'm going to go counterclockwise around my little square here on my quilt, setting a point at each one of the corners. So I'm going to bring my machine towards me and come to the bottom left corner of my little block. I'm going to hit my plus sign again. I'm going to move to the right and go to the bottom right-hand corner of my quilt block and hit my plus sign again. And now I'm going to move to the top right corner of my quilt block. And instead of hitting my plus sign, since I've now gotten to all four corners, I'm hitting my check mark. And when I do that, I now have a big orange square on my display screen, and that represents the block that we want to work in. So now that we've got our space laid out, it's time to choose a pattern. On the left-hand side of our display, we have a little file folder that has the word patterns underneath it, and that's where all of our patterns are going to be. When we touch on that, we can see all of the patterns that are available to us in our Patterns tab. And depending on which model you choose, is going to come preloaded with the designs that coordinate with the particular model. You can slide through the patterns at the touch of your finger, or you've got a little bar down here where you could type in what you're looking for. But for me, since we're doing this show, I've already chosen the patterns that I want to use on this particular quilt. So I'm going to go into my Recent tab, and everything that I want is right here. Now, you're not limited to the patterns that come with your Butler robotics system. You can import and export designs that you've chosen on quilt websites and put them onto your model with the simple use of a thumb drive. It's really easy to do, and that way you can continue to go shopping and buy patterns that are suitable for your quilt if you don't find something in your system that you like for the particular design that you have. So for the block I've got here with my bats, I'm going to go ahead and choose this particular design here. Because I want to choose it and I touch it with my finger, it highlights orange. But in order for us to get it to the pattern screen where we're filling in our block, we have to use our check mark. Let me get that in screen for you. Got a little check mark over here. When I touch that, my pattern is loaded into the screen that has the square on it that we did for the layout space. But if you can see this as well as I can see it, my pattern is way too big for my little orange box representing my space. So we need to shrink that pattern down and make it fit within our quilt block space. When we added that pattern into this space, we have edit highlighted on the right hand or the left hand side of our display. Now that edit's highlighted, we can use all of the fun features on the side of our display over here to change the size of our pattern, if we want to rotate our pattern, if we need to move it around within the space. We have mirror image buttons. So lots of fun features here to kind of change and manipulate our pattern design to work with what we need. So we need to change the size here. So we're going to go to our scale feature. I've got my scale feature right here. And when I highlight that, we get some new options here. I can change the size with some slider bars and plus and minuses, or I've got on my particular model, that's the professional, and this also comes on the mid-level, the deluxe, a little button here called auto scale. If I touch this, it's going to perfectly fit the design within my box. Simple and easy at the touch of one button. Like I said, I love my spoiler features. So now that my design is perfectly sized to fit in my quilt block, I can go ahead and stitch it out. It's really that simple to get a design into a space and get it ready to stitch. To stitch out, we have a little button here at the top that looks like a house. It's called our home button. When we touch that, we're into our stitch out screen. Now this is where we're going to get ready to stitch our design out, and our most important button to remember is this little guy over here. I know it's hard to see on the screen as you're watching, but it looks like a needle with a piece of thread running through it, and it needs to be highlighted white, as you can see here on the display. If I unhighlight it and it just has a purple background, all it's going to do is trace your design if you were to start it right now. We don't want it to trace in this instance because I know it's going to do exactly what I want it to do. But if you were unsure about your design fitting where you want it to, you could always trace it out and make sure your design is going to fit and look the way you want by tracing and following it with your eye. I'm going to go ahead and turn my needle on so that we can stitch this out. The next thing we need to do is hit our green start button. Again, our butler is going to give us our instructions of what to do next. The display is telling us that our machine is going to move to the start of our pattern block, and our pattern is going to start. And we need to verify that our needle is in the up position. I always double check, even though I think the needle's up, just to make sure. We never ever want to start our robotic system with the needle in the fabric, because it's going to go off on its own and you risk tearing your fabric. And we never want to ruin a quilt top after we put all that work into it. So my needle is up. I'm going to hit the green check mark on my screen. The robotic system is going to think for a minute, and then it's moving on its own to go to the start point of my pattern design. Once it gets to where it needs to be for the start of the design, it's going to start giving me some more instructions. Again, it just tells me what to do, so I don't have to think about what order everything has to be done in. It gives me all of my instructions so I don't make any mistakes. The box on the screen says do a single stitch with your quilting machine. So I'm going to use my needle up, needle down button to do one single stitch. Now that I've done that, I hit the check mark on my display and I get a new message. My butler's telling me to pull up my bobbin thread and press OK. So I can move my machine out the way a little bit, tug on my top thread, and my bottom thread comes to the surface. Now that I've got my bobbin thread up, I can hit the check mark again, and my robotic system is going to recenter over that starting point for me. I get a new set of directions, and it says cycle the needle to lock my stitches. Now I cycle my needle about 3 times because I like to do about 3 locking stitches. If you're a quilter who's doing this for show entry work, or if you're someone who likes to bury your threads instead of just do tie-offs, you may not want to cycle your needle here. I'm not that fancy, so I just cycle my needle 3 times to do a locking stitch there. I've done that now, and I'm waiting for the next set of directions. It says turn on your stitching on your long arm, and then your machine's going to start moving after you press OK. So we have 2 instructions in one here. I'm going to turn the stitching on my long arm, and then I'm going to hit the check mark on my machine, and I'm going to start stitching. So I'm going to turn on here and hit my check mark here, and off we go. And it is that simple to get stitching with your Butler robotic system. This is a very easy system to learn. It's very intuitive. And I really enjoy that it's all laid out up the side of your screen, and it gives you all of those directions. I don't like guesswork. However, if you do have questions about what's happening or you're unsure of what a button has, there is an information button on your screen where you can touch that and touch any other button that's on your screen, and it will pop up and tell you what that button does. So if you're not sure about your mirror image button, you can go ahead and touch your information button, touch your mirror image button. It'll say, hey, this is your mirror image from right to left. And there is a video that will come up if you download it, and it'll show you exactly how to use it. I love that. I hate paging through instruction manuals and trying to read through things and figure out, oh, how does this work? I don't like having to run to my computer every time I have a question and look up a video to see if I can figure out how it works. It's all right there on my display for me. And I just love that everything is self-contained. And it does come with this display, so you don't have to worry about buying an extra display or buying a tablet. It's here with the program loaded, so you don't have to figure out how to load software with your help videos all in one. I just think that's so wonderful because not everybody's tech savvy, including me. So we're almost at the end of our stitch out here. And when we get to the end, we're going to go through another set of directions to follow. We are told to turn the stitching off on our long arm. So I'm going to press my stop button here and hit the check mark. Now we're going to cycle our needle again to lock our stitches in place and hit our check mark again. Now I can move my machine out of the way and bring it back to pull my bobbin thread up to the surface. Everybody does that a little bit different. That's just how I was taught to do it. And my whole block is done. It is that quick and easy to fill in a whole block on your quilt. You can do edge to edge patterns this way. You would just set your points from one end of your quilt to the next. But I like to do these blocks because it's very customizable. So let's go ahead and do another block. We've got a little 2 square block. So instead of a square, we've got more of a rectangle. I'm going to set it again with the 4 corners. Very quick and easy. I'm going to bring this to you guys so we get it back in frame and you see how I set the next block. We're in home right now and we're coming back down to layout. I'm going to add again using the button over here on the right hand side of my display to add a new layout. Again, it gives me to set my first point in my pattern box. I'm going to do the rectangle right next to this one. And I'm going to start again in that top left corner and hit my plus sign. I'm going to come down to the bottom left corner and hit my plus sign again. My bottom right corner, hit my plus sign again. And my top right corner, instead of the plus sign, I'll hit my check mark. I'll bring this back into screen for you guys. And now you can see that I have a rectangle. We're going to go ahead and add our pattern next. And the pattern I'm going to add is the word boo. When I add that in, you can see that it is going horizontally and I need it to go vertically. So we're going to have to use our rotate button. And we are in our edit now and rotates over here on the right hand side of our display. And when I open that up, we've got some options here. So I can use my rotate button and turn the word boo to face the direction that I'd like it to go. And I've got this quick and easy 45-degree rotate button. So I don't have to press increment by increment. I can hit that button twice, quick and easy, and it flows into place. Let's work with sizing a little bit to get this where it needs to go. I'm going to hit my scale button because we need to make it bigger and get it to fit in our block. Let's go ahead and see what the auto scale does. That's that little button down here with the little cap on it that made things perfect for us with our block. This didn't quite work the way we wanted to. It did fill in the word boo, and it does fit in our rectangle, but it doesn't completely fill our rectangle. So we might have to do a little bit more work here. Now, this is for all of my friends out there who love touchscreens. This is a touchscreen, and I've been using all of our buttons up to this point. But if you touch on the touchscreen and touch on your pattern, you will get little nodes that pop up. And I don't know if you can see them very well on camera, but we've got blue nodes, green node, and a red node. Those blue nodes are going to help us change the size at the touch of a finger. I'm going to touch this blue node down here and drag my design down to the bottom of the box, stretching the size. So it is completely filling my design box the way I want it to. Now my design fits in the box perfectly. It's within all of my edges and it looks great. Time to stitch it out, quick and easy. We're going to hit that home button. My needle's engaged. Oh, that's off screen. Sorry, guys. My needle's engaged over here, so we're ready to stitch. We're going to hit our green button so that we are ready to go. Again, we're going to read those directions telling us that we're going to move to the start of our pattern block and make sure that needle's not down in our fabric. I'm checking that because you just don't want to tear your fabric. I'm going to hit my green check mark to go. It's going to think for a minute and move on its own. And we're going to come back down here to that 2 square blocks so we can stitch out the word boo in our space. And again, we're going to follow our directions. So it says do a single stitch. So we're going to use our needle up down button and do 1 stitch and hit our green check mark. We're going to just push our machine out of the way so we can pull that bobbin thread up and hit our check mark. The Butler robotic system is going to come back into place where our start is. I'm going to cycle my needle that 3 times for my locking stitches and follow those directions. And now we're ready to start. So I turn the stitching on my machine and hit the check mark on my Butler robotics, and we are ready to stitch out again. So it is super easy. You can see how quick it is to kind of custom fill in a quilt just by taking those steps. And it is stitching out great. So I don't know if y'all can see, and I will show you more tomorrow. I actually have a short cord on my camera today, so I can't take the camera off my mount like I usually do to give you close-ups. I promise you'll get close-ups tomorrow. But I've got these little blocks that are going to be in between my decorative blocks that are all going to be stitched out with the word boo. I've got a great plan for this week so y'all can kind of see it develop as we go. So this is a full color touch screen that does come with your purchase. Again, there are 3 different sizes that Blaine will be showing you. It is a universal system, so remember, it doesn't matter what you've got at home, whether your machine is 10 years old or 20 years old, or you're buying it new at SewFest, you can put a Butler robotic system on it. Do we have any questions? I'm sorry?
Can you just do smaller increments and changing the pattern size?
Okay. So we had questions about how you can change the size of the pattern. Can you do it in smaller increments, or is it all really big increments of changing? Yes, there are multiple ways to change the size of a pattern. So you can do it in single increments, just nudge by nudge. There are slider bars where you can do larger changes. You can use the touch screen and change it very quickly with the touch screen, both horizontally, vertically, or if you touch the corners, you can kind of change it in proportion, both horizontally and vertically together. And then you have that button where you can use the smart scale, and it'll do it all at once for you if you get the deluxe or the professional system. So there's lots of different ways to use not only the scale feature, but also, it's finished, so it's telling me to do that, to not only use the scale feature, but the rotate feature and the move feature. There are multiple ways to do everything. So whether you're comfortable with the touch screen or whether you use the buttons and you're better with that, there are different ways to do all of the design changes or editing features, and you do what you're most comfortable with.
How about self-installs?
Oh, so we have a question about self-installs. I have installed multiple systems myself. I can't say that I'm super savvy at building things, but I have built plenty of IKEA furniture in my life. So I have installed these robot systems with no problem. It's a matter of putting a few brackets onto the carriage of your machines and a few brackets onto the sides of your frame, putting some belts into place, plugging in all of your cables. You do get directions with everything, so you should feel confident about doing it yourself. If you can do it, I have full faith in you because I can do it. And I think
and
we...
random last one is what quilt pattern is the one behind you?
What quilt pattern is... Oh, someone wants to know what quilt pattern is the one behind me. I can tell you that I pulled this off of the internet, and it is just some kind of chopping up of a 4-patch where you do multiple cuts both vertically and horizontally, and then you flip the squares around. I don't know what it's called. If I can find it, I will let you guys know this week. So I guess we are out of time. Thank you guys so much. I will see you the rest of this week, and we're back with Blaine to find out how to get a Butler robotics system.
Thanks, Aubrey. We'll see you again a little later in the week, okay?
Thank you, Blaine.
All right. So everybody, got to tell you a little bit about the Butler robotics. Now, we offer 4 different styles of Butler robotics. Now, the one on the screen right now, that's that basic Butler. But I want to tell you about another one that we have. Now, if you just have a regular sewing machine out there that has stitch regulation on it, and you have it on a frame, and let's kind of give you an example, like the Cutie Breeze from Grace. If you have it on one of those type of frames, it will actually work on robotics on your domestic machine that you have at home. As long as it has stitch regulation, you can put that robotic system on that frame and make it work. And then the other ones we have, naturally, as you see the one on the screen, is the basic Butler robotics. That's going to go on your long arm quilting machine. Again, the price is $43.60 on that. However, we have call-in specials on all 3 models. We have the basic, we have the deluxe. I always forget the deluxe, Kyle. The deluxe and the pro version. Now, the differences between these two is going to be the screen size. So you're going to get an 8-inch, a 10-inch, and a 12-inch screen size on these. So, and naturally, when you go up from the basic to the professional, you're going to also increase the designs that are preloaded in the robotic systems. Back in 2008, which became a huge resource for free sewing patterns, craft ideas, and recipes. She's been featured on PBS, Sew Daily TV, and has worked with Brother, Blueprint, Craftsy, plus many other top brands. And she has actually worked with SMP before. She's been on our some of our festivals before, and it's always a pleasure to have her back. So y'all welcome Emily Thomas to the show.
Hi, I'm so glad to be here. I was just watching the previous person and the sound was going crazy. So I'm glad it's worked out. And thanks for having me, Blaine.
Well, it's good to see you. It's been a while, you know, and since you've been on one of our shows. And as always, we love having you on. And I know you got a great subject to talk about today. So I'm going to let you get going, and I'll see you back here in 30 minutes.
All right. Sounds great. Thank you. All right, today I'm bringing you a super easy sewing project. We're going to be primarily working with the serger sewing machine, but you could do this entirely on a standard sewing machine as well. And it's perfect for coming up with thinking about the holidays coming up and gift giving and fall baking, all those things. It's still hot here, but I'm mentally getting ready for some of those things. And so this is a perfect project for you. So today we're going to make 2 different styles of bread bags. And this is something quick and easy. It can be perfect for gift giving. And I'm going to show you 2 different styles how to do that. So just show you real quick what I mean. So literally we have a loaf of fresh baked bread that we put into this cute bag. Now this one I made and I used free designs from the Art Sphere app and I put them on dish towels. Now I will say don't use microfiber dish towels because it's really hard to get the bread in and out. It's really sticky. So I would not use that kind of towel again, but using a dish towel is really easy because you literally just finish the edges, sew 2 towels together, and there you go. You have a great little bread bag. And then I also made this one out of organic quilting cotton, and it also just ties up nice and easy. This one is double layer, and I'm going to show you how to make this kind as well. But the cotton just holds the bread nice. You have a loaf. You can use this to store on your counter and have a pretty covering, or I just love being able to give these away. And I usually have a stash of a few bags on hand so that if I bake, I can just pop that away. So I have actually a free template available on Life So Savory to download for this bread bag, okay? And it looks like this. So this is what I've used to pre-cut my fabric for today. Again, we're gonna make 2 different options, one being the single layer, and I recommend this for dish towels, especially if you like to shop after the holiday. You can get some great deals on those holiday dish towels, maybe from previous holidays. So I am going to be looking for after Christmas this year to get some for baking next year, and then being able to gift any kind of bread you want. If you want to adjust this for like a loaf style, you would simply fold over or adjust the width of this, because right now it's more square for a round loaf, but you could easily make it, just leave the ties as is, and then you could adjust it for more of a loaf style. And I would just, take some quick measurements of this. You have a very basic small seam allowance, so you're not going to lose a whole lot of width on this, but just see what you want, but easy to adjust. This is also cut down. I cut down a little bit because I was making smaller loaves, because I was making 2 different ones for this project, but it also fits like a full artisan style loaf on there. So, okay, so there we go. That's the template. Here's what I've cut out. So I'm going to make a single layer one, which again, I recommend for towels, but I'm using this pretty Christmas fabric. Okay. So this is going to be single layer. Will not have a lining. You will see the inside, but we're going to sew it and then finish the top just with a serger. You could also do a double roll narrow hem. I like it simple. And if it's a towel, I'm just going to serge that edge and finish it off. And these are really quick and easy, especially for gifting. Okay, so there's that. And then this one, I've got some fun fall fabric, and I'm going to make a double layer one where it's fully lined, and we'll check that out as well. I did want to mention, it says this on the pattern, but it goes against everything in me to cut 2 of the same. So you can see here that I cut my pattern twice. So you don't do it on the fold. They're not in reverse. They're not in mirror. It's literally 2 of the same when you cut it, so that when we do put it right sides together, then the little ties are on opposite sides. Okay, so that's what you want. All right, the template is on LifeSoSavory.com. You can search bread bag, and you should be able to find the free download. Okay, I can maybe put it in the comments after, but I know there's like a million comments going on for SewFest, so it's probably just easier to look it up, and I'll try to mention that again at the end. We're going to start with the simple bag. Again, this is a great one for towels. Today I'm using this fun Christmas fabric, and you're simply going to place it right sides together. We're going to match the corners for the bottom pouch, and then you're going to leave these top 2 ties sticking up here on the sides. All right. So we're just going to sew around the curve. You could pin or clip it. I'm just going to sew it. Use whatever seam allowance is comfortable for you. I'm just going to use a 1/4 inch seam allowance. And I'm leaving all my settings pretty standard for this. I did go ahead and of course do a check when I changed thread, but you don't really have to do any difference on the settings because we're just sewing cotton. It should sew up pretty easily. And just keep adjusting as I go. You shouldn't need a lot of fabric for a bag if you're using the single layer A half yard should be plenty. And if you're using the double layer, depending on how thick your fabric is, I was just using scraps for both of these, so I didn't get a great measurement. But this one did use like 2 hand towels. So that's the approximate size. Okay. So this is the Brother Airflow 3000 serger. It's amazing as far as threading and rethreading it. I no longer dread threading my serger. Super easy to use and has given me great results as I've been using it over the last year. All right, so you can see here our bag is taking shape. The main thing is to note that the ties should be on opposite sides, so that when you do tie them up, it sort of closes the top of the bag. So now we have a raw unfinished edge all the way around the top of this bag, and we're simply gonna run our serger all the way around it and around the curves, starting and ending at one place, and then this bag will be finished. So you can see why I would recommend using this for towels, because you're just cutting up the towel into the shape, and then it is literally 2 simple seams and you're finished, and you can make a whole stockpile really quickly. If you want to do a rolled hem, or again, you could do a fold over, there's lots of ways you can finish this. I'm going for quick and simple, and so all I'm doing is running my serger along here, but any way that you can finish the fabric so it's not going to fray is perfect for this. So now I'm only sewing 1 layer of fabric instead of 2, and my serger is handling that really nicely. I didn't have to make any adjustments going from the double layer to the single layer. You can adjust all the tensions manually, but I find that I do very little adjusting unless I'm really switching between crazy different kinds of fabrics. All right, so we're going to come back around. I'm going to overlap at least 1 inch where I started to finish that seam. And then I can go ahead and flip that off. And now you have a beautiful holiday bread bag that is perfect for gifting. You could add embroidery on beforehand if you wanted. I would do it when it was, of course, a flat piece. You can, like on this one, I did sublimation using the Brother sublimation printer on a towel. So there's just lots of different ways that you can customize this for giving, or like I said, just use something really easy as your fabric, and then it goes really quickly. So let's take this loaf of bread and we'll stick it in our new bag. Of course, I like to wash the fabric first, which I would anyway. And then for food, I usually try to use the organic cotton, but I don't always, as long as I've pre-washed it. Okay, and there you have a really cute bag. The ties fit perfectly, and you can give all kinds of goodies, baked goods, breads, pretty much anything that could fit in this bag could be a cute way to gift give this year. All right, so there's version number 1, the easiest. If I'm making a bunch of those, that's what I'm doing. But I do want to give you the second one, which is a fully enclosed, fully lined bread bag, which may be a little bit more durable. And if you were going to be using this as a daily or weekly something for yourself, then I like to make the lined version. Okay, so that's what I have here is it's fully lined, top stitched, reversible, you know, all those things using the same fabric. All right, so we're going to do the same thing. We're going to take the 2 pouches and the 2 different ones, and I need to turn this again so that the ties are going the opposite direction. This fabric was a little bit more forgiving because it doesn't really have a wrong and a right side. So when I was cutting it, I was able to be a little bit less strategic with the fabric placement. But we're going to sew around the curved bottom edge of both of our layers. This is leftover fall fabric from last year. It's good scrap buster. I will show you. I even pieced together a little bit of the lining. I'm going to make the orange the outer layer because it was more complete. The yellow inside, I actually pieced a little bit before I cut it, trying to make the fabric work for me. And when I say this one takes a little bit longer, it takes just a little bit longer because we're just making it lined. It's not a huge difference. All right, so our two opposite sides on the ties. Now you can see here, if you look up close, that I pieced this together to get a full piece with the handle. And we're going to turn it. So I do have a wrong side on this one because of I already stitched a little bit on this fabric. So we're going to make sure that that is on the outside. And then when we finish this together, we'll put that on the inside of the bag and you'll never see it because it will be fully enclosed. So we're going to stitch this one as well, all the way around. You do not have to use a serger for this. I like it because it makes it quick and easy. I never worry about my fabric fraying. And even on the single layer one, that inside seam looks fine. I don't mind seeing that serger seam. But if you are using a sewing machine, you just want to be aware more of how you're finishing your seams and your fabric won't fray, especially if you're using knit or woven fabric that is prone to fraying. And this fabric that I'm using right here seems kind of fragile on the fray scale. It feels like it's fraying really easily. So I want to make sure that I'm fully enclosing those seams in there. All right, so we're just going to go up the edge here and finish. All right, now I am going to grab some pins or clips for this next part because you're going to put the right sides together and we're going to sew the handles just like we did on the first one, only this time we're sewing 2 layers together so that we can turn it right side out, stuff the one inside the other, and have a finished bag where it's all fully enclosed. I'll just mention again, the pattern is free, available on lifesewsavory.com. It's just a 4-page template that you can print out, tape together, and then use to cut out. Adjust your size as you want by just folding or shaping it. But having just the handle or the tie already done for you, I feel like is worth printing the template. In fact, yesterday when I was prepping for this, I didn't have one printed, and instead of, I felt like, should I just wing it? No, I'm going to print it and cut the actual template because I know it works. I know the ties look good, and it all is how I wanted it to be. Okay, so, thank you. All right, so looks like Sewing Machines Plus went ahead and put that link in there so you guys can find it there, which is super handy, and then I won't have to talk about that again. All right, so this one is the wrong side facing out, and we want to put the right sides together for sewing this last step. Although I have to see if how I sewed it, if the handles will match up like I want them to. All right, we're going to put this in here. And then you're going to line up the side seams. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and I'm just going to put a few clips up and around the ties so that I don't have to keep adjusting this while I'm sewing. And then after I sew this together, we'll turn it right side out. So I need to make sure that I leave an opening. And where I like to leave an opening is on one of these longer, flatter parts on the side. So I'll leave probably a 3-inch opening along there so that I can turn it, and then we'll just close that when we top stitch around the top of the bag. If you don't want to top stitch the 2 layers together, you can of course always leave a turning hole on the lining when you're sewing that curved bottom. So I would leave a little gap on the very bottom of that bag when you were sewing like I did for the first step. And then you can just inside go ahead and I'll probably just leave it right here. So I'm going to start sewing here and then I'll finish when I get to the bottom of that curve. All right, so here we have our bag. You have the two ties and everything is ready to go together. So hopefully we can zip around this. Like I said, I'm going to start sewing here and then I'm going to finish when I get to the bottom of this curve, and that will be the turning hole to turn this right side out. All right, so we're going to use the serger again to sew this. Make sure that I'm sewing through both layers of fabric. Can be a little bit tricky to go around the corners on a serger, but if you just kind of go slow around the points, you can do that. You could also cut it square if you wanted to. I like the way the curved handle looks, but you wouldn't have to do that. Before I turn this right side out, I will double check that I just noticed my bottom layer of fabric looks a little bit shorter than the top, and I want to make sure I'm catching all of that so that I don't have any holes, of course, in this bag when I turn it right side out. All right, slow around the corner of the handle. But we're almost back to where I started. Again, the sewing on this is actually quick and easy, but I love the results and it looks so cute. And I have given away so many of these. And now that we're coming up to fall though, and Christmas and all the holidays, there's going to be even more excuses for baking and giving bread. All right, so we are going to turn this right side out. I see a question about what machine I'm using. This is the Brother Airflow 3000. It's the air threading serger. So all of the air threading mechanisms are in here. It threads like a dream, and it's a great machine. All right, so I want to make sure this isn't going to rip open. Because like I said, this is kind of thinner fabric that is going to fray a little bit. So we'll have to make sure we tuck it closed. Top stitching is definitely going to be necessary on this one because I'm afraid it's going to, I might have to go around again or on a couple parts. This fabric is very thin, which I thought, oh, that's going to be great because it's going to be 2 layers of fabric. But I just want to make sure that I've really caught enough of it. I probably should have taken a little bit bigger seam allowance. So that I don't have some of it poking out. So I'm just gonna, looking on the other side now, right? I sewed with the yellow side up. Sewing with the orange side up, I'm just gonna spot reinforce a couple of different sections here because I don't wanna turn it and have it coming out. So all those extra seams will be inside. We won't see it, it's not gonna be a problem. All right, so let's try again. We're going to carefully turn this right side out. And then as I do, I'm also going to tuck the lining, which is the yellow one, down inside the bag, right? Because we want to see the orange outside. And if you want to get some blunt scissors, or sometimes I like to use a knitting needle or whatever you like to use to poke it out. It's curved, so you don't have to use anything too sharp, but sometimes it's more difficult, it's harder to get your fingers in there. Okay, so now we have the right side of the bag, and it's really cute, I think, to have like a contrast thing on the inside. And we're ready to top stitch. I just gotta double check the time. All right, we're gonna be able to zip this right around and finish on time. If you have any questions, which I know we've kind of covered as we've gone, but you can go ahead and leave those in the comments, and then I will hopefully try to ask or answer a couple of those as we're finishing up here. All right, so I'm going to carefully tuck the seam allowance in, and put a bunch of clips in it. And then as I am top stitching, we're going to close the hole that we used for turning. Like I said, if you do not want to mess with this on the top of your bag, you can also leave the bottom of your lining open and then just use that, and then you'll be able to just top stitch all the way around and not have to close anything at the top. I probably do about 50-50. So you just leave the bottom of this yellow lining open, and then you'd have a hole there, and you'd have to, of course, zip that, but sometimes it's easier to do that on the bottom of the bag than it is on the top of the bag. So I'm going to top stitch on the right side. I've put in my machine some orangish thread to hopefully be kind of festive, and we're just going to use a straight stitch. You could use a decorative stitch, you could use a zigzag. I'm just going to use a straight stitch along here, and we're going to sew that seam allowance in. And then, of course, right now where I'm going, which will be the spot that'll have to go the slowest, is where I'm sewing that seam allowance in. So I've got the edges folded under, and I'm just going to very carefully top stitch along there. Some of you will also probably want to press before you top stitch. If you've watched my own live shows or other things, you know that unless I have to, I do not like to iron things. So I will just kind of squish this down as I go around, but you could also, before you sew this, you could give it a good pressing. If you didn't use a serger and you have a bigger seam allowance on the inside of this lined bag, you'll definitely want to clip the seam allowance, especially around the curved handles, before your top stitch, so you don't end up with bulky seams under there. You want it to lay really nicely around the top. Okay, so we're just going to make our way. It's a complete circle, a little flat part, then up and over one of the ties, another little flat part, and then up and over the other tie. So it's really easy to sew. Yes, I'm top stitching. I think I said that, but I just see a question about that. So we're just going, like I said, I'm just using a regular straight stitch. And we're just going to go around the second part of that handle. I don't know, handle tie. I go back and forth depending on what I'm calling it in the moment. Okay, and then we can just clip any little threads you have left. And I'll show you how the edge looks, and then you can see if, so see, it's just top stitched nicely, just makes it lay really easy there. And then you have the tie, perfect. This Brother machine is the SE2000. You probably can't see my, the label down there, but it does have a needle threader, but it's one of the push button ones, not one of the push button ones. You like push it down on the side. So works great. This is one of the Wi-Fi enabled machines, so you can use it with Artspira, and it does have an embroidery hoop, so you can use it for combo sewing and embroidery, and I love how portable it is. So I have my big Stellaire, but for the show today, I was trying to get my machines two side by side so I could show you guys this project, and so I moved my bigger machine and I went down to this amazing like travel portable one and the serger to be able to show everything off to there. Okay, so let's put the bread in this bag for the final reveal of how it looks. Again, crusty bread in a microfiber. I don't know if you can hear it. It feels like it's like being ripped. Crusty bread in a microfiber towel, not a good idea. Okay, so use regular dish towels, not microfiber ones. But look at, you can have your beautiful bread, and then you can stick it in a bag and have it be ready for gift giving or an event or anything that you wanted to have. And now we've made two cute and easy different kinds of bread bags that are perfect for whatever you need them for. So hope you enjoyed that. Blaine, I will be happy to hand the show back to you, and I don't think there were any major questions.
Well, Emily, that was awesome. You know what's so funny? I was just sitting there telling Kyle, our neighbor just gave Michelle and I just a few weeks ago a loaf of bread that looks exactly like that, but she sure didn't have any fancy bread bags for
You didn't
it.
get a nice bag with it.
No, we need to get her to watch your video so she can learn how to do that.
That's right.
That was awesome. Great idea. Thank you for being a part of SewFest. As usual, you did great. And we'll see you again real soon, okay?
Thank you so much.
All right. It's Emily Timeless, everybody. Thank you for her for coming on. And hope y'all loved that. That was our second educational session for the day. And we'll have 2 more again tomorrow. But guys, coming up next, we have Janome in the house, or Elena actually in the house. We're going to talk about that 782 yes. Elena. And we have Sam Fung is here. Sam been on our show many times, and he's the educational coordinator and has been sewing for the past 47 years. And prior to joining Janome 17 years ago, he owned a custom sewing business where he made everything from couture, wedding gowns to home decor, and even taught students of all ages how to sew. He enjoys sharing his knowledge. And if you ask Sam, he says he has enough notions and things at home that he could probably open his own shop. And he's been on SMP Nation shows quite a few years now. And it's always a joy to have Sam here. So y'all welcome to the show, Sam Fung.
Hi, Blaine.
Hey, Sam, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Doing fantastic. Glad you're here. Glad you're part of SewFest. And I'm excited for you to show everybody how awesome this Elena machine is, because we got a fantastic special on this today and cannot wait to show them what all we're throwing in for free. So I'm going to let you take it away.
Okay, great. Thanks. Hello, everyone. Let's hear. We're going to talk about the 782 today. And to start off, let me just show you all the decorative stitches we have on this machine. There's 400 decorative stitches on here. The machine also has an 11-inch throat space right here. This is an auto lift system, so that means the foot comes up and down automatically. And the side on this machine opens up. One thing I love about this machine, so I can get into to look at the inside when I have a thread break or something like that. The other cool thing about this machine is on the top, there's an extra light. The light shines down right here in front of the needle, just where we need it. Isn't that great? Some of the other features that I love with this machine that comes standard is this extra wide, large table right here. Not only that, on this table, it's designed for this machine because it has with what we call a cloth guide. The cloth guide simply just goes into the hole back here behind the table, snaps into position, and you can slide it. So once you slide it over to where you want it, this is your guide, and then your fabric goes up against here, so you can just start sewing wherever area you put it on. So let's say if I want to do like a 5/8 seam allowance, I would just move this over here to a 5/8, and I'm ready to do my 5/8 seam allowance. So let me just show you real quick here what I'm talking about in case you haven't seen, in case you don't understand. I have a piece of fabric, and I'm just going to step on my foot control. As you can see, the foot lifter automatically comes down, and I can sew. The machine goes up to 1,060 stitches a minute, and then it has a built-in needle threader. If I hit the scissors, it cut both of the thread and bring my foot up automatically. It's just that simple, easy to use. Now, let me show you some of these other things that comes with this machine. You have a knee lift right here that comes with the machine. There is a stylus. Let me use that to point with. You get 2 different throat plates. You get the standard one on the machine. We have the single hole throat plate, which is what we call consider single hole. You have a single hole in the left, center, the right needle position. So whichever one you want to use, you can have that. You also have the high performance needle plate. As you can see, the high performance needle plate has a single hole in the left needle position. And the reason for that is the way the thread is picked up when it goes around the bobbin, it makes it a lot nicer stitch. So they call this a high performance stroke plate. And when you put this plate on, there are sensors on this plate, and the needle will automatically go to the left needle position, so you don't have to worry about it. Now, the other nice thing about it, along with that plate, it comes with the HP foot. This is your scant 1/4 inch foot. This foot will just basically just come right here like so, and you have a scant 1/4 inch to the left and to the right of the foot. Also on the back of the guide right here, that is your needle drop position back here. And it also have a guide in the front showing you the 1/4 inch from where the needle is. So if you need to stop before that, you can. Not only that, you get a second HP plate foot. This is called the HP2. This is the AccuFeet Flex 2, which is a walking foot. A lot of people call it a walking foot. This is your scant 1/4 inch walking foot that comes with this machine also. So you not only get 2 of the scant 1/4 inch, you also get the exact 1/4 inch foot with the guide. That's this right here. This is your 1/4 inch foot with the guide. You also get the overcast foot. You have a zipper foot that comes with a machine, a rolled hem foot. We have a decorative stitch foot, the F foot, the open toe foot for your decorative stitches. A lot of people like using this to do applique with so they can see where they're going. You also have a second 1/4 inch foot. The 1/4 inch foot, this is the one without the guide, because sometimes you want it with the guide, sometimes you want to use it without the guide. So you actually, with this machine, you have 4 different 1/4 inch foot that comes with it. Also a blind hem foot for those of you who do garments. This is the blind hem foot. You have quilting bar guide with the machine. You also have 3 different free motion quilting foot. You have the Echo foot right here that allows zigzag quilting, an open toe. I'm sorry, this is a closed toe, an open toe, and a very short one for doing zigzag also. So this one is available for doing zigzag free motion quilting. And you have 2 old-fashioned free motion quilting foot, which now they call these the darning foot. So if you need to repair something, you can use these foot. So you get an open toe and a closed toe one. And you also have right here, this is one of the 2 ruler work foot right here. This is your standard ruler foot. And what I mean by a 2 ruler foot is, if we pan over here, you can see this machine comes with a stitch regulator. It's also known as ASR. The stitch regulator allows the machine to regulate your stitches. Now, here's the stitch regulator right here, and it comes with the closed toe foot. You get 4 different feet with it. You get the open toe. You have the Echo quilting foot. And you also have the ruler work foot. So now you can have regulated ruler work if you want to use it that way. And as you can see, both of these foot is the same height. So you can do it without stitch regulation or with stitch regulation. It's up to you how you want to do it. The sensor, it's right back here, this little square right here. That is our sensor for our stitch regulator. And to change the foot out, it's quite simple. I just simply press on this knob in the back. So I do this, and the feet drops off. And then to put the other one on, let's say I'm going to use the open toe. I simply take this, slide it up, and then push it up. And now I'm ready to do stitch regulation. It's just that simple. Now, and we also have a knee lift that comes with the machine, and it also comes with this nice carrying case All this stuff I'm telling you about is standard with the machine, and you have more compartments for storing your extra accessories that comes with the machine. And without the extension table on here, you can put this little extension table, the little tray that for this machine. You have a drawer right here, and the very front right here, as you can see, this is a little tack. The little tack allows you to do circular sewing on the machine. And basically, what it does is this. On the machine right here in the front, let me take the cloth guy off. You can see there's a couple of holes right here on this machine right here. And what you would do is you would put the tack right here, and the feed dogs will pull your fabric, and it will just simply turn in circle so you can do circular sewing. And this is what's one of the unique features about the EMMY machine that's not with the Janome. Okay, and like most of you know, that Janome makes the EMMY machine also. And then as you can see, it comes with a nice spiral bound manual and also a cover for the machine. Now, one thing nice about this machine is if you look, I have no screws on my throat plate. This has a one-handed plate change on this machine. So I'm just going to simply move this table out of the way. And right here in the front, there's a lever. I'm going to press the lever to pop up my throat plate. I can simply take that plate out, and I'm going to put my single whole plate foot on and just simply press it down. And I get a message on my machine saying, make sure my proper foot is attached. I'm going to clear out the message, and it's just showing me all my straight stitches. So now I'm ready to do some straight stitch sewing. It's just simple. And up here, there is a place for my stylus. Isn't that great? Now, I'm going to put this table back. This is a nice, big, workable area up here for me to do quilting and sewing. So what I want to show you is this machine can not only do free motion quilting, but it can also handle thick fabric also. So here I have 4 layers of denim. I'm just going to simply put this underneath here, and I have a stack of different fabrics here. So I'm just going to show you, I'll press this down. We're showing on denim. I can go from denim to something like this. This is a piece of tulle, the netting, whatever you want to call it. This is just some cheap 2 layers of tulle. I'm just going to continue sewing, and we're on the tulle. I have no problem sewing on the tulle. And to something like merino vinyl. This is your thick merino vinyl. I'm going to put 2 layers together, the right size together. And we're going to sew. Look at that, it's just like butter. I'm not using any special needle. This is just a regular size 14 needle. Back to that, I'm going to organza. And then we're going to sew 2 layers of cork material. Okay, I'm going to put this cork material together, and I'm just continuing sewing. Faux leather. How many of you have problems sewing faux leather? Well, this is faux leather right here. I'm going to put the right size together. Now, we saw 2 layers of denim, so why don't we put 4 layers of denim? Okay, we're going to sew 4 layers. Have to get it up, get the foot up a little bit to get underneath there. There's 4 layers. Here I'm going to add another layer to it. That's 5 layers. Add another layer. That's 6 layers of denim. And it's going through it easily with no problem at all. And I'm at to the end. I'm just going to cut it. I want to show you. I'm stitched all different types of fabric. As you can see, it's all chained together. No issues in the front or the back. I'm not getting any loopings. I got wonderful stitches in the front and back. And I didn't have to adjust my tension or do anything to the machine to sew all these different types of fabric. Now, the next thing I want to show you is the stitch regulator. So I'm going to show them how I'm going to do that is I'm simply going to take this ankle off and I'm going to put the stitch regulator on. And again, here's the sensor. And there is a cord that plugs on to the back of the machine, which you probably won't be able to see because I can't turn this machine around. And I was going to put the stitch regulator foot on here just to show you guys this. And of course, when we change the foot out, we make sure we tighten it with the screwdriver. And I'm trying not to block the view of the camera while I look for the slit in the screw. Okay, I got my foot tightened on here. I'm simply going to go and plug in my stitch regulator. Okay, I've got my stitch regulator on. I'm going to come up to my machine and go into sewing applications. In sewing application, the first screen I get is for doing sewing, regular sewing. I'm going to my quilting applications. In quilting application, I'm going to choose free motion quilting. Okay, it tells me to lower my feed dogs. It's a smart machine. So I'm going to lower my feed dogs. And the first thing that comes up, the first stitch, is my straight stitch 1. As you can see, it's telling me to put my hopping foot on. It's right here on the screen. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to use that foot. I have the stitch regulator foot on. So I'm going to touch straight stitch 3. Okay, he said make sure I put the proper pressure foot is attached. Hit OK. And as you can see now, it's got these 2 little snap-on feet. Those are not the stitch regulator foot, but I have a stitch regulator on here. So on the top, it says ASR, stands for Accurate Stitch Regulator. So I'm going to touch that. And as you can see on the bottom, it just now changed to my stitch regulator foot. It shows my closed toe and my open toe foot. In here, my default stitch length is 2.40 and my tension is 4.6 is the default. I can make my stitch length longer or shorter. 2.4 is kind of small, so let's start with 3 to see what that stitch length looks like. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I have a quilt sandwich here. I can just start. And with just like you were doing on a long arm, when I go into stitch regulation mode and I step on the foot control, the machine's going to take 1 stitch and stop to let me pull up my bobbin thread. My foot is still on the foot control. Okay, so right there, just let me pull up my bobbin thread. Now I have both my thread. I can start my free motion quilting. Now I'll tell you right now, I'm not a very good free motion person at all. Okay. Now you notice I've got a lot of batting behind me. That's because I need at least 3/8 of an inch behind my quiltable area, because if I go past my 3/8 of an inch, the stitch won't be regulator because there's nothing there to tell the fabric to let the ASR know that I'm free motioning. Okay, so here we go. Okay, now what happens is this is watching me. The faster the fabric move, the faster the regulator moves. You see that? When I go slow, it goes slow. When I go fast, it goes fast. I'm going from white to red. I'm going to start doing circles. See, I'm going faster. You guys hear it? Grabbing up and down. If I go too fast, I will outrun. Hear that little beep? I don't know if you guys heard it. The little beep means I'm going too fast. I just outran the stitch regulator. Hear that? And that was kind of hard to hear, the little beep. but there's a beep that tells me I'm outrunning the stitch regulator. I'm going to cut this and show you guys. Look at that. All my stitches are even and straight. Okay, that's because I have a stitch regulator on the machine. I'm using the open toe foot, but I can switch over and do some ruler work. So I'm going to show you some ruler work with the stitch regulator. I'm simply popping out the foot, and I'm going to use my ASR ruler foot, just changing out that quick. I'm simply going to put this on here, slide it forward, and I'm ready to do ruler work. Okay, so for ruler work, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come up here, select ruler work, and it's telling me make sure my pressure foot is attached. I'm going to hit OK. And as you can see right here, it already knows I have the ASR on, and I have a choice of doing light or medium. It's asking me. And what the difference is, how high the foot is up from the fabric. So let me try it on. It's on medium. I'm going to see how high this is. This is a little bit high. I don't know if you guys can see this or not, but I have quite a bit of space. See that? I still got quite a bit of space underneath the foot. As a matter of fact, I can put like 2 layers of denim underneath here and still be able to use my fabric. That's too high up. So I'm going to move it down to the light. With the light, it puts the foot closer to the fabric. As you can see, when I'm pulling it now, I have some resistance on here. It's kind of too tight. But if I just have the quilt sandwich, I'm still free to move around. So I have a template right here. And I'm going to show you how we do. Bring the foot up, and we're going to do ruler work. Ruler work is quite simple to do. If you haven't done ruler work, it is the latest, greatest thing. Everybody's doing it. I don't know why. I know why. That's because none of us want to practice, right? We don't want to practice doing ruler work. We just want to go and practice our shapes. We just want to hurry up and get stuff done. And ruler work allows you to get the shape that you want without a lot of practice. So again, what it's going to do, let me take 1 stitch in the beginning and stop. So let me get to my area. I'm going to put down the foot, put the foot up against the ruler. Okay, I'm bringing up my thread just right here. We're going to do this the right way. Okay. If I was doing this for myself, I wouldn't go through all this. But there are people up there saying, oh, you have to bring up the thread. You're doing free motion quilting. I don't know about you, but the quilt police hadn't come to my house yet or to the office yet. Okay, I've got the thread pulled up, and to do free motion quilting, I simply move this, and I have no sliding mat here, so it's a little bit difficult to do. And all I'm doing is I'm following the template all the way around, and then we'll come back up to the top. And there's my shape. Okay, move this out. And if I want to do this, okay, right here. Now, if I want to travel up like so, I can turn this around just so that you guys can see it. And again, this is hard to do without the sliding mat. It's wanting to, the ruler is trying to move. And I'm using high shank templates, okay? So let's talk about templates for a second. Because this foot, I can adjust the height of the foot. Right now, this is a high shank template. I can use a high shank, a low shank templates, or I can use some long arm rulers. The only thing is on long arm rulers, it dependent on your throat space on your machine. I have 11-inch throat space on this machine. if I'm using a long arm ruler is too long, when I go from side to side, what's going to happen is I'm going to hit the edge of my machines. So you have to be careful when you're using long arm rulers. But the nice thing is I can adjust the foot height, and I'll show you that. I'm right here on the screen. Right now, as you can see, I'm on light, okay? So I can open this section up right here, open this window up. Right now, it's telling me my stitch length is 2.40. I can make this stitch length longer, or I can make it shorter, okay? Just see the numbers moving? I can change my tension if I need to. I can make it lower. So let's say I'm using low shank templates. I want to make sure it doesn't slide underneath the foot. So what I would do is come here, hit the minus, and you can see it lowers the foot. Now, I'll put the foot down to show you guys. 1.0, I can still move the fabric, okay? That means I can still adjust it down some more to do ruler work. See that? I can still move the fabric. Right now, 1.0, it's going to be hard. See how my fabric, this piece of denim, is pushing up against the foot? That means there's no way a low shank ruler going to slide underneath that foot, just like this fabric. I'll show you guys. There's no way a ruler can slide underneath here. So you're coming from another brand, or you have purchased low shank ruler for one of our other machines that uses low shank templates, you can simply use those templates on this machine just as easy. Now, the other thing I want to tell you is this machine is a 9mm machine. I forgot to talk about that in the beginning. With the 9mm machine, we have 91 needle position. Okay. Now, anybody have any questions that you want to ask me? I know we talked about, I've shown this machine before, and this machine, since we're talking on the EMMY 782, it might look similar. You guys are, if you've been looking at the Janome, the 9480, this is the same machine as the 9480. The main difference is this has a red face. The Janome has a black face. The other thing is the EMMY comes with the stitch regulator and not an add-on. The Janome is an add-on. You would have to purchase that separately for the Janome. So the EMMY is the same machine. You get the same amount of stitches, and you get the stitch regulator included for those of you who wants to do regulated stitch work. Isn't that great? Any questions?
Well, hey, Sam, great job. And again, thank you for being on so fast. And we're going to tell everybody how they can get it now, okay?
Okay, great. Thanks, Blaine.
All right. We'll see you later. All right, everybody. This is the EMMY 782. This is the sewing and quilting machine. Now, here is what's great about today. The price on that is $59.99. We do have a call-in special on that. However, we're also throwing in a free table with insert. And yeah, you heard it right. Free table with insert. Now, that's valued at $600 just by itself. And it's the Janome Universal Sewing Table. And it basically is 45 inches wide by 17.5 inches deep. So this thing is going to be great for quilting. It's going to give you that extension. Basically, it's just a big extended table because you see the machine sits down in the table. And with that insert, it's basically, this is creating a bigger sewing space. So really great addition to that. Again, the table height is 29.75 inches tall. It's 45 inches wide, 7.5 inches deep. This excellent 782, again, it has 400 9mm stitches, 3 alphabets. It's just, the features are endless on this. And again, what I'd like for you to do is go to SMPlive.tv. Right at the very top, Kyle has got a little ticker going across there that has all the machines on today's show. You'll see this, Elena. Click on it. It'll take you to the product page. That way you can read all about it, all the things. There are so many details and so many things and specs to talk about. It's just too much to go into. It gives you an unbelievable accessory package that comes with this machine as well. So I'd invite you to go. A great addition from Elena. And these things are going fast as well. And Kyle, do you know what the latest count on that was?
Let me see.
I think it was flying off. How many?
One left.
There's one left. So if y'all want to get on this, get on the phone right now. 800-401-8151. We have one of these left. Every time we start a segment, machines start flying off the shelf. So if you want to get on this, you can't wait. Again, give us a call at 800-401-8151. Naturally have financing available, and we're going to ship it free right to your doorstep nationwide. All right, we are going to continue on, and we have a treat for you coming up next. And again, we're going to talk all about Viking. And we have Wendy Owens in the house. And Wendy, she's a full-time event specialist for SVP Worldwide and brings creativity, enthusiasm, and skill to every classroom. She has a true passion for all things sewing, including garment construction, heirloom quilting, embroidery, and incorporating modern techniques and technologies into her garment sewing. Her work has been published in Romantic Homes, Women's Day Special Issue, and most recently, Classic Sewing Magazine. She is a Martha Pullen certified educator, and she is event coordinator, like I said, event specialist for SVP Worldwide. And she is making her debut here on SewFest. So y'all, welcome to the show, Wendy Owens.
Hi, Blaine. Thank you for having me. I have to say, I am nervous as all get out. But
Well, hey, don't be nervous. You know what? I screw up enough for everybody. So, it's just part of it. But hey, we're so excited you're here, and thank you for joining in SewFest. I mean, it's just been going along all day, and it's just flying by so fast, and it always happens that way. But I know you're going to talk a little bit. We're actually going to talk about two Vikings at the end of your segment, but you're only going to demonstrate on one of them. So I'm going to let you take it away, and then I'll be back here in about 25 minutes, and I'm going to tell them how they can get both.
all righty. All right. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining me. I'm really excited to be here today. So just so you know, my little crown here is it is a design for MySewNet. So you can go ahead and check that out at mysewnet.com at the embroideries library. And super fun. I love this little crown. So today I'm going to be talking to you about the Husqvarna Viking Designer Ruby 90. It is a great machine. I love this machine. It is Wi-Fi capable. So if you have a MySewNet subscription, you can easily send designs over to your machine straight from the software. And there is a basic software that you can download. So even if you're at your computer and you're not quite at your sewing machine, you could still send designs over to your machine via Wi-Fi from the basic version of the software. I'm going to talk really fast because I got a lot to say to you. So there's more than, let me hop over to this one because you can see a little more of the machine. I had to rotate it because I had this light shining right here. But anyway, we do have like 12 inches of space here from the right needle over here to the left. We have this large 10-inch color capacity screen. So it works just like our tablets or our phones. It's just a nice little touch screen that we have. So since we're on this screen, let me tell you about this. This is called our exclusive JoyOS Advisor. And I like to tell people, if you don't know how to sew, this machine can literally teach you how to sew. What you see here is all kinds of information that has little videos to it that will teach you how to do this certain technique. Also, it has self-tensioning, so you would choose your fabric from up here, and it will adjust the tension for you. So let me show you this. If I go to stretch, I'm going to do stretch light, and if I choose zippers, it gives me the best zipper possible for a stretch light fabric, and it is telling me that it is the invisible zipper. And when I touch on that, if you look down here, let me see if I can bring that up, make it more full screen. Do you see? It tells you everything that you need, and it has it takes you step by step on how to do this. And whoop, let's go right there. I don't know if you can see this. Where'd it go? Where'd you go? There you are. I'm swiping too fast. But this right here, when you see that little icon, it is an icon. It will show you a video and it will take you straight through the steps. So like I said, if you did not know how to sew this machine, really teach you how to sew. We also have LED we have, this is my favorite feature. See it. Let me touch this. Let me switch cameras. See also, it's called stitch system.
Hey, Wendy.
There's
Hey, Wendy.
no better what thread you are.
Hey, Wendy. We are losing your audio.
She may be gone. Yep, she's gone. She lagged out.
Yeah, we actually lost Wendy. Lost her audio first and then lost Wendy. Well, let's wait just a little bit and see if she can get booted on. But while we're waiting, y'all want to let's give something away, Kyle.
Oh, okay.
What do you think? We'll do another giveaway. Is everybody on board with that? You sure y'all okay with us giving something away?
I guess.
All right. So here's what we'll do. Let's put in the chat right now. Put the word MAT, M-A-T. If you want a chance to win one of our world famous sewing mats, and we're going to let you have your choice of color, your choice of size. And these come in 13 different colors, 4 different sizes. And if you want to see the size, the dimensions of this, just go to SMPlive.tv. Kyle has the mats up there in that scroll bar. You can just click on it. It takes you to the product page. You can look at each size and see the dimensions of what makes sure that you get the one for your machine. And you'll be able to see all the different colors and things that we have as well. All right, so Kyle, spin that wheel.
150 people. Wendy's back as well.
All right, Terry. Was that Kalpak?
Terry Klepek.
Klepek?
Klepek.
All right, Terry Klepek is watching from YouTube today. Some congratulations, Terry, on winning. How are you going to claim that prize, Terry? Is go to SMPlive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize. Fill out all that information complete. Hit submit. And once we get that information in, we'll get you a mat sent out. But most importantly, in that note section where you fill that out, just put what color sew mat you want, what size, and you got 30 days to claim that prize, and we'll get it out to you. All right, I hear that we got Wendy back, so let's bring Wendy back. So Wendy, we lost your audio at first, and then you just completely went off the screen.
Yes. Sorry about that. I've told you my worst nightmare came true today.
It is. So you can't. The internet sometimes go out. So we're gonna let you go back, get started, and we'll see you back here in about 20 minutes.
All righty. Sorry about that, and thank you for holding on, and congratulations to you, Terry, for that wonderful prize. I had a chance to do a drawing there. So I'm going to go back. I was talking about the deluxe stitch system, which offers the perfect thread feed, no matter what thread or fabric you are using. And then we also have the exclusive sensor system. It automatically and continuously senses and adjusts for any fabric thickness. So I'm going to switch my cameras here, and I'm going to take you to the needle so that you can see what I'm talking about. So I did thread this up. You saw me hit that magic button, and it automatically threaded it for me. And then I'm going to start with some, this is just a basic chino, and I'm just going to stitch a stitch here. So we have an automatic, do you notice that that foot went down and I didn't have to touch anything on the machine? That's because as soon as I put my foot down on this foot pedal, that foot comes down. So if I have a death grip on something, like I do elastic a lot, because I work in a costume shop as well. So if I have a death grip on elastic, I don't have to bring my hand up to try and drop a presser foot or anything. I just automatically touch my foot pedal. The other good thing about this machine, and it's a great machine, and I don't think any other machine out there has this capability, but I can use my start-stop button on the front of the machine and my foot pedal in tandem. So if I could start with my start-stop button and end it with my foot pedal, however I want to do that. But a lot of machines, you can't use them in tandem.
So here we go. I'm just going to stitch some straight stitches. It has an automatic tie off. That's what you saw. Now that is a feature that you can turn off in your settings if you decide that you don't want that automatic turn off, or if you want it to reverse, you have that option as well. Or you have a reverse button right on the front of the machine as well. I'm going to keep going here. So I'm just going to sew some straight stitch. And when I'm talking about my sensor system, I'm going to put my needle in the down position. And did you notice that? It has a lift to it. It kind of hovers your fabric. And then we also have this extra lift on our presser foot. So it comes up even higher. So now I'm going to I have some sweatshirt material here. So I can easily put that under. Do you see the difference in thicknesses? So again, just going to touch my foot pedal and start stitching into that. And when I stop, the needle is down. Do you see that lifted for that whole entire loft? So easy pivot. Do that again. Perfect little pivots that you have. When I first got my first Viking, I was like, I don't know if I can get used to sewing without, your presser foot lifter. Let me tell you, I got used to that so fast. And like, there's no way I could turn back now. So we went through those thicknesses there. And let me go ahead and I'm going to go straight into, this is just some quilting cotton. It's a little quilt sandwich. Again, do you see it senses senses that? And there you go. Fast, easy pivoting. I'm doing this with one hand. I love this. It's such a great feature. So I'm going to go ahead and sew off on that. And then I've got some denim because we have this amazing piercing power on this machine. I want to say it's 150 newts. If not, it's more. I apologize. I don't remember offhand, but we can go through multiple layers. So I'm just going to go ahead and start pleating this up. And you can see this is a piece of denim. It's not a thin piece of denim. This one is 100% cotton denim, and it's quite sturdy. And I'm just going through all of these layers like butter. Okay. We have an automatic thread cutter on our machine, which is super nice. Take that out. You see how it went through all of that with ease. Okay. I'm also going to show you some other denim. I'm going to fold these right sides together. We are going to go through like a hem with I'm going to make a mock flat felled, but it's going to be a nice hem. So we're just going to right sides together. We're just going to sew that together on the fold. Use my scissors. And then I'm just going to pop this out. So right here, do you see that? I'm going to fold that behind. So we have that additional layer there, and we'll sew that in place. Oops. I think I got a little overzealous. Of course, just, always on camera when things go wrong, right? Let me see. Oops. I think I got a little overzealous, and I don't have scissors handy. That's all right. This happens. Happens to the professionals. It'll happen to you. I promise. Not on a regular basis. This isn't something that's normal. Let me clean that out. Sorry about that. I got to see me drop in that bobbin. I don't have to bring the bobbin thread up, just so you know. It will come up with its first stitch. And my habit is, if I had an issue with the bobbin, I just automatically rethread my top as well, because your bobbin is controlled by your top thread. So I'm just going to take the little extra precaution, because I'm on camera and I don't want any more oopsies. All right, let me continue where I was. Here we go. All right. So now that I got that flat felled in there, we're going to make that hem. So I'm just going to fold this up. Oh, that does not look nice. Thank goodness it's just play, right? Fold that up 2 folds. Now we're going to do our hem. And you will notice that I will not need to get the universal tool. It just goes, look at that. Do you see that? How it just went through that hump? I didn't need a universal tool or anything of the sort. It just went right through that hump all on its own. That is the beauty of this machine. Look at that. Hope you can see that. Pretty cool, right? Alrighty. I'm going to switch over here. I just wanted to see something. All right. So also on the machine, we have, and I'm just going to go ahead and take it home so that you can see what's happening here. So we also have instructions for quilting. We have, oh, do you see what I did there? My tensions were off because I left it at stretch light. It should have been on a woven, at least a woven medium. So my bad. We also have the knowledge center. So if ever you forget to how you wind a bobbin, how you thread the machine, there are videos for that. So when you first take this machine home and unbox it, you have all that information for you. While I'm talking about the bobbin, the bobbin for this machine is 33% larger than some of our other machines. So I know Blaine is going to talk about the Sapphire 85. The Sapphire 85, I believe it's a class 15, but this bobbin for the Ruby 90 is 33% larger. You may not think that's a whole lot, but by the time you put some 60 weight embroidery thread on that bobbin and you wind it, you're going to go so much further with that. Sometimes I find it a chore to wind my bobbin, and to have that much more on my bobbin it's awesome. We also on this machine have the bobbin winder is on a separate motor. Therefore, you could be winding a bobbin as you're sewing or embroidering. A good time to use that feature is freestanding lace. Instead of winding all of these bobbins with the needle thread and not sure how much you're going to use, you could just wind one bobbin, and if it gets low, the machine will let you know that you're almost out of bobbin thread. And while it's using the last bits of that bobbin thread, you could go ahead and thread up wind another bobbin while it's using that up. We also have an app on that you can download for your Android and or your iPhone that is a monitor that will also tell you that you're almost out of bobbin thread or your thread breaks or something like that. Such a great feature because when I do freestanding lace in the hoop, that is a time-consuming process. I don't want to necessarily sit in my room for all of that sewing out. I might want to go do my dishes or maybe do some laundry or something. As long as my phone is in earshot, I will get the notification that that step is happening. Okay, so I'm running out of time and there's still more stuff I want to show you. I want to go ahead and take you over into the embroidery mode. And I'm going to cheat a little bit today. I'm not going to take the whole entire foot off. I'm just going to use the quick embroidery foot. This is the R fit. Now we do have the sensor Q foot that comes with this machine, and I do have to take my shank off to put that foot on, but this one works just as well. So if you're in a hurry, so there's times that, maybe I'm sewing something and I think, oh, a cute little initial will work on this. I'll just throw on that R foot just so that I can just slide it on and do my embroidery. And for what we're doing today, I can just slide that on. So let me go ahead and go back over to this machine. Oops, this one. All right, so I'm going to take it home. So when I go home, I can go into embroidery. And again, I have videos that will tell me about multiple things. And let me see if I can get closer to the screen now. How is that? I hope it's not blurry. So I have all these different techniques, and if I touch on those techniques, it will give me a video of how to do those said techniques. And we were talking about freestanding, right? It has the freestanding in there as well. So I'm going to go ahead. I am in embroidery. I'm going to say start new. And this automatically comes up because I believe I was in my alphabets the last time. And you can see that we have a few different alphabets here, and they list the size. So you've got 30 millimeter, 20 millimeter, and 12 millimeter. So these are all the same font, but they are in different sizes. So it could go with what project you're working on. We also have down here, we have built-in designs, and I want to say we have over 250 built-in designs in different categories. And this one is everyone's favorite. Let me show you this real quick. These are the monsters, and everyone just loves those gosh darn monsters. So this is a quote that I made with those monsters that are built in. Super fun. And then the circles, those are from Applique Creator that is on the machine as well, and I'll show you those in a moment. You can also access, if I was logged in and I forgot to log in, my bad, but you can also log in and access the designs from the MySewNet live. Oops, I gotta go over here. You can log in and access those designs from the MySewNet library. So if you have a subscription to MySewNet, the software, you also have access to the 10,000 plus designs that is on the MySewNet library, and you can access them right there. You could do a search for them. So let's say you wanted a cat. You could just type in cat and you'll find all the designs in the MySewNet library for that. Alrighty, so let me go ahead and close out of that. We have our file folder. So I don't have anything in there right now, but that's our file folder. You can also bring in sewing stitches as well into the embroidery side. And what I like to do with that is I'm going to go ahead and close this. And I do have the 360 by 260 hoop available. So this machine does come with the 360 by 260 hoop, a 120 by 120 hoop, and it also comes with the 260 by 200 hoop. So we have a 14 by 10 embroidery field on this machine. That's a good size embroidery field. I'm going to go ahead and leave that. And sometimes I have to do this, and sometimes you might have to too. Right here, we have a little question mark. And if I touch that question mark, and then I touch what I'm questioning, so that is my design shaping, and that's the exact thing I wanted. So I don't have to guess what all of these icons are. All I need to do is touch that question mark, and it tells me. And then I can read about it even more. It'll take me into the help center that is built into the machine. And by the way, you do not need to be connected to the internet to access the help center or the videos on how to use your machine, or the video I showed you about the invisible zipper. Those are available on the machine without internet. So let me go ahead and close that. I'm going to do some buttonholes in the hoop. So if I touch that, I have these different shapes that I can choose from. And I'm going to choose the straight line. We'll minimize that to get it out of my way. I will rotate this. I'm just going to rotate it 90 degrees. And I am going to stretch this. You see more of my arm than anything. I'm going to stretch that as far as I can for that hoop. And then if I come up here, I can go into my stitches and I can find a buttonhole. Choose one buttonhole. Go ahead and bring that puppy in. And there is one buttonhole there. It did change the size of my hoop because it's choosing the best hoop that will fit that design. And that's okay. We can change that in a moment. I'm going to go ahead and bring in 6 buttonholes. So you will see that they spaced evenly. And let me go ahead and go back and change my hoop again. And we're going to go back to the 360 by 260, and there you have it. So now I can do evenly spaced, perfectly stitched out buttonholes right in the hoop. Any questions on that? Alrighty, so I'm going to go ahead and delete that, and we're going to move on because I have other features I want to show you right here. This one is called Design Applique, and I have all of these wonderful shapes here, and it automatically creates it an applique. So I have some things here that I want to show you, and I'll come back to my face. So we have an alphabet built in with applique. So I created this little luggage tag is what I was thinking of using it for. And what I did here was I did the applique, and when it came to do the satin stitches, or when it did the tacking, it automatically creates the placement stitch. You lay your fabric, then it does the tacking down stitch, and then you trim the fabric away. At the tacking down, I did put it on both sides of the hoop. So I hooped my hoop with a water soluble stabilizer so that I was putting a piece on the back and the piece on the front, and then I trimmed it away to do the satin stitch, and then just did the edges for the water soluble, pretty much like that bookmark that was happening earlier today. Pretty much the same thing. I did bring in an eyelet, so to get my little hole, because I can bring stitches in from the sewing side, I was able to just use an eyelet for my little hang tool. These are just little iron-on patches, so those are quite popular amongst the teens. You see them all over their backpacks and stuff like that. So these were just some satin stitch elements, again, from the sewing side of the machine, and I was able to bring those into embroidery and use those as the eyes. And then this is just a sewing scallop. So again, from the sewing side, just turn it on its side and we have a nice little smile, right? So there's some ideas that you could do with applique. I didn't get a chance to show you decorative stitches. I'm running out of time. Design positioning, that is huge on these machines. And this one has a 4-step design positioning. So I'm going to hurry up and I'm going to try and show you that, because to me, that is very important, because there's no other machine out there that I know of that can get this close. So this is ideal for those of you who like doing edge-to-edge quilting, because you can seriously, from the last motif that you did, you could get your first stitch into the last stitch of the previous motif, which is super great. Now I can get really tight, and if I need to, I can tilt it. So I am just going to go ahead and do this. I am going to go to my fonts, and let's just go ahead. I'm going to be quick about this so that you can see it. And so I chose a font, and you can see here, I got a little dot here, and a keyboard automatically comes up. I'm just going to put my name in. I'm not going to go lowercase. I'm just going to try and be quick about it. So, yep, that name works. I'm good. We're going to be lazy. And do you see our different fonts that we have? All right, I'm going to minimize that. And the hoop that I have hooped up is actually the 260 by 200. So let me switch my hoop. 260, wrong hoop. 260 by 200. So the machine knows. Alrighty, so I'm just going to go ahead and say go. I do need to keep wonderful features here. It reminds me that what hoop I have. I do need to tell it that I'm using that, the floating foot instead, because I was trying to be quick about it. So then I have the deluxe stitch system, which this is a great feature. The deluxe stitch system allows you to, so it measures how much thread is being pulled off. But if you're doing quilting in the hoop, that is something you want to turn off, because right now the deluxe stitch system is assuming that you're using 40 weight thread in the needle and 60 weight thread in the bobbin. And when we're doing quilting in the hoop, you want to change that, because a lot of times when I'm quilting in the hoop, I'll just use a 40 weight thread, like a Gutermann or something like that. Or there's those who want to use a 50 weight. And when you're doing that, you probably are going to want the same on the top and the bobbin. And then you would turn off the deluxe stitch system. So on the next screen, you can change the tension, and you're usually taking that tension up. But you have that option there. Let me go back here. And you have you've got your basting in the hoop, basting around the design, all those wonderful features there. I'm going to say continue, and I have to keep an eye on my embroidery arm. All right, so it wants me to go ahead and attach the hoop. So before I attach the hoop on, I want you to see this. I have a diagonal line right here, and this is the line that I am going to put my name on. So we'll go back to this camera so that you can see what's going on. This just slides on. All right. So my hoop is on. And I'm going to adjust my little camera here. All right. So if I go to this screen, so for design positioning, the first place you want to go to is you want to look at your screen. And right here at the very bottom, I don't know if you can see it. I think the call number is covering it up, but it is the icon for design positioning. And when I touch that, I get this little cursor right there. Okay, I don't know if I can get any closer, but I have that little cursor right there. And down here, let's do this, because it's more important that you see this. So right here, this is step one. Step one, you're going to look at the screen here, and you can see that little cursor. Well, I can't guarantee that that little cursor is exactly where I need it to be. So if I come here, I can really zoom into it. Do you see how close I can get to that? So now I'm going to move this cursor because I know I want that W that on my line in my hoop. So now I go to step 2 and it locks that in. This is when I would go ahead and come over and look at my hoop. And if you look, it's not quite there. It's not quite on the line. So now I have the option that I can adjust this. And I'm just going to get, and there you go. That is right on the line. Perfect. Okay. Now I needed to go this way. So I go back to step 3 now. And that is step 3. And what it's going to do is it will give me, and I'm going to zoom out here, it gives me another cursor there. And where I want that to be is here on this eye. So I'm going to move that over here. Get it as close as I possibly can. And I can easily zoom in on it. It's not even close. That's why I love that zoom, because I can really get it right where I need it to be. Right now, I'm using the control wheel to get it where I want it. That's where I want it. Perfect. So now if I go to step 4 is going to lock that in for me. And then I come back to my hoop. And now, do you see, if I were to stitch it out, that's where the eye would be. That's not where I want it to be, obviously. So now, I'm just going to pivot this. And there it is, right on that line. So when I stitch this out, and let's zoom to the hoop. Do you see the angle that it's going to go on? So it's going to go right on that angle. So if you were, let's say I had a pocket on my shirt and I wanted to put my name just above that pocket, but I hooped it just slightly askew, that's okay. I can easily fix that by using the design positioning. I don't have to be perfect in my hooping. I have that to do all the fixing for me, which that is just, I totally love it. So back to the sewing. Thank you. I love my crown too. Back to the sewing. We do have some exclusive stitches that are on some of the Viking machines, but not all of them, and they're not found on other machines. So let me show you this little thing here. This is just a little toddler outfit, and you can see here I have what is called sequin stitches, and that is this one right here. So it literally sews the sequence on for you. You use your start stop button when the machine stops. I had every intention to show you this, but I am so running out of time. The machine will stop. You will place your sequence, and it will stitch it in place, and then continue stitching. And then this one here, this is an applique stitch. It is a raw edge applique. So it's not going to create a satin stitch, but a great way to use up the scrap fabrics. I mean, these were scrap fabrics that came from the main body of the fabric. I just totally love that. And there are so many different, I think there's 20 of them that you can choose from. So super fun. You got motifs that, will fit your whimsy or whatever you're working on. The other thing I'm going to show you quickly, because I know I'm almost out of time, is this machine will also take the ribbon attachment. So if you have not seen the ribbon attachment, it is so cool. It is in embroidery mode, and I have the option that I can embroider out actual ribbon. So this is a sugar skull. It was 4 different changes, but that is, I used a sheer ribbon, and I believe it was a 3/8 inch wide ribbon. So I know, right, Belinda? That is a wow. Talk about texture. So I have to say, this machine is just so filled with great features and whimsy. It is so much fun. I just totally enjoy working with this machine. I couldn't imagine not having this machine in my presence.
Well, hey, great job, Wendy.
Thank you.
Great job. I know we're going to see you back here in just about an hour. We're going to see you again. But we're going to tell them how they can get this, and we'll see you in just a little bit.
All righty. Thank you.
All righty. So everyone, this was the Viking Ruby 90. Now, here's what's exciting about this machine right now, okay? This normally, you can only purchase it in a brick and mortar retail store. You have to go in the store to purchase this. But we got permission from Viking just for SewFest that we're able to sell this right now online and ship it nationwide right to your doorstep. Again, we have, you're going to get the embroidery module. You're getting so many features. This thing is so loaded up with features. You need to just go to smplive.tv. When you see the scroll bar at the top where you find that machine, click on it. It'll take you to the product page. You need to read all about it. This thing has so many features on it. And I mean, it's loaded up with designs, but the price on it, normal price is $11,999. We have financing available and free shipping nationwide. And again, we do have a call-in special, so give us a call. This is a one-time that we're going to be able to sell this online is for the SewFest. And so if you want to take advantage of one of these, this is probably the next tier up close to their top-of-the-line machine. And what an incredible machine this is. And I know that, Wendy just barely scratched the surface of all the things you could do. You could spend a week on this machine that has so many features and designs in it. So, all right, the next one we're going to talk about too, again, it's called a Sapphire 85. Now, it's also a sewing and embroidery machine, and it's like one step down from that Ruby. So if there's something that you kind of are looking at, if that one's a little bit out of your price point and this one's a little bit more favorable, jump on this. Not only are you going to get the machine, you're going to get a $750 gift card from Sewing Machines Plus that you can use to buy other accessories and things that go with this. We have financing available as well for this, free shipping nationwide. And again, I welcome you to go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where, or not scroll down, just at the very top, you'll be able to find this machine as well. Click on it. It'll take you to the product page. You can read all about it. And naturally, for both machines, if you have questions, just give us a call at 800-401-8151, and they can answer your questions that you might have for this. And again, take advantage of that Ruby 90 because this will be the only time we're going to be able to sell this online right now. And that'd be a great chance to have that thing shipped right to your door. All right, so we're going to continue on, and we have Sew Steady in the house. And we have Donnell McAdams, and she is the owner of Sew Biz in Marion, Indiana. And Donnell is a designer of quick, easy mitered binding and borders tools for the sewing and quilting industry, and are sold internationally. She's also a pattern designer. Previously a family consumer science teacher, she has been a quilt store owner for almost 40 years. And I've known Donnell for a while. And so we welcome Donnell to the show, and y'all give her a big SMP welcome.
She's been disconnecting and stuff. She's
right
now. Oh, she's back.
Kyle says she's been disconnecting. So
she's back.
She is back. So Donnell, we see that you're back, so we're going to welcome you to the show, Donnell.
Hello.
I don't see her.
She's been going on and off. I think maybe technical problems. I don't know.
Hey, Donnell, are you there?
Oh, I heard something.
I heard something.
I'm here.
Hey, Donnell, there you are. So welcome to SewFest. We're so happy you were able to join us.
I'm glad to be back with you guys. It's been quite a while, and I have some new things to show you today.
All right. Well, we're going to let you do some circle sewing, and we'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
All right. Well, thanks everyone for joining today. This is just a tease right here because I'll get back to this before we get to the end of our time. But you can see there's a lot of circles going on there, and we're going to talk about that. And I have to warn you, I'm kind of in the fall mood because we have trees that are changing colors around here. So a lot of the things today are going to be with the fall colors. So let's get right to it. First of all, I want to talk about the wonderful Sew Steady extension tables. And the one I'm working on here is what we call the wish table. And it's the 22.5 by 25. And I'm just going to peel back my mat so that I can show you. All of our tables are cut for your sewing machine. So all you have to do is tell what your machine make and model is, and they will have the perfect cut for you. And as we look over here to this end, you'll notice I have this nice big blue drawer. It's so big that I can't get it all in my screen at one time where I'm located here. But it is nice to be able to store all my extra things that I'm going to need for my machine. Plus, I can see right through that. It's under the table, and I will be able to know, do I have it in there or not? Another thing that you can add to any of our tables, not just that wish table, is a light stick. And so this light stick is underneath my table there. And what it does, it makes this whole end of the table a light table. So if I was tracing or transferring or even doing paper piecing, I can see through whether it would be the paper or the fabric to trace right either onto another piece of paper or onto something such as your fusibles that you're going to be making your appliques with. So that light stick is only like maybe 3/8 to a 1/2 inch thick. So I just leave mine under there all the time. It has a little switch on it. You just tap it and it goes off. But one of the better things about it is a USB. So that means if your machine has a USB, you can power this light simply by plugging it in to your sewing machine. Now, some other features of our wish table is that we have beveled edges. So if you look clear back there, you can see that little bevel on that edge and corner, and that's going to be on all 3 sides. The 4th side over here that's under your machine does not need that bevel, but this makes it so your fabric just glides right off. We also have this nice ruler across there. You can see I've got other stuff I'm going to be showing you today that's under there also, but that nice ruler is on there. Now this table also comes as a giant wish table. So for those of you that are getting those bigger and bigger machines, we've had 3 new ones this year that have been bigger and even bigger than some of them that came out last year. You're going to like that giant wish table. You're going to need that extra space, and it will have the drawer with it. And instead of being 22.5 by 25, it's going to be 24 wide this way by 32 left to right. So you're getting an additional almost 5 inches left to right on that giant table. Again, it will be cut for your machine, but it will be much larger. Now I'm going to show you a couple of these tables. So pardon the little bit of jerkiness here, because I'm going to move over to show you that. The first table I'm going to show you is the large table. And this is one of our large tables right here. And you can see again, it has the ruler on it. It also has the adjustable legs that all of our tables do. And you have it cut for your machine. Now, one of the other tables that I really, really like now, I got to get this over here. It's our serger table. And that table is cut for any of the sergers. There's a couple of sizes that you can get, but you can imagine how nice this is to have all of this extra area. And some of you may have watched me do what was called big block quilting. And that was where I was using a layer cake to assemble my quilt. And then I was using ruler work in those blocks. Now, obviously, the ruler work is done with my regular domestic machine, but to assemble all of my 10-inch blocks for my layer cake, I used my serger. And it was so much easier to have this nice big flat surface than it would have been to have all of my blocks kind of fallen off, because I only have about 2.5 inches of space here. So I was able to just feed them continuously, which made it much easier for when I was putting those blocks together and getting nice corners. Now I've got my big chart here that I'll show you, and that's the Sew Steady chart that shows our table sizes. So you can see that green is my wish that I just talked about. The red is the large, and then that giant is the whole card actually. We have smaller tables for those smaller machines that you're taking to retreats. And then that one there that's yellow, might kind of look lime green on the screen, is what's called our Versa table. And that's a table that you can get in pieces. So in other words, that bottom line there right below the word junior, that's what we call the core. And then we have an addition to it. So just so you know, we have probably tables for anything and everything that you can imagine as far as how you want it. You can even get them cut so that you can use the machines at an angle. So if you were doing some quilting that it would be easier to do at an angle, you can do that. So let me go back to this table and talk just a minute about this mat. This is our grid glider, and this is what we use. I use mine all the time. I just have to say that because it's cut out so that your feed teeth are exposed. And I just leave mine on here all the time. Now I have to tell you a little secret. When these get to the point where they don't cling, mine's clinging, I can't get it to move. But when they don't, you're just going to wipe the back off with a baby wipe and let it dry, and then it's ready to go again. So this one I leave on all the time. I use it for my ruler work. I use it for all different types of sewing. Now we also have other mats that you can use for just ruler work that only have a small hole in it, so that there are different functions for our different mats. Now, as I said, I was going to tell you about circle sewing. Before I go there, let me show you our ruler work kits, because I know that this is what's part of a package that you can get. And you can see that we have all of these different templates. This is what we consider to be our starter pack, because it has the ruler work crosshair square that we mark with. It also has a couple straight edge arc, our bloom template, our spacing gauge. And so the ruler work is something that we are very well known for. We have a lot of different templates to use. And you saw that one. I'll bring it back over here for a second. This is one that is so easy to do, but so impressive once it's done. It fits perfect in that layer cake block. And what I'm doing on this is all of those blocks will get that template. And then I'm going to be doing a big cross hatching in the other blocks here. And so this one's all set up. It's actually about halfway quilted. Just needs some time. And you guys know that. I don't think they're selling time today, but we sure could use a little bit more of that time. So that's our ruler work kit. And I'm going to take this off and lay it aside. And I'm going to put on what is called our circles and straights tool. Now that mat is very, very similar. You'll notice it looks kind of funny. That's because I haven't taken the back off. And this is the same thing. You're going to keep it with the back on. If it needs cleaned, you can clean it with a baby wipe, or even if you're in a hurry, you can clean it with lint roller. Now you can see how that clings nice and flat. Now if I go back to this particular project here, you can see all different types of circles. You can see some that don't even have fabric. I can do anything with those decorative stitches that I want. It's so much fun. This is a really fun decorative stitch over here. And a lot of times we buy these machines that have literally hundreds of decorative stitches and we don't have anything to do with them. I want to show you this here. This is going to grow up and be a project, you guys. It's going to be the side of a big bag. But I even put my name. I put that in there, programmed it, and did that in a circle. So there's a lot of things that you could do with different features. Get out your candle wicking foot or your 7-hole cording foot, 3-hole cording foot, any of your decorative feet that you want to try with a different stitch or whatever. This piece over here is actually pleated. So I actually pleated up a square of fabric first and then laid it down, did a straight stitch around it, cut up next to that fabric, and then went back and did my decorative stitches. And I left the pin, which you'll see in a minute, right there in the center. And then I just simply moved it out farther from the needle to get these stitches here. So that's the way most of the things on this particular one were done. You can see these circles right here are actually concentric because it's the same distance around here. This one, I offset it. It's inside that other circle, but it's not exactly in the center. And so when people ask me, what's your pattern? I usually say fly by the seat of my pants, because I never know for sure what I'm going to come up with, because it's just that much fun with the circles. Now, this is another one. This is called woven circles. This happens to be 4 circles that have been put together. And Sew Steady has a pattern for that. And I'm going to show you a bigger one of these in just a moment, because this is one of those that can grow up. In the pattern, we use a certain size circle, but we also give you the directions so that you can make smaller circles or larger circles for this very same thing, because there is a math equation to know how far to stitch this part right here, because this is actually the back of this circle. When I flip this over, you can see that this is straight lines on the back. So I just wanted you to know how we plan that. So now the bigger one looks like this. And as I said, I'm into the fall mode. So this one here is basically 8 circles, whereas that other one was 4 circles. So this can be a table runner. You could add more and more of these and make it like a bed runner so that it went across the end of your bed during the holidays. You actually could make this for any time of year. And all of these are the same way. One side of the circle is one fabric, the other side is the opposite. So that is what's called woven circles. Now, the one I'm going to show you today is from this pattern here. And you're going to get this free, I believe, somewhere. They'll tell you how it's going to be packaged. But you're going to get this pattern free when you purchase some of the items today. So they'll let you know which way that goes. I don't know if it's with a table or if it's with the circles and straights, or maybe it's with both, because actually when you purchase the wish table, you get the circles and straights tool free. But you can purchase that circles and straights tool all by itself. So now I'm going to show you a finished project, and then I'm going to show you how we did it. So this is that pattern that's called Trim the Table. Now in this particular one, we add a little piece up at the top and a napkin in there so that you can see why we called it Trim the Table, because it's an ornament for the Christmas holidays. But this one I just did without that piece up there. And there's a lot of opportunity for embellishment on this pattern, because this piece right across here, you could do embroidery. You could do ruler work. You could do decorative stitches. There's a lot of room for that. You could also do that down here, but I'm talking about it here mainly because that's a plain piece of fabric. So how did we actually do that? Well, I've got one all set up because honestly, it takes longer to set it up than it does to stitch it. So what I've got here at the very bottom is a piece of fleece. It happens to be fusible fleece. And in the pattern, it tells you exactly what sizes these are and how to layer them. This is my backing piece right here. And then I place down that centerpiece that actually has two, what we call flat piping. So when those are on there, those are finished on the outside. And then I have a rectangle of fabric here and up here. And you might have noticed when I had this like this, I've got a marking here. This was what I set it up with, but this ended up being the very middle. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this a 17-inch circle. So I am going to come down here to the number 17, and I have made my lines heavier so when I'm teaching, people can see them. This line needs to go right across that line, and this vertical line needs to go right up and down on that line. So this is a cling on the back, and I'm just going to get in there and get it so it's straight, because that needs to be straight out from your needle. So when I lined this up, I lined it up with my needle so that when I put this on here, it's the same way. And you can see it's not moving. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my front piece here, and I'm going to find that what I ended up using as the center spot right there. And I'm going to put that down. Now I'm going to go ahead and put the pin on or pin more on, but I'm not making it tight, because if I make it tight, it won't rotate. And I'm going to get everything layered up. And I think right here you can see a very good reason why you would benefit from having a sew study table. I've got almost an additional 5 inches back there that I'm not really using yet, but you can see when I start to turn it, I will have a little bit of that being used, and it just makes everything so nice and flat. Now you'll notice I have a couple pins here, and I can see when this starts, that's going to be in the way. So I'm just going to move it over there. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get my thread because I want to know where that end is. There it is right there. And I always check, I've already done that, but I always check by spinning this around to make sure I'm on my fabric and that I'm not going to be cutting too close to that edge. And it doesn't really matter where you start. And I'm going to go ahead and put that foot down. And I'm just going to pat my fabric right here in front, just like that. Everything's layered. I've only used 4 straight pins to hold things in place. And if you just pat that, it makes it so easy for this to spin so nice and smooth. And you can see that's a whole lot easier than trying to follow maybe a line to do a circle. And some of you may be wondering, how in the world is she going to turn that? Well, remember, this is all open in here. I'm going to speed up just a little bit so you can see I don't have to go super slow. I'm coming right back to where I started, and I'm going to go a little bit slower just so you can see that I got right back to that very beginning. You can see it's coming right out there. So what I'm going to do now is either use your pinking shears, or you can use, this is the way you take this off. You just move that to the side. Or you can use good sharp shears on this. Pinking shears are good because it gives you a little bit of a notching, but this will work just as well. And I'm going to go about, seriously, 1/8 of an inch away. And that will give me just enough to keep it nice, but not enough to make it bulky on those outer edges. I won't be taking the time to actually stitch that top stitching, but I will show you how I set it up. So if you've never done circle sewing, you're in for a real treat because of the fact that it's so fast and accurate, and it makes it so easy to make exact circles so that they don't look lopsided. Some of the projects that I've done, the center of a project may need like a circular applique, and it's so easy to just set this up, set your machine for an applique stitch, and stitch right around that. So now that I'm back to the center here, I'm going to take those pins out that were just holding that together. And remember, I called that flat piping. And so all I'm going to do now is turn this through, turn the centerpiece through, and then turn that top piece through. And I use what's called a creaser. It's the other end of a point turner, and it will just let you crease that right around there. I would be going to the ironing board and pressing that all down. And you can see how that makes that nice centerpiece there. And when I do the top stitching on this, like I said, I don't have time to take to press all of that and get it set up, but I put it right back in the center on the pen. So I would come in a little bit. I would find that center simply by bringing this over here where I need it. I would put that down in there, and then I would set my machine, and I would use the foot that's for a top stitching like that, and I would let this rotate as I guide it and top stitch all the way around. Yes, I'm guiding it, but it's so much easier to have this thing going in a circle so I don't have to keep turning it. So that makes it so much easier. And then I would also top stitch either on top of that seam or below that seam, so that, again, let me bring you back to this one. You can see I did it below the seam right here to hold that in place. So that way you have got this sealed down, no raw edges are showing, and that's just how easy it is. Now, to show you the front of the one that's on the pattern, like the one on the pattern, you can see up here I have a napkin that's in that little ornament holder. I have done cross hatching. That was free motion, or not free motion, but template work. So there was cross hatching there. So this piece has an extra piece of fleece behind it. So it's just like twice as thick as this down here. So it gives it a little bit more padding. I've had people ask me, so could I put in there that batting that is used for like hot pads? You sure could. And then this whole centerpiece here, or you could do that for the whole thing. But if you just used it on this piece, that centerpiece could be your hot pad. Now, real quickly, I want to show you that we can also do our circular napkins. And so this was one of those circular napkins, and I have folded it like you've seen many times for the where that makes it into a Christmas tree. We call it, when it's not a Christmas tree because it's not Christmas season, we call that a bouquet. So let's get this the right way here so that I guess I'm going to have to hold it up so I can do it. So that then you have the napkin that's folded kind of like a tree, but you can turn it around this way. So I hope you have learned a little bit today. I hope you invest yourself. Yeah. I hope you invest in one of our circles and straights tools, because I know you'll love the projects. And especially if you don't have a Sew Steady extension table, that is something that makes your life so much easier and will allow you to have a nice flat surface no matter where you're sewing. So thanks again for allowing us here at Sew Steady to come on and share our products with you, and everyone have a great time.
Well, thanks, Donnell. Great job. And I'll never forget the first time I ever saw that circle sewer was at the VDTA. Stacy was demonstrating it, and I thought that was just the neatest thing. So great job. All right, everybody, we're going to tell you how you can get this. Now, again, all the Sew Steady products you saw in that demonstration, the tables, the wish table, that circle sewer, all that is 15% off. And all you have to do is just call 1-800-401-8151. Ask about the circle sewer, ask about the wish table, all the plexi inserts. All of them are 15% off right now. So give them a call right now if you want to get with some of those Sew Steady products you saw on the show, and they'll get you fixed up. All right, next up, hey, we got Wendy Owens back in, and Wendy this time is going to talk about a 3.0 machine. So y'all welcome back to the show, Wendy Owens.
Hi.
That was a quick turnaround, Wendy.
It was a quick turnaround. I've got a pit crew helping me here too. So
there you go. Well, hey, we're going to let you get going. I know we got a lot to cover, so I'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
all righty, thank you. Hi everyone. So I'm back. I'm not going to have to talk as fast. I still have a lot to say, but today, right now, I am talking about the FOF Creative 3.0. It is a sewing and embroidery machine. So let me go ahead and go over to this camera, a little fuzzy. Let's see if I can bring that bad boy in. There you go. Isn't she a beaut? So what we have here is we do have a color touchscreen. You do need to use the stylus. It is not a capacitive screen. Up here, you can see all of these decorative stitches. They are right here at your fingertips to take a look at them. We have here, this is where you would go for your menu. So, and you can see here all of these different stitches. I just bumped a button. I can go, so we have sub menus as well. So if I touch on that, I can go to a sub menu and it's telling you exactly what that sub menu is. And then we also have, we have quilting stitches and needle art stitches and decorative stitches. I'm not going to go through them all, but we have a bunch of different stitches. Again, on this machine, I don't know, it may not be a little difficult to see, but right here where I'm pointing is that there is a question mark. So again, if you're not sure what you're touching here on the machine, if you touch that and then you touch the question mark, it takes you to, and it explains it to you what you're touching, which is such a great feature. On the front of the machine, and I'll see if I can get a little bit closer. We don't need to see the whole thing now. On the front of the machine, we do have our presser foot lift, and it has an extra lift as well. And that presser foot down, we do have start stop button. And again, we can use the start stop button and our presser foot foot pedal in tandem. We can use them together. We have here, this is our restart stitch, our tie off. This is a speed control. So if you're a little speed demon and you're sewing special fabrics and you need to slow down, but you don't have the willpower to do it yourself, we do have that option here. And then this is your needle up, needle down. And we do have the selective stitch thread cutter here, our reverse button right here. We have some really fun things in here. So I'm going to show you what one of my favorite features is we have what's called IDT. And that is basically an integrated walking foot. So this little device comes right down. Do you see how easy that was? I wasn't even looking at the machine. I was looking at my computer when I did that. It's so easy to engage and disengage. So you no longer have to have that large walking foot on your machine. This takes care of it for you. And the plus about that is there are multiple feet. So I'm going to be using this one in a moment. There are multiple feet that you can use with the IDT. So you see here, you have this little cutout back here. This is so that it will accommodate the IDT. So there's different feet that you can use. Normally with a walking foot, you only have the option of that one foot that goes on it. On the top of the line machine of other brands and our brand as well, you do have interchangeable. But for a machine at this price point, to have an integrated dual feet is amazing. And then like I said, you can switch out your feet. There's lots of feet so that you're not limited to a certain stitch width or certain stitch length. You do have that option there. So I'm going to show you how the IDT works, how wonderful it is. And one of my favorite demos is, well, I'll just sew straight fabric. Sew that first. I am literally surrounded by cameras. It's like they're encroaching in on me.
So it has a nice even feed. So if you were sewing stripes or you were sewing plaids and you wanted to keep those together, that's another great use for the IDT. It will require very little. I was just gonna pull that away and throw it behind me, like I didn't even show you. So nice little stitching there. So like I said, if you had a plaid or a stripe that you were matching up, very little pinning that you will have to do, that it would line up. I wish I had some plaid in my house. I own personally 13 plaid flannel shirts, but I'm not cutting one of those up for a demo. But I have a next best demo that is going to really reinforce the IDT here. And I'm going to do just this really thin piece of tricot here. Do you see how thin that is? I mean, it's so sheer you can see like right through it. I'm going to disengage the IDT. And I'm going to sew down this one side. And again, notice I didn't touch anything anywhere to drop my my presser foot. I put my foot on my foot pedal. Oh, such a great feature to have. So I'm going to sew this. Do you see how it's kind of waving? It's not, do you see that? How it's like bunching up in the back. It's not staying flat. So that's without the IDT. Now let me show you with. Do you see that? So if you're sewing these kind of fabrics, that's going to happen if you're sewing on the bias. So you need to stay stitch a neckline. Of course, that's on a bias, right? So without the IDT or a walking foot, you're going to get those little bit of curves. Of course, this is a lighter fabric and it is a stretch fabric, but just imagine, sewing on the bias, you're going to get that little curve. But if you just engage the IDT, let's go sew on this side. Do you see how much smoother that is? It's not even pretending to flex up, to give me a curve. That there, ladies and gentlemen, that is what IDT is all about. That is amazing. And I didn't have to take anything off of my machine and put anything on. It was just a matter of boom, boom. So you can sew all the time with your IDT engaged, providing that the stitch will allow you to use that. There might be times that you have to disengage it because of the foot that you're using to accommodate some of the amazing 250 unique high quality 9mm stitches that we have. Everybody has to say that real fast now. We have that many stitches on the decorative stitches on this machine, and it's so awesome. However, you saw me do this demo. Many of you, I don't know if you were in there watching the Viking demo, but I'm going to also do this with the IDT on the denim. I'm going to do the same thing. So I'm going to create a little mock flat felt. Again, the piercing power on these machines are amazing. So let's go ahead and do my little mock felt. So I'm going to fold that under. You see what I'm doing here? Multiple layers again. Oops, there you are. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. Not even skipping a beat. It's hard not to have that IDT, I'm telling you. If you don't have that, you might want to consider this. This is the FOF Creative 3.0. And then I'm going to go ahead and turn this up. Turn it up one more time. Just like I did before on the other machine. And we'll stitch this in place. And I'm losing my fold here, so let's stop and gather this. And then you see, boom, 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 boom. No multi-purpose tool needed to go over that hump there. That is so cool. I love that. Such a time saver. We don't have to fiddle with an extra little piece of tool to do that. That is impressive, isn't it? So there is the hem of our pants. So what else do we have on this machine? FOF is very much known. I had to move that thread out. That's bothering me. FOF is also known for what is called Stitch Creator. So you can literally create your own up to 9mm stitches on this machine. All you need to do is just be a little creative, have a little patience to move all of those stitch points. But what I use it mostly for is I mainly use it to put my stitches on steroids, if you will. I'm going to take you back to the machine and I'll show you what I mean here. So I already stitched this one out for you. This is a stitch that I'm going to bring up in just a moment. I am going to have to change my foot because this is a 9mm stitch. So it is quite wide. And I want to catch that thread before it falls out of that. I'm going to pop this foot on. See how easy that was? Just snap on, snap off. And it is IDT available. So this stitch right here is the standard. That is exactly how it's the default of the stitch. So let's go to my screen here. And I have a light behind me, so I'm going to try my best. I know it's like shining off of this. But right here, this is my, oops, you can already see it. I should have just not had that there. The element of surprise is not there for you. So let me go ahead and close this. So this is Stitch Creator. So here, this is my option that I can bring in a stitch one by one if I wanted to. Okay, this was the original stitch, just as it is. And then when I select it all, oops. There. Oh, gosh darn it. I'm moving it. So if you don't understand what I'm doing, I'm accidentally hitting the wrong thing. And all of these little green points that you see in there, those are all stitch points. So I can literally move stitch points. Do you see that? Woo! So I can not only create my own stitches, but I can also edit these stitches. So I need to select them all. And of course, it's not working out well for me. So let me go back in here. Let me go here. And I know that I was in menu 2. And there's the original stitch right here. Oh, and it brought it on top of each other. I'm really making a mess of this. But anyway, if you see this, that says ×3. So when I touch on that, it is going to make it a triple stitch. So it's not just going to, it can't stitch like one row and then come back and stitch another row. What it's going to do is it's going to do stitch forward, stitch back, stitch forward on every single stitch point. So it's going to make it very defined. It's going to make that stitch a lot heavier. And you can do that with almost every stitch that is on this machine. If it is a stitch that is a 9mm that it just can't handle that, the machine will let you know that hey, you can't bring that stitch into Stitch Creator, but you have that option. So it makes it very defined. So I have a sample here of some things that I have done. So on this, where is my okay, so I'm gonna get close to the camera. So this stitch, I'm showing you like totally the wrong side. This stitch right here, you see that red stitch? This one right here, that is the decorative stitch that is on the machine. And what I did was I put it on steroids. I took it up 3 times, and then I put in a 12 weight thread and a 120 top stitch needle. And then my bobbin was a 60 weight bobbin. And I was able to get a look of a hand stitch just from the decorative stitches that are on the machine. So you don't have to use a 12 weight thread. Even a 40 weight thread would look really cool. So just so you know, this machine will take a 12 weight thread through the needle. You just have to make sure that you are using that 120 top stitch needle. That makes a huge difference. Ask me how I know. But that is one thing that you could do. And then you can see here, I just, all of these other decorative stitches, just beautiful for crazy quilting. So if you're not sure what to do with decorative stitches, well, you saw what Donnell did with decorative stitches, and we have about 250 of them on this machine alone. Crazy quilting is another option, but when you have the Stitch Creator and you can really plump them up, you get a totally different look, which I totally love. like I said, if you have the patience to do it, and I have to work on this myself, I can literally create my own stitch by just bringing in stitch points and moving them. I can edit stitches and make an existing stitch something totally different just by moving those stitch points. You saw how I moved those stitch points. It's just a wonderful feature of this machine. So you have the IDT, you have the stitch creator, you have all of these decorative stitches, but there's more. This is also an embroidery machine. So it is a great little embroidery machine for its price point. It does have a large embroidery area. So we're looking at the hoop that comes with it is a 260 by 200. So that's about a 10 by 8 embroidery area, which is great. There's 157 built-in embroidery designs on this machine. And there's also some creative signature embroidery programs such as mirroring. You can rotate, design scale. Now, what I mean by design scale is that you have the option to make it slightly larger, 20% up, 20% down. It is not resizing it. Resizing is something different. Resizing will change the stitch count and the density, but scale will only change the size of it. It will not change the stitch count. It doesn't change the density on that. But technically, if you think about it, if it's getting larger, smaller, density is for the most part changing, but you get what I mean. You also have a color edit. We can baste in the hoop, and we also have the option for monochromatic. So if you are embroidering out a design, you want something kind of elegant, something white on white, but the original embroidery design may have 4 or 5 colors in it. You can still do it white on white. All you need to do is tell the machine to do it in monochromatic, and it will just stitch out all of those 4 colors without stopping. So you don't have to keep touching your start button to start, even though you're not changing your thread, you have that option. This machine also has basic precise positioning. So I don't know if you remember what I did. If you were here for the Viking demo, I'm going to show you something here on this one with the precise positioning. We have the 2-step on this machine. And then we also, and I'll show you that. And then we also have 2 built-in embroidery fonts. And then we also have hoop positions. And hoop positions is really cool so that if you are doing applique in the hoop, you have the option, instead of removing the hoop from the machine, you can touch trim position and it moves the hoop out of the way for you, away from the needle, so that you can get in there and trim the applique. So let's go ahead. I need to pop this on. And again, I am going to cheat real quick. And my little camera, he's getting tired because he just flopped on me. So I'm going to take this one off. And here we have this embroidery foot. So I don't need to take off the ankle. I just need to pop this one on. Pop this one on. At least the internet's not going out on me. I just can't get this foot on. Oh, I'm sorry. Usually it is not this hard. Maybe I should just come back to my face while I do this and talk to you about something. Does anybody have, yes, love real life sewing, right? I had it on earlier today because I started embroidering out the design for you because, I don't have time to stitch the whole thing out for you, but we need to have that. Got it. I get to drink tonight, right? Okay, so back to this. So, actually, let's go up here. So I'm going to come up here to my screen, and I'm just going to go ahead and, oops, dump that. And you see, oh, look, I can also delete those stitch points. You see what it's doing? Oh, that is so cool. I love that. That is so cute. Okay, so I got to get out of this. So let's just say, yes, I like that. So then we could go into embroidery. So it's telling me to remove my hoop and clear this. I'm going to have to lift my camera here because I need to touch OK and let that embroidery hoop move. And I am going to go into my existing stitches. So like I said, we have 157 stitches on here. And what I started with is this one right here. I also need to make sure that I choose the correct hoop. I do have it. So I have the Creative Elite hoop on. It's the 260 by 200. That is the one that comes with the machine. And let me show you what I have already done. Okay, so here I made some markings. Okay, so you can see I just used regular pen today, but you know, regularly I would use a fabric marking pen, but I already stitched the first one out for you. And what we're going to do is we are going to line up the next one right here at this tip so that we have this straight line. Okay, and I changed my thread. So I am going to go to my stitch out. Here's my stitch out. Okay, it's telling me to attach my hoop. Ready? Attach my hoop. And we could say, yep, it's attached. And it comes up with the first color. Again, I have pink on here. This is telling me it's orange. Just know that the machine physically does not know what color you have on your machine, nor does it care. So just because it says orange doesn't mean we have to use orange, right? Okay, so I'll say, okay, I'm not doing anything there. And here is our precise positioning. So if I touch on that, and you can see I have the two options here. So for the first one that I already stitched out, it's a little hard to see. I wonder if I should turn out. Let me see if I could just turn out my lights real quick. No, that was no help whatsoever. Anyway, so for the first one that I sewed out, I did want to find that center point because where I had it marked, I wanted it centered on that line. However, for the second one, I needed to line up with, oh, wow. We totally got turned around. Oh. Oop. I told you my camera wants to go to sleep. He's tired. He's limping on me. So I want to line it up so that the point is right here. I want to do this so that it is continuous. Okay. So where I need to go, I'm going to go back to my screen. And if I touch step 1, there is a little cursor in there. I know it is so hard to see. My little cameras just aren't playing with me well today. But there is a little cursor in there, and I'm going to move that cursor down so that it's on the pedal of that, the tip of the pedal. And I can zoom in, and I don't know if you guys are going to be able to see this, but I am zooming in. Right now I'm at 180%, 200%. I can keep going. Let's see how far I can go. I'm at 550%. So it's pretty impressive. So I can literally see, and you know what? Since I'm playing with cameras here, let's do this. Can you see that? I'll just move the camera. Do you see that? I zoomed in 550, okay? And then what I want to do is I'm going to move that. Oops. I'm going to move that little point right there. So it is right on the tip of that pedal. Okay. And then here, this is step 2. So I'm going to go to step 2. Now it's time to go back to the hoop. And I'm going to have to hold my camera. So now that I am here, I am far away from where I need to be. So if I just go ahead and move this up, and I totally put the point in the wrong place. So I'm going to move my point. Whoop, bring it up here. Okay. So I need to move this up here. Now I'm too far. So we can just adjust, get it in the roundabout area. And what I'm doing is I'm moving the physical design on the screen. That's why it's moving so fast. But I also have the control wheel on the screen. So now I can be very controlled about it. I'm going to drop my needle. And we're going to bring that down a little bit more. I'm not quite there. And I need to move over just a smidgen to the right. And I am, well, just one more. I can literally get So if you can see that, I have that needle right in the last point. So now I know, right, Tammy? Wowzers, that's pretty awesome. So, and now all I have to do is just say, okay. And oh, it wants me to raise my needle. I had it down too far. So now it's going to line up right where I need it to be. So it's right now it's stitching, but it's stitching. It doesn't start stitching from that point, but it will line up to that point. It starts stitching from where the design begins. Just because I moved that point doesn't mean that's where it's going to start stitching from. That is just to line things up. But it goes right back to the original stitching point. So do I have any questions? That is really awesome, Elaine. There are very few machines out there that can get this close to a stitch point. You saw that I went up to 550. I can get even closer. I had more zoom power to go up even further. For that particular design, I didn't need to go that far, but I was literally able to get it in that very point. So it'll look like it was totally continuous. So if you are a person who likes to do multiple hooping, this is going to take care of it. You may not be able to afford the top of the line machine, and not everybody can. I totally get that. But you want to do those larger designs. Well, then now you have this precise positioning. You can do those larger designs, and no one's going to be any the wiser because you can line that up perfectly. I love that feature about the embroidery. And like you said, if you go to my Sewnet, there are other designs as well. Yes, the 120 by 120 hoop comes with this machine, and the 260 by 200 comes with this machine. So you do have two hoops. Again, great price point on this machine. And I am sure Blaine has other offers, some specials on these machines. Not one to miss out on. So if you are only using your embroidery machine or you're sewing an embroidery machine for embroidery only, go back and look at the features of the sewing, because I really think you're missing out on stuff.
Well, hey, Wendy, you're exactly right. Great machine and a great price point. We got a great deal for SewFest. So thank you so much for coming on. Mm-hmm. And I know we'll see you later on in the week.
Yes, sir.
All righty. So guys, again, a great machine we're presenting today. This is that FOF Creative 3.0 sewing and embroidery machine. Look at that price, $39.99. This thing is absolutely loaded up with features, and we are going to throw in a $400 gift card from SMP that you can use on anything else, accessories and things you want to add to this. Again, give us a call, 800-401-8151. There's tons of things on the page that you can look at for all the features and accessories on this. So actually, you can go to smplive.tv. Up at the top of the page, you'll see this product. Click on it. It'll take you to the product page. You'll be able to read all about it. There's so many things. It's hard to go into all the details. There's so much with this machine. And again, if you're in the market for a great sewing and embroidery machine with that 10x8 embroidery field, this is a great machine to pick up. Again, 800-401-8151. Free shipping nationwide, and naturally, we have some financing available for you as well. All right, everyone, we are down to the last presentation for the day, and we have a brand new company that's coming on board with SMP, and we got them here on SewFest. It's called Caterpillar, and I'm sure y'all have heard of them before, but hey, we got Jack Thompson. He started Caterpillar with his brother Kelly in 2012, has attended hundreds of quilting shows over the years where he enjoys presenting and listening to customers. He's learned to sew when he was a teenager and loves combining that knowledge of what he's learned from listening to all the customers. And we also have Lindsay Lamoureux. And Lindsay is a lifelong quilter, sewist, and all-around crafter. Professionally, she's an accomplished salesperson and a presenter, and she's the social media expert over there at Caterpillar. So y'all welcome Lindsay and everybody to the show.
Thank you, Blaine.
Hi, Jack and Lindsay.
Our first SewFest.
I know.
That's a high five.
Yeah.
We're super excited to have y'all on, and I know this is your first one, and we're going to have you here all week. We're super excited, and I know y'all got a lot to cover, so I'm going to let y'all take it away. In about 25 minutes, I'll come back. We'll tell them how they can get the products, and so we'll see you then.
Thanks,
Awesome.
Blaine.
Thank you, Blaine. And we're so sorry to hear that Jane is under the weather. We are praying for you. Hope you feel better soon.
Feel better, Jane.
Oh, Okay, well, we are so excited to be here in SMP land. It's much better than McDonald land. Does anyone remember McDonald land? Let's, for fun, just put a 1 in the chat if you remember McDonald land.
Grimace.
Seriously. Okay, but before we begin, this is the famous Jack behind Caterpillar, and we'll learn more about him in a minute. But he has something, a little joke he wants to share.
Well, Lindsay, it's not a joke. It's deadly serious.
Oh.
It's more of a PSA.
Oh.
So my wife, I took her to the doctor the other day, last week, and I picked her up, and the doctor, in the most serious ways possible, says you need more fiber, and so we immediately went to the fabric store.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry. I wrote that.
That's classic. That's so great. Okay, well, I have a question to introduce what we're going to present to you today. So, what are 2 things that there are never enough of when sewing? Sorry, put a 2 in the chat, or sorry, answer in the chat. We want to hear your answers with a 2. If you've never, or if what are 2 things that you?
And it's not time and energy.
It's not time and energy. It's not fabric.
It's not fabric.
It's not fabric.
So what else?
We want to
could it
hear
be?
your thoughts.
What
So,
do you
a
need
2
in your space?
you can never have enough of.
Okay, we're looking. Fabric and needles. I like that. Oh, there's one.
Well, the answer is actually light and space.
Light and space.
Light and space.
Light
you guys.
and space.
Here at Caterpillar, our passion is creating innovative products for sewists, quilters, and crafters like you and me. We love to solve problems you face, and 2 big ones are never having enough light or space in your craft room. So stay tuned, because the days of squinting, straining, and looking for space while sewing are finally over. And you think that's a big promise? Stick around and you'll find out the reality of what tons more light and space can bring into your own sewing studio. And it's not another drawer, or a fat quarter organizer, or another bin, or taking over room 2 or 3, or stuffing things under your couch. We have 3 amazing innovations to share with you today that give you way more sewing light and space than you've ever imagined. So Jack here, along with being our comedian,
we have established
is
that.
the genius behind these innovations. He loves making sewists' lives easier. And one thing that I love about Jack is he values you and me, the customer. And for years, he's taken your suggestions to heart to create these genius innovations. So will you give us a quick little Caterpillar story?
Well, the Caterpillar story, we started in 2012. My brother Kelly, he started the company, and he had another full-time job and young kids. And so he asked me to come on because I had, grown kids.
Yeah.
And we really started marketing the company by attending craft and quilt shows. We didn't spend a dime on marketing. This is kind of before social media, really. And so we would go attend up to 30 to 40 quilt shows a year.
Wow.
That's a lot of travel.
Wow, that's
and
a
so
ton.
that allowed us to get one-on-one interactions with our customers to get their suggestions to how to make our products better.
That's awesome. I love that you listen to them. All right, Jack, what will you be showing us today?
Well, let's see. I think we should let's go big.
Oh, let's go
start,
big or go home.
Let's start with the big.
Let's do it.
Okay. So
Ooh.
this
Yeah, turn this around.
is called the Caterpillar Flip and Fold. So this is a cutting mat. But before let's put this away. Let's tell you the quick story why.
Oh.
There's a quick story here why
Okay.
we started this. And I keep this thing to remind me.
I'm going to move out of the way for
All
a
right.
second.
This is my mortal enemy right here.
Yeah.
This is a 36 by 48 inch mat. It weighs almost 13 pounds. I bought it at market a couple years ago. It's heavy.
Oh
It's
my gosh,
13
I don't know
pounds.
if I can handle this by myself.
And I bought it for the house, and I got it home, and there was absolutely no place to put it. I tried putting it
Yeah, where
under
do you
couches,
store it?
trying to leaning it up against the wall. I
Because
tried
it has to stay
everywhere.
flat.
It has to stay flat. Because what happens
Yeah.
is if it doesn't stay flat, is you pull it out again, and it's got this warp in it, a warp that was permanently will go away.
Oh,
so
yeah, no.
so we thought that got the sort of the brain
wheels turning?
spinning, the wheels turning about
Yeah.
a better way to have a large cutting surface. So let's just
Okay.
get rid of
Oh
this.
my gosh. Let's just get rid of that.
I hate
right
that
now.
thing. I hate it. Okay. So cue the flip and fold cutting mat. So, all right. This is a new kind of cutting material. It's called TPE. It is non-toxic.
This
You
is
could actually
amazing.
prepare food on it if you wanted
Woohoo,
to.
wow.
And it allows, it's a special
So
material.
you could keep this on the
You
table.
could put this on the kitchen table, cutting carrots, cutting fat quarter. Not really. But so let's say you're working on a project and you start small. You're cutting maybe some strips, some small boxes, and your next step requires something bigger. Well, instead of having that other mat and going and trying to find the bigger mat, with this one, you just double it.
Oh my gosh. Wait a sec. So this is.
So we start at 12 by 18.
It zeroes out.
Zeroes
so
out.
This is just one mat.
This is one mat on its own. So it's got its own,
Wow.
every cutting surface has its own grid. So now we go to 24 by 18. So this is going to encompass a lot of cuts here. This is a pretty big mat. But let's say now you need to pull out your bolt, right? And you need to cut some fabric. So the reason why we call this the flip and fold, because we flip it.
Oh my gosh. It just opens like a book. How easy.
And now we've got 48 inches. It doesn't even show on the screen there. Look at it. 48 inches. This is going to cover all your cuts here. Now, what we were worried about is when we start unfolding this is these seams, because we all know what happens when you push two mats together, right?
Oh, yeah.
And you try to cut a costume, it leaves that little thread or little thread there. So we solve that by, see these puzzle pieces here? Those puzzle pieces, pull those together and you cut right across the seams.
Wait a sec.
Let's try it real quick.
This is seamless. Nothing is catching. I wish you could feel this. That is amazing. Oh yeah, cut. Let's really see, Jack, if there's any.
Okay. I hope I should have a sharp blade. We do. See that?
Wow.
So that's across a hard seam.
That is amazing. I've never seen anything like this.
I think
ever.
Should we go bigger?
Can we go bigger?
Let's go bigger. So
okay.
Now
so this is mat number 3.
This is mat number 3.
Okay.
So it's 18 by 48. Now we should mention it's actually not 48 inches in the grid, but 48 inches edge to edge.
Wow.
So 49 inches. So you can cut up to, you have your grid goes to 40 inches. So now we just flip it one more time.
Flip and fold.
Now we have 48 by
this
36
is huge.
inches.
And this is
We can't even get it in the screen. Oh yeah, it's only
how much does this weigh?
Like
this
4 pounds, just over 4 pounds versus the 13 pounds of that other thing.
That is amazing. And you just snap these little
You snap the puzzle
together.
pieces again.
And again, it's seamless.
Yeah. Now, again, we start at 0, goes to 48.
Oh
so
my
again, we have its own iteration, its own cutting surface.
Wow.
Now let's do fifth one.
Fifth. There's
Fifth.
5
There's
cutting
5
mats
cutting mats in one. So you flip it over, and then you fold it in half.
Whoa.
And now you have your 36 by 24.
Again, you just snap those in. Oh my goodness. This is a genius innovation.
And so all of these are its own cutting surface. And now I'm adding up what you would have to buy. 5 different mats in one.
Oh,
we
yeah.
did the math, and I think it was conservative. It was about $320
at least
to buy 5 mats.
And then where do you store 5 mats?
Where you store 5 mats, exactly.
And can you travel with 5 mats?
Do you want to see where this one stores?
Yeah.
So we go back.
Let's do this. That is really
And it just folds up.
super easy. Like, let me
And
look
here
at
we
this profile here. This is like maybe an inch,
Yeah, about
maybe
an
not
inch.
even an inch.
4
And
pounds here.
You could slide it into a drawer or
Well, let's
bag.
talk about that. Let's
Yeah.
talk about storage. So
Okay.
drawers, you could put it like we have here. You could put it in your
oh yeah, a little cubby
in
or
your
something.
cubbies, anywhere. Imagine putting that thing
Yeah,
versus this
right.
thing, and it fits perfectly in there. It fits in totes. It fits in
That
bags.
is so awesome.
You can take it with you to
Wow.
to classes, to different
Oh yeah.
girlfriend's house, and now you have all that cutting versus having to take all those mats.
Wow, wow, wow. Okay, well, some of you might be saying, I already have a bunch of cutting mats. This looks complicated to use.
Like I said,
you
5
just
in
saw
1.
us open it. It is easy.
The next time you go to shop for a 36 by 48, I'm like, wait a second, I can get all of those for
Yeah.
almost the same price as a big one.
100%.
Yeah.
Wow, wow. That is awesome. Okay, well, that's
And, you know,
fabulous.
Complicated? Did you find this complicated?
No, this is not complicated at all. I mean, you just open it like a book. That's awesome. Wow, so much saved, so much space saved. I can't even believe that. That's awesome. Love that. All right, we have a testimonial. Dorothy from California says this about the flip and fold. My creative space is in a corner of my bedroom. I've got that too. I have been wanting a cutting mat that I could put on my king size bed because I use it as an extended workspace when I need a larger area than my desktop provides. I appreciate how large this cutting mat folds out and the option for different sizes. We're so happy that you love it, and you guys will love it too. This is, oh my gosh, so much space created and saved. I just love this. That is awesome. Okay, we're moving on. Okay,
Moving on. Okay.
Sorry,
look,
I know. We're
now
just,
instead of
we've got all
walking
this-
around the room and trying to figure out where I'm going to put
Yeah.
this,
Just right there. Awesome.
It's
Okay.
away. It's ready to go.
Put a 3 in the chat if you've ever had a hard time seeing what you're cutting. I know I have. Let's see if we see any 3s coming in here. This is so awesome. Do I
So
just
this is
go in? Yeah, give it to us.
We're diving in?
Yep,
Okay,
we're
so this
diving
is
in.
how we started in the crafting business. We transitioned into the quilting business with this. This is what we coined the term light board. But you know what? We know what this is, right? This is the light box that everybody had in the 90s.
Box?
You know, the big
I don't
boxes
think this is
that
a box.
were ginormous
Oh my gosh.
and weighed and
Yeah,
were,
right,
had the
awkward.
had the hot bulbs. Well, a technology in the 2000s shrunk those big boards down into what is this is actually about 3/8 of an inch thick. You
This
can see
is
that
so
there.
slim. How
And it's only 2 pounds.
2
all right?
pounds?
And
Let me feel this. That is easy. Oh my gosh.
you have multiple layers of light here. So
Okay, so
let's
how many
so
levels?
so it goes to 3. So if you're in a dark space, you know how at night when you should be sleeping and you're on your phone,
right?
And your husband yells at you because it's so bright. Well, now
Yes.
if you're in a dark room, you bring it down so it's not quite so bright, but it does go quite bright.
Whoa.
So
That's
we say,
amazing.
I know what you're all doing out there. So if you are tracing and transferring, I've seen my mother do this.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
She's up on the window in that afternoon sun transferring those.
And that is so hard.
Absolutely.
I've done that.
Well,
and
what happens if it's
sliding?
cloudy? What
It's-
happens if it's 8 o'clock at night? How do you
Yeah.
transfer?
You're not
So
gonna- no.
that's the main use of this
Okay.
is transferring paper to paper, paper to fabric like this.
That's
And you can
amazing.
see how easily it shows through.
You can, and this is thick.
This thing, I have tape on this too, because
Oh
I
my
take this to all the
gosh.
shows too.
So you're seeing through a thick piece of paper.
Do you know what this
tape.
is? It came right out of a magazine.
Oh my
So you don't have to, it'll show through that magazine paper
Wow. Plus fabric.
plus fabric. Exactly. So
Paper piecing dream right
yeah,
here.
paper piecing dream. So now let's talk about what makes Caterpillar different from anybody else out there.
Yes.
Is when we knew this was going to be great for doing the transfer, but we wanted more out of this space. We wanted more than just transfer and tracing. So we tried to buy a cutting mat, but nobody back in 2015 made a translucent cutting mat. So we found a company to make it.
That's amazing.
This is the same kind of PVC that you use on any of your cutting mats there, but it's translucent.
It's self-healing.
So it's self-healing. Exactly. So now you can cut on light. This is a game changer.
Whoa.
This is a game changer because now you can cut on the light. We're cutting on the light now.
Amazing.
So well, obviously cutting your general shapes, you can use your rulers and cut your shapes on here just like you would any other cutting mat. You have the advantage here. I'll try not to cut a finger off here.
I've done that too.
And this space here, pardon me if I'm not following all the cutting rules. Oh, see, I didn't do it there. But you don't see those cutting marks.
That is amazing.
They
don't feel them.
You don't feel them, yeah. So cutting here, but now the grid, we added the grid for one specific reason. So you have reference points. So for paper piecing. Now, foundation
I feel like
paper
you thought
piecing.
of everything,
Well,
Jack.
we did, and I tell you, I'm not taking the credit for this. This is
No.
going to shows and talking to the girls.
That's what I love
Talking
about
to
you.
the
is
girls
that you care about
about
what
this.
you guys need and want.
So this is a little paper piecing. You can see as you paper piece, you're folding and you're pinning and you're cutting and all these things. And what's great about the Glow Basic is it shines through the fabric, through the paper. So if
That's
you need to, so
just
where's my 1/4 inch, where's my 1/2 inch, and I'm folding and I'm cutting, it's all right here. And that's in sort of in a real specific sense, but in a broader sense, one of my favorite things about this is I lean in here. It seems wherever I am, the light is always behind me.
So no shadows.
No shadows.
That
As you come in
is
here, so it's off. Now,
amazing.
This light to make me look 10 years younger is kind
We
of
all
ruining
need
our,
that.
So yeah,
That is
but we know how it is. In a typical room, you'll have a main light and you'll have your lamp.
Sure.
The brighter the light, the darker the shadows.
Oh my goodness. Wow. I noticed this is not slipping either.
It's not. Yeah, we actually, the first time we
That's-
tried this and all our competitors who tried
Yeah,
to copy us, this is what theirs do. We got a special
This is the real
surface
deal,
on
you
here
guys.
to keep it. You can't really see this, but this, once you put it down, it is locked.
It is
It's
locked. That is too cool. You really did think of everything. I love that. I love that about Caterpillar and you. Wow, that is awesome. Jack, thank you.
You're welcome.
Some of you might be thinking, well, I don't do applique. Why would I need this?
Well, like I said, that's a real specific thing, but this is just a great place, again, to
Mhm.
eliminate your shadows,
Mhm.
to always have that light you need from underneath. It doesn't matter. Cutting, planning, tracing, transfer, applique, foundation, you name it.
I think my kids would love to draw.
Yeah, I mean, trace on this. It's safe for kids.
Work.
It has a 6-foot cord, so you got lots of room to, and it's USB-C. We just upgraded a couple of years ago to the USB-C now.
That is great.
And the LEDs, guess how long the LEDs?
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
take a
How
guess.
long? I don't know. Maybe an hour.
No, how long they last in general.
Oh.
Like you know how the light bulbs will burn out after
Yeah.
a couple months?
I don't know.
50,000 hours.
What?
Which is basically, I did the math, it's like 10 years.
50,000?
50,000 hours. That's what you're getting.
10 years?
And there's no heat.
This is a no-brainer.
No heat.
Absolute no-brainer, game changer tool that everyone needs in their craft room. Oh my goodness. Okay. Wow. I'm impressed. I am really impressed.
We call this a system. We're going to talk about that a little bit later, but the reason why, we'll talk about that in just a second.
Oh my
why
gosh.
we call it a system.
All right. Okay. Well, let's see. What else we have? We've got something else next.
So let's say you don't do a lot of transfer and tracing, all right? But still, again, cutting, I'm just having this here to work without having the light. Now, there's a lot of people that maybe already have one. They have the big ones or they have the smaller ones. This is a great size. This is 17 by 12. A lot of what you're doing will fit in this space. And these mats are durable. By the way, the mats are also replaceable for a nominal price. So if the mat wears out, you don't have to throw the whole thing away. You can get an extra mat.
Although I think this would last a long time. It seems so like
it is. It's pretty good.
Sturdy.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, that's
In
awesome.
fact, we have way more mats than we need because they just don't wear out.
Oh my gosh.
And you can get all these accessories at Sewing Machines Plus, by the way.
Sewing Machines Plus?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. Some of you also might thinking, I'm not sure how much I'd use it.
That's a good question. This is what I tell people is don't keep this thing in the closet.
Yeah.
Because if you leave it out, you will be drawn to it for the light alone. Just because you don't have to worry about, again, that ambient light. You have the light, leave it out, and you will use it.
That's awesome. That's
especially
awesome.
when you find out all the other things it does.
Oh my
We'll
goodness.
get to that in a second.
What about people thinking, I already have a small one without a mat?
That's true. Again, we've seen those cheapo Amazon ones that are usually about half the size.
That's exactly what they are.
Those are not 50,000 hour. They do not have the same features that we do. And this
and
is.
they don't have the custom mat.
They do not have the mat. That's right.
That's awesome. Wow, I'm telling you, so much more light right where you need it with this tool. That is awesome. Okay, Lillian from Massachusetts says this about the Glow Basic. Super bright, lightweight, and very flat profile. I show it off at my quilt guild. I love it. Oh, again, so much more light right where you need it. All right. We're going on to the next
Are we going on there? Okay.
Yes. So put a 4 in the chat.
Before we do that, we should say that we're just showing.
I don't want to cut you off.
We're just showing the sort of the base here. This is when I said system, I meant to kick this in here. Is there are tons of accessories once you get this that you will find to make this even more useful.
Ooh.
Different kinds of mats. There's totes and all these things. That's what I mean by system. Is we have really solved all of the quilting problems with this thing. So okay.
Thank you.
We're moving on.
Okay. All right. I know.
Here we go.
Okay. Put a 4 in the chat if you've ever struggled to see what you're sewing. Okay. Let's see if we get. Oh, I already see 4s. Oh yes. See, I know. There we go. Okay. Jack, tell us what we're gonna see next.
Well, okay. So this has a little folksy story behind it.
Look how cute this vintage machine is. I'm just like.
So this is my mother's machine. So a little story behind my brother and I. We were 5 boys in our family. My poor mother. 5 boys.
So,
to punish us for not being girls, because she always wanted
a
partner in crime with her crafting. My mother is the quintessential quilter and crafter. We all had to learn how to sew.
That's amazing. You know,
as teenagers. So it was baseball practice and a half an hour sewing.
Nuh-uh.
So by college, I was hemming my roommate's pants and doing all these things. So that's sort of the long, folksy way of saying my mother is she's our guinea pig. Because so anytime we have an idea, we say, well, Mom, what do you think about this? And this is her sewing machine. She got this in the 60s. She refused to upgrade this thing all the way up into the mid 2000s, and she finally upgraded it because she's like, why would I get some newfangled machine?
And you got to have it?
And I got to have it. Well, we're borrowing.
You were the best sewer.
But I'm the oldest, so I will get this as sort of.
You were the oldest?
I'm the oldest.
Okay.
So this is the perfect example. This is the machine we tested our new Flex.
Oh my gosh. You guys, This is the coolest.
sewing light here. This is one of the only cordless sewing machines. That is the key word there, cordless, because we all know what happens if you buy a light that has a cord and you attach it to your sewing machine. You got one more
cord. We've got cords right here.
You're tripping over it. You're doing all these things. This is a cordless light. So we're like, why do I need a cordless light? Well, you don't necessarily saying you have an old machine like this, but we're just showing this as the contrast. So this is one of the reasons why. So you turn that light on. That's so underwhelming, isn't it? Look at that. That old analog light. It's yellow and just doesn't do anything.
My sewing machine is a couple years old.
Yeah.
And it's not I would almost say this one is brighter.
Well, and the
new ones aren't necessarily bright.
The light where you want it, not where the sewing machine is telling you where to do it.
Yeah.
So let's look at this. Okay, here is our cordless unit here. Okay, and it has 3 lights here. That's low, medium, and high. It's not going to show it that great, but the light, it's got a flexible tip.
Oh, so you can just manipulate it however you need.
You put it wherever you want it.
Oh my goodness.
So
that is so
we
bright.
knew this was going to be great, and we're talking hours here. So on low, we're like 8 to 9 hours on low. On high,
serious, you can
3 to 4. Absolutely, yeah.
You can sew
and
for 8
it doesn't really
hours
show
on
it,
low.
but it really does.
Oh, that's super
light
bright.
up here. Now we had the problem of how do we attach this thing? So originally we were trying Velcro and all these things, and what we hated about that is once you attached it once by Velcro, then it was sort of stuck, and then the Velcro wore out. So what we did was, now you do attach it by Velcro, you can see there, but we did this little cradle. Yes, so the cradle allows you to connect it once. By the way, this Velcro, you can reattach it 2 or 3 times if you don't like your placement.
Serious?
It doesn't leave any.
Does it gum it up?
It doesn't gum it up. It's fine. You can reattach it a couple times. But once you have that on there, now you can see how easy this goes in and out to recharge it. Now recharging, let's look at that. So that's a USB-C.
That is easy.
Comes with a cord.
So okay, it comes with the
comes
cord.
with its own cord.
It comes
there.
with the cradle.
Comes with its own cradle. So once you attach that and you point that light where you need it.
Oh my gosh.
So let's say we're changing the bobbin, right?
Oh my heck.
Now that sewing machine light here isn't going to show down there. We just point it right in there. Let's say I want to look.
What about cleaning down there?
Absolutely.
I'm always cleaning and I can't see a darn thing.
And in the machine, you can point in the machine. The direction you're sewing.
How about the needle? I mean, the
threading the needle. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that right there.
Oh, that is awesome. Not to mention,
yes,
you can take it anywhere.
Yeah, you can. Well, you can also place it anywhere too. So let's say you don't like it here.
Yeah.
You could put it under here. I think that's where I put that, right?
I don't know.
Just wherever you want to put it.
Whatever you, wow, that is great.
And you know, this, you will find this becomes your favorite light.
Yes.
Just for anywhere, whether you're doing anywhere. So did you bring your mug?
Wow. Oh, yes.
I asked her to bring, because this is my wife. She's on the
His
coffee
wife
table.
does this. This is too cute.
And every time she's working on anything, she
genius.
puts it on the Stanley.
That's actually so smart.
Stanley should give us some money for talking about. And there we go.
Give us some money. I love it.
So that's kind of fun.
Great. Wow. This is amazing. Okay. Well, some of you might be thinking, I have a modern sewing machine with lots of light. Jack?
Again, light where you want it. Don't let the sewing machine tell you where the light is. You put the light where you want it.
And you can never have enough light.
Never have enough light.
Never, right?
The lights also, we should let you know, is a nice neutral white. It's not too yellow, not too blue. It's a nice bright white.
Yeah. It's not going to change the color of fabrics or anything like that.
And as we mentioned, the tape, it's a 3M tape.
Yeah.
It will not hurt your sewing machine.
Okay, so you don't have to worry. You might be thinking, I don't want this sewing machine. Yes,
yeah, you remove it to charge it. So it comes with a USB cord. In fact, it's the same USB, by the way.
Awesome. So you only have to take one if you're like
as
the
basic, yeah. You just at about a 30-minute charge will give you, basically 3 to 9 hours of use.
That's awesome. Okay. So and what about those of you who think that you already have a corded sewing machine? You don't need a cordless one.
Cord, that just answers the question there. You want one more cord, or do you want a light that eliminates that cord?
Oh my gosh. Awesome. Again, so much more light right where you need it. Awesome. Okay, here's what Dan from Kansas says about the Flex Light. Provides light just where I need it, right between the toes of the foot of my sewing machine. So much more light right where you need it. Jack, will you tell us about the all-in Caterpillar bundle now?
The all-in Caterpillar bundle.
Yeah.
That's everything.
What does it include?
The thing is they're not going to be. Well, let's talk about this bundle first.
Okay.
So this bundle includes the basic we talked about.
Sorry,
with the
I'm
cord.
jumping ahead of myself. I'm very excited.
It includes the Flex Light.
Okay, the Flex Light
and
the glow board.
The glow board and the flip and fold.
Flip that around so I can see this. Awesome.
And I know Sewing Machines Plus, they really negotiated a great deal for you guys.
Hey, what does this little QR code tell us?
The QR code, oh yeah, that's a good print. So if you scan that with your phone, it'll tell you exactly how to fold and unfold it, just in case it feels
easy.
Yeah.
Easy peasy.
There's
I
video
love that.
lessons.
That's great. That is fabulous. Okay. Okay, and so the 3.
That's
a
today's
Sewist bundle.
Now we're going to be here all week talking about bundles, but then there's the all-in bundle. That's everything.
Okay, sorry. Again, I jumped ahead of myself
You
because I'm very excited.
You can look at this on their website. You'll see it includes the Glow Ultra,
Mm-hmm.
the Glow Mini. Oh, but you know what this means? You guys don't have any idea what this means. You're going to have to tune in every day this week to see all this stuff so you can see what the all-in
We're
bundle
going to be here
includes.
every day.
The magnets and
same
plates.
time.
Magnets and plates.
Be here at 4 o'clock every single day.
The tempered glass mat, the swivel,
Oh my gosh.
the clamp light, and the flip and fold 48. That is the all-in. I don't know, maybe wait and see. We got all these showing them this week, so tune in every day at 4 p.m. They're ending the day with something big, Caterpillar.
Okay, awesome. Okay, Marilyn from, sorry, we're always running out of time. We just chatted. Okay, Marilyn from North Carolina says, so glad I discovered Caterpillar products. Again, so much more light and space right where you need it. Okay, by now you've seen the Caterpillar Sewist bundle adds so much light and space right where you need it.
I don't think Sewist is a word. Is it a word?
It's a word. It's a word.
Sewist?
Sewist bundle. Yes, it is.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Yes, I know everything. Women know everything. Hello. Okay, this is an exclusive package created for SMP with a great price through SMP. It's an amazing deal. So any questions, Blaine? I know. Any questions for us?
Well, hey, Lindsay, Jack, what a great presentation. Love these products. And you know what? That light, I think I'm going to have to get one of those lights. I really like that.
The Flex Light?
Yes, love the Flex Light.
100%. I think you need like 10 of these.
Yeah.
I probably do. With my eyes anymore, I can't see anything when it's dark, so I need to put these everywhere.
Exactly.
Well, thanks, guys. I'm going to tell them how they can get this, and I know we'll see y'all again at 3:30 Pacific time tomorrow.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank
we
you,
love
Blaine.
you, SMP
land. Real fast.
Woo! There we go. All right. Thanks, Lindsay and Jack. All right, guys. Now, the one that we're showing you today is called the Sewing Bundle. Okay. Now, again, we have different packages every single day of the week, and then we have that ultimate package that we're gonna show you. But we're gonna give you a little teaser of it today. But this is the Sew Fest special, $279.99. And Jack was right. We beat them up on the price to pass the savings right on to you. Now, again, what you're going to get, you're getting that flip and fold mat. You're getting the Glow Basic, and you're getting that Flex Light. All 3 products, $279.99. We have financing available, and naturally, we're going to ship this free nationwide right to your doorstep. Now, let me show you the teaser of the ultimate bundle. Now, we're going to emphasize this a little bit later in the week, but I just wanted to show you a quick in. This is the all-in package. Look at the price, $599.99, and look at all the stuff you're getting. I mean, you're getting a pack of stuff, and that's all I'm showing you. We're going to talk about this the rest of the week every day. You got to tune in and come back, because Jack and Lindsay are going to be here, and we're going to talk all about it. But I'm so excited about the Caterpillar products. I hope y'all are too. But this first package today is the Sewing Bundle, and then we have different bundles. We have an embroidery bundle. We have a quilters bundle. We have all kinds of bundles all week. We're going to show you
for a little sneak peek if you want. We have them all listed, so you can go check them out.
So yeah, we do. Kyle made a great point. We have them all listed right now. So if you go to smplive.tv, on the bar, the scroll up at the top, you see all the different products. You can scroll across. You can click on it and go to that Caterpillar page, and you'll be able to see all the packages we have put together. These are exclusive for Sewing Machines Plus. You can't get these packages anywhere else, and you can't get that price. And we're super excited. This is the first show they've ever been on, and hopefully there'll be many more, because we're excited about them and hope they're having fun. And but anyway, guys, guess what? it is the end of day 1. Can you believe it already is the
My
end?
goodness.
So, hey, we've got a lot of great things. We've got some giveaways, and then we're going to pick our first finalists for that Dream Studio worth $25,000. And so we're going to pick our first finalists on that today as well. But we got a lot of stuff to give away. And the first thing we're going to do, Kyle, do we need to put keywords in, or do we just need to draw?
Keywords.
Keywords.
Yes, please.
Okay. So the very first thing we're going to give away is some of our event bags. So I want you to put bags in the chat right now for a chance to win. Now, these are our event bags. There are 8 of them. They're 8 different colors. They all have unique sayings on each side of them. You see them right there on the screen. We sell these for $49.99 for the bundle of 8, or you can get them individually for $9.99. These are like those permanent grocery bags that you see at the grocery stores you can get. But you know what? Our customers don't use them to shop for groceries, Kyle. They usually use them to stuff fabric in them. That's what I hear. Yeah. So anyway, we're going to give one lucky viewer a set of these right now. So Kyle, spin that wheel.
There we go.
Oh, wrong
I didn't
screen.
share
There
the
you go.
screen. There we go. Sorry, y'all.
All right, here we go. Eunice Gluszewski. I'm not even going to try that, Kyle. Gluszewski, I guess. Eunice, I guess we're butchering your name. So sorry, but you see it right on the screen. You're our winner. So Eunice, how you going to claim that prize? You're going to go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. You're going to scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize. Fill out all that information on there. Hit send once you get it completed. We'll get that in. You have 30 days to claim the prize, and we'll get your gift bags sent right out to you. All right, next up, we are going to give away some of our world famous sew mats. So right now in the chat, I need you to put sew, S-E-W, S-E-W in the chat right now for your chance to win one of these. Now, our sew mats, there are 13 different colors. There are 4 different sizes of each color. And these, if you want to see what the dimensions are for each size, just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. At the top of the page, you can click on the mats. It'll take you to that product page, and you can look at the different sizes and see the dimensions. And you can see all the different colors. But we're going to give one lucky viewer one of those right now. So Kyle, spin that wheel. Doreen Erickson. So congratulations, Doreen. So we need you to, she's watching today from YouTube, by the way. So Doreen, what we need you to do, or Doran, is it Doran?
Duran.
I
think Duran.
I think I was calling her Doreen. Doran Erickson. So Doran, what we need you to do is go to SewingMachinesPlus.com, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize. Now, most importantly, in the notes section in there, you need to put what size of sew mat you want and what color, and then we'll get that shipped right out to you. Once we get the information, you got 30 days to claim that prize. All right, what we got next up, Kyle?
Let's see.
Gift card?
Got gift card.
All right, I need everybody right now to put gift, G-I-F-T, in the chat right now if you want a chance to win this. Now, what we're going to do, this is a $100 gift card for Sewing Machines Plus. And what we need you to do, if you win this, you're going to receive, after you let us know and claim that prize, we are going to send you an email that'll have a gift card code in it. Once you go to our website, you check out, in the checkout, there's going to be a place you can put that gift card code, and it'll take $100 off your purchase. Pretty simple, Kyle.
Yep.
Isn't it? All right, so let's do it. Everybody, Kyle, spin that wheel. Mildred Holt. So congratulations, Mildred. She's watching today from YouTube. So Mildred, you just won yourself a $100 gift card to Sewing Machines Plus. And what we need you to do is go to SewingMachinesPlus.com to claim that prize. You're going to scroll down at the very bottom. You're going to fill out all that information complete. Make sure that email address is right. Hit submit. And then once we get that in, we will email you back a gift card code so you can use at checkout. All right, Kyle, next up is going to be one of those Brother P-Touch And what I need everybody to do is put the word elite, E-L-I-T-E, E-L-I-T-E. This is that P-Touch Embellishment Elite. And this is a label maker, $129. This thing is really cool too because it works with your smartphone. And that is a pretty neat thing. So everybody type the word elite, E-L-I-T-E, in the chat right now. And we'll give a few more minutes. There are a bunch of them entries are coming through, Kyle.
Yep.
Oh, we're up to
200 people.
200 right now. So
Over
keep coming
200.
them in. We're going to wait a little bit longer just so everybody has a chance to get in on this. And all right, Kyle, they're still coming.
Yeah.
Elite, E-L-I-T-E, for your chance to win. Now these are really cool. If you want to label some, things in your sewing room, if you want to, if you have some Tupperware holders or some things for storage bins, these are great to do that. So anyway, put the word elite, E-L-I-T-E, in the chat right now for your chance to win one of these. And because we're getting ready to pull the wheel to start spinning.
Looks like it's been slowing down.
All right, Kyle,
ready?
Spin that wheel. Kathy Schrader. Heverlow. So Kathy Schrader Heverlow. So Kathy's watching today from Facebook. Congratulations, Kathy. You just won that P-Touch label maker. What we need you to do is go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information complete, hit submit, and as soon as we get that information in, we will get you a P-Touch sent out to you. And just to throw them out there, Kyle, everybody that wins a P-Touch, we're going to also throw in an extra tape cartridge.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So how's that?
Yeah,
that's a pretty good little gift. All right, so next up, we are going to give away a sewing machine. So which one are we going to give away, Kyle?
Oh, let's see. I get to pick. All right, let's see.
Why don't you pick us one?
We got this one right here.
Look at that. That's that Janome 1522 PG $279 sewing machine. So what I need everybody to do right now is put the numeric numbers 1522 in the chat right now if you want your chance to win a Janome sewing machine. So 1522, the numbers 1522 in the chat right now if you want a chance to win this. And we ought to get a lot of entries for this, shouldn't we?
Almost up to 200 already. Up to 200 now.
Well, there's way more than 200 people watching, so I think y'all need
half of you still need to enter.
Get your chats in. The numeric numbers 1522 in for a chance to win this Janome sewing machine. Well, they're coming through, but just slowly, Kyle. And next up, we're going to actually draw for our first finalist of the Dream Studio giveaway, and worth $25,000. That's pretty exciting.
Ooh, yeah.
And even if you become on Friday when we choose our winner, the other 4 finalists are all going to go home with at least a sewing machine.
Yeah.
So that's pretty exciting. So Kyle,
ready?
Spin that wheel. Here we go. Marcella Hamrick. So Marcella, she's watching today from Facebook. You just won yourself a Janome sewing machine. So congratulations. Now, what we need you to do, Marcella, is go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information complete, hit submit, and once we get that in, we will ship your brand new Janome machine out. How's that? All right, Kyle, now how are we going to do this? Is it we just going to do a general drawing of anybody who's chatted today?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So anybody who has been and chatted today throughout the whole day is going to be able to enter this. You won't have to put a keyword in for this one. But what we're going to do is we're going to spin the wheel, and we're going to draw for our first finalists for the $25,000 Dream Studio giveaway. And I'm pretty excited about this, Kyle.
Yeah,
this is some big items in here. You want to remind them of what they could win?
Yes, that is right here.
here we go. That's the Dream Studio giveaway. You're going to get that Juki HZL X3000 sewing machine. You're getting the Qnique 16X long arm quilting machine. You're getting the Moxie Handy Quilter Moxie ST. That's an 18-inch sit down quilting machine. You're getting the Brother Airflow 3000 air thread serger. You're getting the Brother Print Moda fabric printer. And last but not least, you're getting that Baby Lock. And it's the, which one is it?
That is the Pathfinder.
Pathfinder, that's right. That's the embroidery machine,
Yep.
embroidery only embroidery machine.
Pathfinder.
And it is that Pathfinder. Oh yeah, you can see it on the screen right there. And so a great package. So Kyle, everybody ready?
Are we ready?
Let's do it. Spin that wheel.
This is for the first finalist of the Dream Studio.
Lisa Schwartz. So Lisa Schwartz is our first finalist for the $25,000 Dream Studio giveaway. She's watching today from YouTube. So congratulations, Lisa. And how you're going to claim that prize, Lisa, is you need to go to smplive.tv and scroll down at the bottom where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information. In the notes section, just put, I'm the first finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway. And that'll get you entered and everything. And then we'll draw another finalist out at the end of the day tomorrow, won't we, Kyle?
Yeah.
All right. Well, everybody, I got a text from Jane. She is still feeling pretty ill, so I don't know if she'll make it tomorrow or not. But hopefully, let's all pray for Wednesday that she'll make it for us. But anyway, she's still really feeling under the weather, so we hope she has a recovery real soon. And but anyway, great show today. Guys, we have over 70 sessions this week with 42 different educators. And so you're not going to get that anywhere else other than here at Sewing Machines Plus. So we hope that you'll tune in. Hey, if you haven't liked our Facebook page yet, please go like our page. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, we invite you to go subscribe because every time we put content up, it's going to notify you. So we always like to know. I got a great day ahead of us tomorrow, so I hope that y'all tune in. We'll be going live at 8:15 Pacific time in the morning. So hope y'all have a great rest of your night, and we'll see you first thing in the morning.